The House will be in order. The Chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., July 18, 2023. I hereby appoint the Honorable Blake D. Moore to act as Speaker Pro Tempore on this day. Signed, Kevin McCarthy, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9, 2023, the Chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The Chair will alternate recognition between the parties, with time equally allocated between the parties, and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes. But in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The Chair recognizes the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Kilmer, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor a man of profound courage and vision, Jeremy Sullivan, the late chairman of the Port Gamble S'Klallam tribe. From his early years, Jeremy was molded by his surroundings, nurturing a love for the land and the water and their gifts. His early experiences digging for clams or catching crab and salmon imbued him with a deep connection to his culture and to his environment. And though he was an experienced leader, he was still a relatively young man when we lost him last month. I love to see Jeremy's pride and enthusiasm for the progress being made by his tribe. Once he gave me a tour of the tribe's new health facility, and it mattered to him that tribal members could get care in a quality environment, that they had the respect and the dignity that all Americans deserve. He was proud that not only was the facility first class, but rather that the care that people would receive would be first class as well. Jeremy was also a passionate advocate for tribal treaty rights. Jeremy saw his role as tribal chairman to be one of not only advocating for today's fishermen or gooey duck harvesters, he was a champion for the rights of future generations of Port Gamble S'Klallam tribal members. I can't tell you how many conversations I had over the last 10 years about discussions with the Navy in which Jeremy was unbending in his belief that he had a responsibility to ensure that his people could enjoy the rights promised to them in their treaty. Last year, I visited a new housing development the Port Gamble S'Klallam tribe was undertaking, and Jeremy beamed as he explained that these weren't just investments in shelters. They were investments in families. He said, think of what this will mean to our tribal members. And Jeremy often told me that he prayed for the leaders of his tribe and for the leaders of our country, that he asked for strength and wisdom. And Jeremy showed those every day. To those who loved him most, Jeremy was a loving family man, survived by his wife Toni, their children Samantha and Jacob, and his brothers Chad and Corey. In the musical Hamilton, they asked the question, what is a legacy? Answering, it's planting seeds in a garden you'll never get to see. While I'm saddened that Jeremy won't get to see the fruit of some of his projects, they will nourish the tribe's members for generations. Indeed, Jeremy's legacy will live on, reminding us to protect what we love and to stand tall for our beliefs. Jeremy Sullivan's memory will continue to guide his people, and his spirit will endure in the lands and the waters that he loved, the waters that he healed, and the community he served so faithfully. The last thing Jeremy texted me were the words, I miss you, my friend, and I hope we will connect soon. Well, Chairman, I miss you too, and I will always treasure our friendship. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate Rick Tift, Executive Director of Puget Sound Naval Shipyard, who has dedicated his life to public service. Rick is retiring after 45 years of service at Puget Sound Naval Shipyard, 19 of those as Executive Director, Puget Sound Naval Shipyard's top civilian management position. The Executive Director oversees internal processes and administrative processes and is the overall coordinator outside of direct maintenance issues. Rick has acted as a constant for 19 years when commanding officers came and went, always advocating for the workforce and acting as a liaison to the community. Rick has lived in Bremerton since 1962, a graduate of Central Kitsap High, Olympic College, the University of Washington, and the University of Puget Sound. He serves as a member of the City of Bremerton's Planning Commission. He was a former board member of St. Michael Medical Center, is a board member and past president of Leadership Kitsap, and sits on the Chancellor's Advisory Board at the University of Washington, Tacoma. There are not enough words to express my gratitude to Rick for everything he's done for our community and the tremendous help he has been to me during my time in this office. Rick is a fair, considerate, compassionate, and kind person who really cares about the community he lives and serves in. Rick's been instrumental in working with the community to find pathways for employment at the shipyard. He's been a fierce advocate for the shipyard, making sure elected officials, educational institutions, and the greater community understand the opportunities for employment within its workforce. With the federal government being the largest employer in my district, I appreciate his efforts as we are all invested in making sure we have the next generation of workers and future leaders at Puget Sound Naval Shipyard and IMF. Those efforts really can't be understated. He has been a staunch advocate for infrastructure and needed improvements to the shipyard inside and outside of its gates, helping to bring elected officials at every level and Navy leadership together to find ways to make needed improvements. That's only the tip of the iceberg as far as the positive impact Rick has made with his time. You'll never find a more dedicated, loyal, considerate man than Rick, and it has been an absolute pleasure to work with him. He will be dearly missed, and I wish him all the best in his next chapter as he moves off into retirement. Rick, we wish you well, and thank you for your partnership and friendship. And that, with Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate Dr. Lalit Verma on his retirement from the University of Arkansas Biological and Agricultural Engineering Department. As a proud alumnus of this department myself, it is my pleasure today to honor Dr. Verma for his distinguished career at the University of Arkansas and everywhere he has studied and taught. He started in India and continued his academic career at Montana State University and the University of Nebraska. He spent time teaching in Bangkok, in South Dakota, and even made his way down to Louisiana, where he spent time at LSU. Thankfully, he made it to Arkansas, where for 23 years he has left his most significant mark on academia. Dr. Verma has done an incredible job leading the department and has served in various other organizations such as ASABE. Once again, I want to congratulate Dr. Verma for his distinguished career and wish Dr. Verma and his wife Aruna well in their future endeavors and as they spend more time with their 2 grandchildren. Mr. Speaker, as a top-ranking state in livestock production, Arkansas is in need of food animal veterinarians like many other places around the country. In 2022, 25 counties within my district applied for designated shortage area status. Of the 25 counties that applied, only 13 were awarded the status. Food animal veterinarians who practice in these areas are eligible to apply for the Veterinary Medicine Loan Repayment Program, or VMLRP. Food animal veterinarians are on the decline, and this program is essential to encourage young Americans to consider practicing food animal veterinary. With the 2018 Farm Bill set to expire in September of this year, I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to consider the importance of the VMLRP program in addressing the food animal veterinarian shortage that poses a concern to my constituents and many of my colleagues' constituents, and also is critical into the food supply for our nation. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Magasinger, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to celebrate the life of the great Providence Journal columnist Bill Reynolds. Ask any Rhode Islander, and they will tell you that Bill Reynolds was an institution of Rhode Island sports and journalism whose column was read by thousands across the state. It was a tradition, a must-read, and families across Rhode Island, including mine, started their Saturday by reading his column For What It's Worth, which included his latest not only on sports, but also pop culture, politics, movies, and more. He was a columnist at the Journal for almost 40 years, a New York Times best-selling author, and a Hall of Fame Brown University basketball player, who still played pickup games well into his 60s and was known for his jump shot, which earned him the nickname Shooter. Bill was one of the best sports writers in Rhode Island history, who mentored an entire generation of aspiring writers and athletes. There will never be another like him. May he rest in peace. I rise today to celebrate the achievements of Rhode Island Special Olympic athlete Brian Johnson of East Greenwich. Brian made Rhode Island proud by bringing home the gold for bocce at the Special Olympics World Games in Berlin last month. He and his teammate David Young defeated the team from Paraguay 10-3 to win the unified doubles gold. And to top it off, Brian also won the silver medal in the singles division. Brian has competed in the Special Olympics for 14 years, participating in track and field, basketball, bocce, bowling, cycling, flag football, and volleyball. He has been an advocate for inclusion and has shared the impact of his Special Olympics experiences with students at his school. Congratulations, Brian, for your incredible accomplishment. You've done yourself and all of Rhode Island proud. I rise today to celebrate Jonathan Stone, who recently retired as Executive Director of Save the Bay, Rhode Island, after 14 years of service. Founded in 1970, Save the Bay is Rhode Island's leading organization for advocacy, education, and policy to safeguard the Narragansett Bay and its tributaries. Jonathan led vital work to restore Rhode Island's coastlines and waterways, protect marine life, help our state adapt to climate change, and delivered major legislative victories for environmental conservation. He championed the cesspool phase-out law of 2015 to remove sewage from public waterways, and the creation of the Ocean State Climate Adaptation and Resilience Fund to protect vulnerable infrastructure in coastal areas from sea level rise and extreme weather. At the same time, Jonathan strengthened Save the Bay's environmental education programs, which have introduced hundreds of thousands of students to the Bay, and launched construction of a new exploration center and aquarium, which will open this fall. Rhode Islanders are indebted to Jonathan for his commitment to our state and the waterways that make it so special. But we must remember, as Jonathan Stone reminded us when he announced his retirement, that the saving of Narragansett Bay is not complete. I look forward to doing my part in Congress and using John Stone's leadership as an example. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. McHenry, for 5 minutes. Distinguished gentleman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as we continue to stress STEM education in our country, I'd like to recognize the North Carolina School of Science and Math. This new campus for the School of Science and Math is located in the city of Morganton, in my district, in the 10th District in Western North Carolina. Students recently finished their first academic year on this new campus. This is the second campus of the North Carolina School of Science and Math, the original having opened in Durham in 1980. Thanks to the hard work of local officials, citizens, and industry leaders in our region, funding was secured for the Western Campus in Morganton, and the first residential class of some 300 students started last fall. A special thanks to my friend, State Representative Hugh Blackwell, whose vision for the Western Campus made the project a reality, and his great work in the legislature made it possible. This public high school will fill our workforce with the next generation of innovators and entrepreneurs and will help these dedicated students reach their full potential. I salute the graduating seniors and send best wishes as you continue your educational journey in the years ahead. Mr. Speaker, the American Legion World Series is being held Monday in my district in the beautiful city of Shelby, North Carolina, which has been the permanent home of the tournament since 2011. Beginning August 10th, more than 100,000 fans will fill Shelby's Keeter Stadium over the 6 days of the tournament. They will cheer on 8 teams from around the country as they vie to be crowned the 2023 American Legion World Series champions in the tournament, which was first contested in 1926. Many former American Legion players had successful careers in the big leagues, including all-stars such as Johnny Bench, George Brett, Dusty Baker, and the pride of Caldwell County, Madison Bumgarner. To local leaders in Cleveland County, American Legion Post 82, and the hundreds of volunteers who will work countless hours to welcome fans to Shelby, I extend my thanks. And a special thanks for all that the American Legion does for youth around this country. And I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Mrs. Steele, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to address the Biden administration's failure to secure our border and create an immigration system that works for the American people. Let's be clear. The crisis at our southern border is still out of control. Since President Biden took office, more than 5.5 million illegal crossings have occurred at the southern border. Yet he continues to pursue policies that make the situation worse. As a proud immigrant to this country, representing thousands of first-generation Americans, I support policies to protect our communities and uphold the rule of law. House Republicans are taking action to secure our border and restore order to our immigration system. I welcome the President and congressional Democrats to join us in the efforts. The American people deserves nothing less. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good, for 5 minutes.
Speaker, I rise today to recognize the extraordinary athleticism and achievement of Albemarle County swimmer Thomas Heilman. On June 26th, the 16-year-old Heilman claimed his spot in the World Swimming Championships after earning the silver medal in both the men's 100-meter butterfly and the 200-meter butterfly races. Heilman broke a long-standing record for his age group when he finished the 200-meter butterfly just 22 milliseconds behind the winner of the race, a swimmer 5 years older than him. By finishing the race in 1 minute, 54 seconds, and 54 milliseconds, Thomas Heilman broke the 15 to 16 national age group 200-meter butterfly record, which Olympic gold medalist Michael Phelps had held for 22 years. Heilman's coach, Gary Taylor of Cavalier Aquatics in Charlottesville, said that Thomas is very coachable, has a tremendous work ethic, strives to be his best self, and is the consummate teammate. Thomas has certainly made Albemarle County and the rest of Virginia's 5th District proud of his accomplishments. I'm honored to represent this extraordinary young man in Congress, and I wish him success in his already outstanding athletics career. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Republican leadership and the House majority for passing what was an outstanding NDAA, our National Defense Authorization Act, last week that focuses on the priorities of force readiness, effectiveness, and lethality, and ensuring that America has the strongest military machine on the planet. And it focuses on the Republican priorities that the American people voted us the majority to implement. The strong NDAA is reversing the policies of the previous majority and this Biden administration that was so harmful to our military. I'm going to remind everyone that it was the Democrats, it was the former majority that made the NDAA, the defense bill, a cultural issue, an ideological issue with their policies. It was the Democrats who put abortion funding into the military bill. It was the Democrats who were wanted to paying for transgender surgery. The Democrats who focused on DEI and CRT ideology in our military. It was the Democrats that said the purpose of the military was to fight the climate war and put a climate focus on our military funding. It was the Democrats who were discharging members of the military for not getting a vaccine that they didn't want and they didn't need. This new NDAA that was passed last week with the Republican majority and sent on to the Senate simply reverses the harmful policies that have been hurting recruitment and reducing the effectiveness of our military. This now goes on to the Senate. I hope the Senate will pass what the Republican House has passed that will make our military stronger, make our nation safer. And I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Lamarfa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we weren't supposed to really talk about this up until recently here, that indeed the United States does have an ammunition shortage for our military here and around the world. But it's so widely reported in the press, I guess we really shouldn't ignore it anymore and pretend that it isn't a problem. So recently, with the controversy around cluster bombs, the president has defended his decision to send them to Ukraine by announcing the U.S. Army ammunition stockpiles are depleted In other words, basically, this is all we have that we can give them at this point. Primary reasons are lack of funds and little focus on production, and truly, the lack of will to truly ramp up and build our ammunition stocks to what they should be. The U.S. military's goal, decades ago, was that we could fight a two-front war. The United States used to have that might and capability. We saw that in World War II, with many other allies, of course, around the world that we fought side by side with. As we know, modern Western military hardware is indeed incredibly complex, costly, and difficult to produce at scale. It requires a large infrastructure, a well-protected supply chain, and a large workforce of skilled labor. But these are things that we're capable of as a country. Look at all the gadgetry we can build in order to satisfy a market of people desiring entertainment. Artillery round expenditures we point to in Ukraine really paint a dark picture. The Ukrainians burned through, get this, a year's worth of U.S. artillery rounds production in 1 month. In 1 month, they can burn through a year's worth of our production. That's just Ukraine. What does that make our own stocks look like? We must ramp up production tremendously. If we're going to continue in some fashion or not the controversial backing of Ukraine, we have to be able to supply them in order to have them be able to do a credible job on the field if we're going to support that policy, but we have to build our own stocks. So what does this mean for us? We're actually foraging shells and ammunition from stocks around the world, even from our allies, in order to keep the chain going into Ukraine. And so that's why cluster bombs, right? The main concern for American defense really should be, though, is that what does that mean if China's aggression gets much worse? What if they make a move on Taiwan that we are obligated, promise to back up on? What about other issues that may happen in NATO? Are we ready? We're not near ready for it. We need to produce the bombs and the bullets and the other hardware so that we have that as a deterrent and not have the ideal that we're so weak that they know they can make a move on us or our allies. It's really that simple. It's really common sense. So ramping up these domestic munitions production could run afoul of a lot of the ideals that the Democrats hold. Climate, environment, or just a philosophy that they think that we're not going to, if we don't produce the ammunition, we don't produce these arms, that we just won't have war. Well, we're going to have to make some very clear choices here with the Democrat policies. Is it about climate? Is it about environment by producing these things and have them ready and available to deter war? Or do they want to weaken us so much that China or others can make any kind of move they want and we just have to sit and watch? So these munitions are procured on a yearly basis. That's why when we have an orderly process around here through appropriations, working through our committees, et cetera, that we can have, instead of a last-minute continuing resolutions, just means, hey, throw last year's spending in the hopper, put some duct tape and baling wire on it and kick it out for another year or whatever the period is. You can't plan for that. You certainly can't plan long-term to up your military needs and fill them when we do last-minute things like that. So we have to have a better process of procuring and planning for it. So what we saw from the end of the Cold War, we scaled down military. Okay, maybe there's a dividend there. We lost 1/3 of it, the armament production, after the Soviet Union collapsed. Then on the global war on terror, procurements and production was indeed focused on smaller, low-intensity conflicts, not a wide war. Training labor, skilled labor, takes time, and building the infrastructure to do so will take time. But what we have in place, we should be running 24/7 and have the will to do it. So what does that mean for national security? I just said it. What are they going to do? Is Russia's going to continue to be able to bully Ukraine if they want to, if they see us as weak? China and Iran, they can do what they want, and who knows what we're going to get out of North Korea. We must be ready. We must get this supply chain going again and bolster our military as we ask those to serve in it need everything they have and everything they can get in order to do their job and be safe from unnecessary risk. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, about 20 miles outside my district in Franklin, Tennessee, a 63-year-old is facing some of the worst charges on the books, including assault and rape. And it breaks my heart to say these crimes involve children as young as 9 years old. Investigators have identified several victims, but they're asking more to come forward as some of these crimes go back more than a decade. Police say the accuser, predator, targeted playgrounds and lured young boys under the guise that he was a soccer coach recruiting for his team. Days after this news broke, families learned the man accused of violating their community, their children, lived there for 20 years, but had no business being there. The accused man is an illegal immigrant. I signed a letter joined with members of the Tennessee delegation led by Senator Marsha Blackburn asking the Department of Homeland Security Secretary Mayorkas several questions, including why this man was able to go under the radar for so long. This is a very grim example of the very real consequences open border policies are having on state after state, county after county, community after community. Nearly 20,000 pounds of fentanyl have been seized at the border since this fiscal year started last October. That's already more than last fiscal year's total, and we still have more than 2 months left in this one. Furthermore, since October 1st, Customs and Border Protection officials have caught more than 125 people trying to cross the southern border who are on the terrorist watch list. No one in this body should glaze over a number like that. Let me repeat, 125 possible terrorists have tried to enter our country since last October. That's just the number we know about. That's more than fiscal years 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, and 2021 combined. How many, we might ask, have managed to cross that we don't know about? We know, for example, that 1.5 million illegal immigrants have successfully evaded law enforcement since this administration took over the border. How many of that 1.5 million were in fact terrorists? How many were smuggling drugs that will kill our young people? How many are offenders, sexual offenders, who will abuse our children? And yet in May, the Biden administration announced it would be releasing a flood of immigrants into the United States with no way of keeping track of them. Instead of getting a grip on this humanitarian and national security crisis, this president and his administration have been busy fighting Title 42 and the Trump-era Remain in Mexico policy. To be fair, the president did make his first trip to the border in his 50-year political career ever in January. As we continue to see records being broken, crime soaring, fentanyl popping up in all corners of our country and taking the lives of an entire generation of young people, overdose deaths rising, Madam Speaker, I rise today to once again implore President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas to do their constitutional duty and secure our southern border. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Burchett, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes to revise and extend my remarks. Madam Speaker, I rise to honor World War II veteran Anthony Von Klock. Anthony is 95-year-old and was born in Waltham, Massachusetts. Anthony was drafted in the Army Air Corps, where he served as an airplane and engine mechanic. He completed his basic training at Lackland Air Force Base in Texas before he was stationed at Great Falls Air Force Base in Montana and Hickman Air Force Base in Hawaii and in Japan. He received an honorable discharge in 1949 and earned the World War II Victory Medal and the Japanese Occupation Medal. During the Korean War, Anthony was called back to service where he was stationed at the Keesler Air Force Base in Mississippi. After serving in the Air Force, Anthony worked for Mackey and Eastern Airlines while living in Florida with his wife Leah and 2 daughters. He received the Charles Taylor Master Mechanic Award in 1996 for his accomplishments as a senior mechanic. It's my honor to recognize Anthony Von Klock as the Tennessee 2nd District's July 2023 Veteran of the Month, and I want to thank you, Anthony, for your incredible service to our great nation. Madam Speaker, I rise today in opposition to the latest scheme to house illegal immigrants in public schools. The mayor of New York City announced plans to house illegal immigrants in gyms on up to 30 public school campuses, which is a move that poses a serious risk for the students attending those schools. Our children's safety should come before anything else, and we need to stop this kind of nonsensical policy in its tracks before it's too late. This is just another addition to the long list of Democrat schemes that waste taxpayer dollars and fail to prioritize the safety and well-being of American citizens. It dries up resources that should be used to improve our students' education, and it also puts those children at risk, Madam Speaker. Parents should not have to send their children to schools knowing that they are sharing a campus with illegal immigrants whose backgrounds we know nothing about. We need to protect our schools' true purpose, educating our children and keeping them safe, not providing shelter for illegal immigrants. Madam Speaker, I rise to honor Leo and Judy Whiteside for more than 50 years of dedicated service to the people of Knoxville and their continued love for each other. These two have spent a lot of their own free time doing great things for those in need in and around our community. They have delivered mobile meals to homebound residents, given communion to church members who were unable to attend the church services, and even advocated for a citywide class reunion at the Austin East High School. Go Roadrunners. When people volunteer in their communities, it demonstrates what's really in their hearts. It shows they're willing to help sacrifice their own free time, effort, and even their own money to help those in need, and they expect nothing in return. I'm so proud to represent people like Leo and Judy who love the people around them. And of course, they love their family and friends, but they also love strangers they have never met before, and they take true compassion on them. If you want to know how to care for your community, folks, I think you should look to Leo and Judy for an example. They've been doing it for over 50 years, and so many people's lives have been made better because of them. Thank you, Leo and Judy. Your service and kind hearts have made the Knoxville community a much brighter place, and I'm proud to represent you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield the remainder of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Santos, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to talk about the FAA Reauthorization Act. Since before I was elected to Congress, my district has been afflicted by excessive aviation-related noise. I campaign on addressing this issue, and yesterday I gave testimony on my amendments in the Rules Committee. I'm following through on my commitment to offer relief to my constituents. If enacted, the changes I propose would lower the permissible decibel levels from 65 to 55, reevaluate the technology known as NextGen, and put up for questioning its impact to communities all around the United States that suffer with the issue of constant flight path. Since taking office, I visited with the people of New York's 3rd District who have begged me to take action on this matter, often with tears in their eyes. Most people will suppose this is an exaggeration, but most people have no idea what it's like to live right next to one of the largest airport hubs in the country. I'm here today to make sure my constituents and many others around the country know they are not alone and their plight is not in vain. I urge this body to take these amendments into consideration. Madam Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Jackson, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, recruitment is down in the military. Fewer young people are joining, in part because unemployment is low and they have higher paying options elsewhere. I would love to show young people that the military is still a good option for them, as it was for me. But in order to do that, I need some help from my friends across the aisle. I need them to put the dog whistle down. Each year's class of new recruits to our military is now the most diverse in the history of our nation. And every time they blow the dog whistle against diversity, It's not just their political base that hears it. It's young people who are trying to decide whether to enlist in our all-volunteer force. And last week's debate over the defense bill featured a series of very clear dog whistles. There was one for gay people, and one for transgender people, and one for black people, and one for women. Don't remember? Well, they ran amendments on pride flags, on diversity programs, on books in libraries, on abortion. Those were all dog whistles for their base. Our generals asked for none of that. One of them even went so far as to say that the military's strength, quote, is not its diversity. Someone in this building explicitly defended white nationalism in our military. When it comes to recruitment, I assure you, that's not helping. Caring about the military means caring about the people who serve in it, not using them as a political punching bag. If you want to help solve the recruitment problem, the first thing you need to do is stop attacking the people we need to enlist. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Eternal God, a wise man once said that life is short, and we never have too much time for gladdening the hearts of those who are traveling on this journey with us. May we heed his words, but more importantly, may we yield to your own counsel to number our days, that we may gain a heart of wisdom. Open our hearts to receive your wise instruction and fill us with compassion for those who tarry with us in this place. In the days that you have given us, may we have the discernment and the desire to value the opportunities you set before us, to make someone else happy, to put someone else at ease, to share the burdens of those around us that keep them from enjoying the life you offer. Even while the grass withers and the flower fades, may we prove swift to love and make haste to be kind. In your gracious name we pray. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from California, Mr. Garcia.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will now entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the American people heard a stunning testimony from Special Counsel John Durham last week during a House Judiciary Committee hearing on his report examining the origins of the FBI's Crossfire hurricane investigation against then presidential candidate Donald Trump. During the committee hearing, Special Counsel Durham testified that the FBI did not have an adequate predicate to launch the investigation. The FBI failed to examine exculpatory evidence and to interview key witnesses, and the FBI abused its Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act authorities. Special Counsel Durham also said that he was not aware of any evidence of collusion between President Trump's 2016 campaign and Russia. As an attorney, I am alarmed by these revelations. The good folks of Middle Tennessee deserve better from our country's premier law enforcement agency. House Republicans will do everything in our power to ensure our law enforcement institutions are carrying out the law equally so that we can end the two-tier justice system in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to congratulate my predecessor, the Honorable Dr. Donna Christensen, on the unanimous approval of the Virgin Islands Legislature to rename the Charles Harwood Memorial Complex in her honor. Dr. Christensen has spent her life as a public servant and a leader in each of her roles, whether it's medical, educational, or political. For decades, she has built a legacy as a pioneer. She was the first female physician to serve as a member of Congress, the first female to represent an offshore territory in Congress, and the first female to represent the Virgin Islands in this body. Acutely aware of the unique challenges faced by Virgin Islanders, Dr. Christensen has remained a staunch advocate for health equity for minorities and the territory and underserved communities, such as her influential work for minority health in the Affordable Care Act. In my work, I continue to build her legacy through the tireless battle to attain equitable treatment for the people of the Virgin Islands. Thank you, Dr. Christensen, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition? Mr. Speaker, I rise in recognition of Jody Singer, NASA's Marshall Space Flight Center. I rise today in honor of Jody Singer, Director of Marshall Space Flight. Recognized for 1 minute. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in honor of Jody Singer, Director of Marshall Space Flight Center in Huntsville, Alabama, on her upcoming retirement following 38 years of dedicated leadership to NASA. Director Singer's leadership, expertise, and vision were vital to the success of the International Space Station, the James Webb Telescope, the Imagining X-ray Explorer mission, the DART mission, the Space Launch System development, and the Artemis I mission. It is also with great pride that I commend her on leading over 110 space shuttle launches. For over 3 decades, she has advocated for human spaceflight, science and technology development, and deep space exploration. As an industrial engineer, she possesses the technical skills necessary to excel in advanced exploration, projects, science flight mission programs, and technology demonstration missions. Through 2 NASA fellowships, she also gained expertise in business operations, project management, and executive leadership. Director Singer, I congratulate you for your service to our community and dedication to the future of space exploration. I have no doubt that your successor will continue to advocate for Marshall. Together, we will continue to uphold the Rocket City's legacy of human systems development, scientific discovery, and technological advancement. Jody, I'll see you soon. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, as mayor of Long Beach, California for the last 8 years, I know how vital our ports are to both our local and national economies. But there are also enormous environmental concerns that disproportionately impact working-class communities that live around our ports. Now, the global shipping industry emits 1 billion tons of greenhouse gas emissions every single year. And pollution from port ships has led to some of the highest cancer and asthma rates in the country. In fact, ships pollute more than cargo trucks coming in and out of our ports. Now, while I'm proud of the work that California has done to reduce emissions at our ports, it's time for additional federal support and intervention. That's why I proudly introduced the Clean Shipping Act. This is transformational climate legislation that for the first time gives the EPA the authority to regulate carbon emissions from our shipping industry and accelerates our transition to zero-emission fuels by 2040. The legislation is co-authored by Senator Padilla in the Senate and is a path forward to cleaner air. Let's get this climate legislation done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, tomorrow the House Oversight Committee will hear testimony from 2 IRS whistleblowers who claim that the President and his son received special treatment during criminal investigations. I want to remind my colleagues that it is our constitutional duty in this body to hold the President of the United States accountable. These recent allegations of influence peddling and foreign bribery have cast a dark shadow over the integrity of this administration. The American people must ask themselves, can we trust a president to represent our best interests if he's compromised by foreign businesses or governments? We must bring the truth to light, not out of personal vendetta or partisan motivation, but out of the genuine commitment to preserving our democratic institutions. The framers of our Constitution designed our government with a system of checks and balances to prevent abuses of power. We cannot shy away from this responsibility when it matters the most. I implore every one of my colleagues to set aside personal interest and come together to seek the truth and to honor our constitutional duty. And, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the President. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Mexico seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
This week, I joined dozens of communities across the nation that are celebrating the 10th annual Latino Conservation Week. Today, I want to take the time to honor a remarkable leader and Hispanic conservation pioneer of New Mexico, Mr. Kent Salazar. Kent has made it his life's mission to ensure that those places that are so special to us in New Mexico and across the West are conserved and accessible to all. The Honorable Mr. Salazar has made an impact as the Director of Environmental Health for the City of Albuquerque, serving on the New Mexico Climate Change Task Force, as President of the New Mexico Wildlife Federation, as Chair of the National Wildlife Federation, and was appointed by President Barack Obama to chair the Valles Caldera National Trust. Kent also founded Hispanics Enjoying Camping, Hunting, and the Outdoors, or ECHO, a testament to his leadership in creating diversity in the outdoors. More importantly, Kent is a friend to all New Mexicans, a fearless champion of diversity, an accomplished hunter and outdoorsman, and one of my very good friends, someone who opened the doors for me and so many others. Kent, thank you for what you've done for our state and for our young conservationists like myself. Your work will have a lasting impact for generations. May we carry your spirit forward with the same passion and commitment that has defined your extraordinary life. Muchas gracias. Thank you, Kent.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and rise to stand by.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I want to express my grave concern regarding the alleged involvement of members of the Biden family in criminal activities. The evidence keeps popping up again and again and again that there's a lot of problems with their interactions with foreign concerns. Our duty as representatives is to demand the transparency and accountability from our leaders, whether it's within this House or in the administration, in the bureaucracy, or what have you. With that said, Congress, American people cannot ignore the mounting evidence and questionable business dealings that have plagued Hunter Biden and the rest of the Biden family for seemingly years now. We know Hunter Biden served as a board member for a firm that's been accused of bribery. We know that of his work with an investment fund that is controlled by the Bank of China, getting paid huge salaries for something he has no expertise and really spending no time on. All this comes with other pressing allegations of questionable business ethics, legal exposure, and concerns about U.S. national security because of Hunter Biden's relationships in China. Yet what do we hear lately? They're going to go after President Trump again for
time
J6
is expired.
stuff. What's
Gentleman's
the deal?
time is
I yield
expired.
back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, Republicans have their priorities all screwed up. It's a national disgrace how many hungry kids there are in America. Yet Republicans are passing bills out of the Education Committee not about hunger in our schools, but about demonizing immigrants. Republican governors lie to migrants and ship them to states like Massachusetts with no help, no notification, no nothing. And now they have the gall to threaten public school funding for communities that respond to their cruelty by caring for these poor migrants. Under Republican rule, the House Education Committee hasn't had a single markup or hearing on raising teacher pay. No hearings or markups on school shootings. No hearings or markups on reducing hunger in schools. Yet we're bringing to the floor an immigration bill from the Education Committee. While over 9 million kids in this country, that's 1 in 8 kids for God's sake, go hungry. I'm begging Republicans, stop pushing divisive culture war messaging bills. And let's focus on making sure that every kid has a healthy breakfast and lunch at school every day. Food ought to be a fundamental human right for every single person in this country. I yield back my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The irresponsible Biden open border crisis has turned every state into a border state. Every house is at risk of intrusion. The failure to lawfully secure the border by Biden and liberal Democrats encourages surges in illegal alien crossings, exposing families to terrorist, human trafficking, and dangerous drugs. The incredibly successful movie Sound of Freedom is exposing human trafficking of children in America. Since Biden took office, over 5.2 million illegal aliens have crossed the southern border. 1.5 million aliens have evaded apprehension. As an overflow factor, illegal aliens are now being housed in schools. Schools should be focused on helping students recover from devastating COVID-era learning loss. House Republicans are committed to securing the border and to provide for rule of law. One effort is the Schools Not Shelter Act, which prohibits the use of schools to provide shelter for illegal aliens. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years as the global war on terrorism continues, moving from the Afghanistan safe haven to America and open Biden borders, admitting terrorists. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and then to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Speaker, school's out, but the schoolhouse is full. I rise today to urge my colleagues to support H.R. 3941, the Schools Not Shelters Act. You see, we've got Democrat-run states such as New York that announced plans to house illegal immigrants in public schools and college dorms. Now, our educational institutions should be focused on helping students recover from the COVID lockdowns, which contributed to significant learning loss, not housing immigrants. H.R. 3941 prohibits public schools that receive federal funds from sheltering illegal aliens, which compromises school safety. Let's pass this bill and put the safety and success of our children first. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to highlight a growing injustice against millions of students throughout the country. Title I of the Elementary and Secondary Education Act is the largest source of federal assistance for schools and students in poverty. These targeted formula grants are intended to combat the effects of poverty upon student achievement. Unfortunately, the current formula has the perverse effect of diverting funds from the higher poverty school districts to more populous school districts who, in many instances, do not have the high levels of poverty. This runs counter to congressional intent and negates the fact that poverty is poverty regardless of where it occurs. To right this wrong, I've introduced H.R. 4565, the All Children Are Equal Act, to ensure that all Title I funds are distributed based on actual need and levels of poverty in a given school district. No kid should be discriminated against based on their zip code, and it's time for Congress to act and ensure no student gets left behind. I encourage all my students, all my colleagues, to support this common sense measure to ensure all children are truly treated equally. And Mr. Speaker, I want to take personal privilege as chair of the Congressional Scouting Caucus.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Scouts attending the 2023 National Jamboree, a great
Gentleman's
great
time has expired.
experience.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Iowa seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last month, the House passed my resolution condemning the use of school facilities to shelter illegal immigrants. This year, the House will take up H.R. 3941, the Schools Not Shelters Act, to officially strip federal funds from those who allow our schools to be used as hotels instead of schools. New York City Mayor Eric Adams claims that over 51,800 illegal immigrants in this city's care who need housing. The fact that so many illegal aliens have made it all the way to New York is a direct reflection of the state of our border crisis, and municipalities should not be tasked with fixing this problem. Since the Biden administration refuses to address the border crisis, we must take action in Congress and fight for America's children. After all, how can we feed America's children in the cafeterias of schools if they're housing illegal immigrants? I applaud Representative Molinaro for bringing this important piece of legislation to the floor this week, and I look forward to voting for its passage. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by the direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution H.Res. 597 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 30, House Resolution 597. Resolved that at any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved into the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the bill H.R. 3935 to amend Title 49 United States Code to reauthorize and improve the Federal Aviation Administration and other civil aviation programs and for other purposes. The first reading of the bill shall be dispensed with. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. General debate shall be confined to the bill and amendments specified in this section and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure or their respective designees. After general debate, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure now printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 118-11 shall be considered as adopted in the House and in the Committee of the Whole. The bill, as amended, shall be considered as the original bill for the purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. Section 2A. No further amendment to the bill as amended shall be in order except those printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution and amendments en bloc described in Section 3 of this resolution. B. Each further amendment printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. C. All points of order against the further amendments printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules or amendments en bloc described in Section 3 of this resolution are waived. Section 3. It shall be in order at any time for the chair of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure or his designee to offer amendments en bloc consisting of amendments printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc offered pursuant to this section shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 30 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure or their respective designees, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. Section 4. At the conclusion of consideration of the bill for amendment, the committee shall rise and report the bill as amended to the House with such further amendments as may have been adopted. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one motion to recommit. Section 5. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 3941, to prohibit the use of the facilities of a public elementary school, a public secondary school, or an institution of higher education to provide shelter for aliens who have not been admitted into the United States and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Education and the Workforce now printed in the bill shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and the Workforce or their respective designees. 2. The further amendment printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, if offered by the member designated in the report, which shall be in order without intervention of any point of order, shall be considered as read, shall be separately debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. And 3, one motion to recommit.
The gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized for 1 hour.
Mr. Speaker, for the purpose of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Scanlon, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Last night, the Rules Committee met and produced a rule, H.Res. 597, providing for consideration of 2 measures, H.R. 3935 and H.R. 3941. The rule provides for H.R. 3935, the Securing Growth and Robust Leadership in American Aviation Act, to be considered under a structured rule. With 104 amendments made in order, it provides 1 hour of debate. Equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure or their designees, and provides for 1 motion to recommit. The rule also provides for consideration of H.R. 3941, the Schools Not Shelters Act, under a structured rule with 1 hour of debate. Equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and the Workforce or their designees. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this rule and in support of the underlying pieces of legislation. H.R. 3935, the Securing Growth and Robust Leadership in American Aviation Act, was subject to a thorough committee process, one that saw a 2-day markup and eventually passed out of committee in overwhelming fashion. This is a work product of the whole House can be proud of. Chairman Graves and his team, working together with Ranking Member Larson and his team, have produced a comprehensive and timely bill. I'm sure I am joined by all my colleagues in thanking them for their hard work. As Chairman Cole mentioned in his opening remarks at the Rules Committee hearing yesterday, since the birth of flight, the United States has been a world leader in aviation safety and innovation. I firmly believe this bill follows in and adds to that tradition. Our aviation industry needs certainty. It needs opportunities to innovate, and at the same time, we need to ensure there are proper guardrails for safety. I believe the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee delivered on these goals. As a testament to meeting the mark, the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure has provided a lengthy list of groups in the aviation industry that are supportive of this bill. Aviation plays a crucial role in the American economy. This holds true in each and every congressional district represented by this body, whether that be large international airports or smaller regional airports in districts like mine. In preparing for the bill's passage, I've spoken to local aviation officials in southern Indiana to gather input. One of my constituents even referred to the underlying bill as, quote, one of the best FAA reauthorization bills they have seen. Comments like this give me great confidence in the policies we are advancing and the importance of this bill. Mr. Speaker, the United States must remain the leader in aviation safety. We must preserve the United States' position as a world leader in providing an efficient, innovative, and safe aviation transportation system. Simply put, we must remain at the forefront of global aviation, and this FAA reauthorization is a strong illustration of our leadership. And now on to H.R. 3941, the Schools Not Shelters Act. I'm proud to co-sponsor H.R. 3941. As a member of the Education and Workforce Committee, we were presented with staggering statistics that provide further evidence of Biden's border crisis. We learned that over 2,500 migrants are pouring into New York City weekly, with over 87,000 migrants arriving since last spring. It's obvious that action must be taken. These statistics from our larger cities preview what could happen across the country if action is not taken. We know some Democrats are willing, even eager, to ignore federal immigration law, and that's why I've become concerned with proposals to house illegal migrants in our schools and what that means for students and school safety across the country. While every child should have access to all the resources they need to be successful in their education, K-12 facilities should be used for educational purposes, not as housing units for illegal migrants. College and university campuses should not be distracted from meeting the educational needs of students because the Biden administration has failed to secure the southern border. I'm sympathetic to the issues created by this administration leading to the influx of migrants into the interior of the United States, but I vehemently disagree that these problems should be borne by our schools or their students. That's why this legislation is necessary and why I am again proud to be a co-sponsor. And I now reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. A gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the gentlewoman from Indiana for yielding the customary 30 minutes. Mr. Speaker, with the two bills under consideration in today's rule, we have a striking example of the best and worst that this chamber can produce. The first bill reauthorizes the Federal Aviation Administration for another 5 years. That bill is the product of bipartisan negotiations between the members of the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee. It was debated and amended in committee with the full participation of all members, Republicans and Democrats, and it passed out of that committee with unanimous support, So this FAA bill is an example of how the legislative process can and should work when members of Congress seek results and are willing to work together to address the interests of the American people. The other bill in today's rule could not be more different. It is an unserious, hyper-partisan proposal from right-wing extremists designed to sow division and fear by pushing false narratives about immigrants and what's happening in our public schools. And in a truly bizarre twist for the party of small government, this bill would have the federal government dictating to our local governments and schools what they should do with their buildings. All of this is done under the guise of solving a fake crisis manufactured by Republicans, both by sending migrants to cities run by Democrats in a failed attempt to score political points, and more importantly, by refusing to come to the table and genuinely address the critical need for substantive reforms to our immigration system. If everyone could follow the lead of our colleagues on the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, and if our right-wing colleagues could drop the heated rhetoric and partisan nonsense, there are many solutions that Republicans and Democrats could work on together to serve the American people, and we would welcome that opportunity. I'll return to this point, Mr. Speaker, but first let's talk about the two bills. H.R. 3935, the Securing Growth and Robust Leadership in American Aviation Act, will reauthorize the FAA for 5 years and make a variety of much-needed improvements to the laws governing aviation in the United States. I'm encouraged by many of the policy wins that Democrats achieved in this bill, including policies to increase funding for airport infrastructure, increase the scope of projects eligible for funding, hire more air traffic controllers, and grow the talent pipeline for hiring and training the next generation of pilots, mechanics, and aviation manufacturing workers. This bill also takes some much-needed steps to improve the passenger experience. The bill requires airlines to reimburse passengers for hotel and meal costs when their flight is canceled or significantly delayed. It requires airlines to allow families to sit together, and requires airlines to make accommodations for passengers traveling with wheelchairs or other assistive devices, and to compensate those travelers if their property is damaged by the airline. Now, while this bill is good, it's far from perfect. I recognize that when you negotiate, you don't always get what you want. But when you negotiate with this House Republican majority, it's not only you don't get what you want, it's also that you get less than what's needed to actually fix the problem at hand. Mr. Speaker, anyone who takes a flight knows the sorry state of our nation's airports. While our country was once first in flight, our airports are now collectively second and third rate. And that's a policy choice by Congress. Over the past 30 years, we have underfunded our airports, forcing them to get by on inadequate budgets and limited revenue streams. The result is crystal clear to anyone who flies: old, crowded airports, large backlogs in runway maintenance, and a passenger experience that is often unpleasant from the moment you try to check in until you arrive at your destination. And we did hear a fair amount of commentary on that from our colleagues in the Rules Committee last night. The passenger experience at many U.S. airports is eclipsed by virtually every other airport in Europe and Asia, and there's no good excuse for that. Beyond the obvious benefits of improving the flying experience for American travelers, having first-class airports should be a point of national pride. We are not putting our best foot forward when foreign tourists visit the United States, the richest country on earth, and the first thing they experience is a crumbling, unattractive, and inefficient airport. The Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act made a massive investment in our nation's airports, and dozens of projects have broken ground as a result. However, the IIJA was a one-time investment and gives us about 5 years of boosted airport funding. We need to build on the success of that bill, not rest on our laurels and pretend that this short-term fix was a long-term solution to decades of underinvestment. In addition, I would have liked to see stronger protections for workers and consumers. I strongly oppose the provision in the bill to raise the pilot retirement age to 67, and I would have liked to have seen reforms to make it easier for airline workers to organize and form a union, and to hold airlines accountable for junk fees, delays, and cancellations. But again, I recognize that any bill of this sort is a compromise. And in a compromise, you have to work with others who don't share your values, and you can't always get your own way. And it's important to pass this bill in a timely way so that we are able to maintain and improve our aviation functions without a lapse. Mr. Speaker, the other bill in today's rule is the so-called Schools Not Shelters Act, or as one of my colleagues calls it, the Defund Our Schools Act. This bill is a monumental waste of the House's time and taxpayer dollars. It's nothing more than an attempt by House Republicans to double down on their demonization of immigrants. The House had this same debate last month when Republicans brought to the floor a poorly drafted and fact-free resolution to the same effect. Now they've turned that resolution into a bill so they can continue their failed efforts to sow fear of immigrants in order to score political points. This bill does nothing to address the needs of communities facing an influx of migrant families or to solve the problems facing our schools. It's nothing more than another vehicle to create division and stoke culture wars, because that is the point. Starting with the last administration, right-wing Republicans at the state and federal level have abused migrant families and children fleeing poverty and violence to manufacture a crisis, using them as pawns to score points. For example, if Greg Abbott, the governor of Texas, was genuinely unable to safely shelter migrants, he could have reached out in good faith to state and local leaders around the country to collaborate on solutions, instead of shipping migrant families to those places without any notice or coordination. He could have reached out to the Biden administration for additional resources. He could have come to Congress and asked for emergency funding, but instead, when faced with all those options, Governor Abbott decided to mislead or trick migrants and ship them to other parts of the country with no coordination or communication to the receiving communities. One of the destinations chosen by Governor Abbott and Governor DeSantis as well was Philadelphia. And I met some of those migrant families last winter, during the week between Christmas and New Year's, when temperatures were at or below freezing. They sent buses of families and children to Philadelphia. These families arrived in T-shirts and sandals, no jackets, no gloves. They were dropped off on the street, 6 a.m., middle of the night. If not for the mercy and decency of our city officials and charities and churches and advocates, those poor souls would have been left on the street in the middle of winter. These are human beings. These are families with children, people escaping horrors that apparently our colleagues can't even imagine. I still struggle to process the willingness of those Republican governors to harm people and the willingness of our colleagues to enable them. And while those Republican governors thought that everyone shared their contempt and disregard for the humanity of these families, they were dead wrong. All over the country, the cities that received these migrants did so with open arms and worked in unison with their faith communities, with volunteers, with advocates, to find solutions rather than inflict further harm. They refused to play this sick game. They welcomed the migrants with compassion. I continue to be inspired by the fundamental decency and kindness of the Americans who mobilized to help migrants coming to our shores, yearning to breathe free, as we have throughout our American history. We're the country we are today because of the innumerable contributions of immigrants from all over the world. So instead of debating right-wing messaging bills to posture for Republicans' extremist base, we should be using our time to pass a clear, legal, and efficient path to work, residency, and citizenship. We need to pass the American Dream and Promise Act again to provide all dreamers with a pathway to citizenship. But our colleagues are not offering solutions to our immigration challenges. They're just offering complaints. They don't have a single serious proposal for how we can address the needs of our immigration system. And it's particularly galling that they have tried to reframe their active mistreatment of migrant families as a threat to public school children, calling to defund public schools in retaliation against local governments for addressing the mess that Governor Abbott created. As my colleague Mr. Neguse pointed out in the Rules Committee hearing last night, the House majority has made clear its priorities, pushing unserious bills like this anti-immigrant bill while failing to address the actual issues facing our public schools, including teacher pay, student achievement gaps, gun violence, and hunger, daily hunger for school children. Later this week, when Republicans host their press conference to celebrate passage of this bill, all these problems will still exist. I look forward to passage of the FAA reauthorization later this week, and I reserve the remainder of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
Well, I thank the gentlelady. I thank the Speaker. I would note that my colleague on the other side of the aisle from Pennsylvania referred to the crisis that we are experiencing on the southern border as a, quote, fake crisis. I just want everybody in America to understand our colleagues on the other side of the aisle believe that what we are experiencing on the southern border is a fake crisis. Said, quote, demonizing migrants, criticizing Governor Abbott for having to deal with the crisis that they call fake. Governor Abbott, yes, moving migrants from Texas to other parts of the country, just like the mayor of El Paso, just like the mayor of New York. The mayor of New York, who, by the way, exists in a sanctuary city and then wants to come begging the federal government for money. That's the truth. We know precisely what is going on the southern border. And my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, they're not just in denial, they're literally making up facts. They're saying things that are completely untrue. Did the state of Pennsylvania have to appropriate $10 billion? $10 billion that the state of Texas has had to do to make up for the fact that federal government is not only refusing to enforce the law, but is actively participating, as this president is doing, and as the Secretary of Homeland Security is doing, while he lies to be under oath in the Judiciary Committee, actively participating in the trafficking of human beings into the United States, the trafficking of little girls into the sex trafficking trade. Was it a fake crisis for the 53 migrants who were cooked in a tractor trailer last August in San Antonio, Texas? Is that fake? Is it a fake crisis for the 856 migrants who died along the Rio Grande in South Texas and in Arizona last year? Is that fake? Is it fake for the little girl that's sitting in a stash house in Houston, San Antonio, New York, or Philadelphia right now, being raped by her captors? Or in Fort Worth, Texas, as a federal judge articulated in a federal opinion just 2 months ago?
Mr. Speaker, I yield an additional minute to Mr. Roy.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentlelady. Of course it's not fake, and we're having it impact the entire country, and that is why I support the gentleman's bill, Schools Not Shelters. And yes, we've passed other legislation like H.R. 2, which would address the problem, but which my colleagues on the other side of the aisle and this president refused to do. We are doing this, of course, jointly while we were trying to move the FAA reauthorization. I support that bill too, but we must include slots. I just want to be very clear for the people of San Antonio, for cities outside of the perimeter that was created in 1966, to increase the slots at Reagan less than 2% is critically important for the American people to have access to their nation's capital, including San Antonio, with 1.6 million people, the 7th largest city in the country, to have access to Ronald Reagan National Airport. So I hope we will adopt that amendment so that the FAA bill can move strongly to the Senate and get passed. I yield back.
Gentlewoman reserves.
Reserve.
Gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, and I'm so sorry my colleague across the aisle misunderstood me. The fake crisis I was referring to was the crisis that this Defund Our Schools bill is seeking to address, which is the use of active public school buildings to house migrants. That is a fake crisis. It actually is not happening across the country, and it was brought up only after the Texas governor sent migrant families unannounced to New York State. Obviously, we have an issue with the amount of migration occurring throughout our hemisphere and the impact on our communities, and I would gladly work with anyone to make sure that all of our communities, whether in Texas or New York or Philadelphia or Martha's Vineyard or anywhere across our country have the resources they need to feed and clothe hungry and unsheltered people in those communities. So at any rate, at this point, I would yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Berrigan.
Gentlewoman from California is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise as chair of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus in opposition to H.R. 3941, which is what I call the anti-student, anti-family, anti-immigrant act. This bill is another attempt by Republicans to dehumanize migrants under the excuse of student safety. Give me a break. First, this bill does nothing to protect our students. In fact, it does the opposite. It cuts funding for schools that dare to provide shelter for those who escape oppression and seek protection in our country, even if the school is empty or closed down with no students. Republicans claim they are the party that protects children, but they are the same party that's directing Texas state troopers to push migrant children back into the Rio Grande River to drown. They should be ashamed. I urge my colleagues to oppose this anti-student and anti-immigrant proposal. I yield back.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Langworthy.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you for the gentlewoman from Indiana for yielding time today, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to support the rule in protecting our communities in our public schools from paying the price for the Biden administration's broken border policies. 5 counties in my district have declared a state of emergency in responding to the overwhelming influx of illegal immigration that Democrats in Washington and in my own state of New York refuse to address. Many of the communities in my district already struggle to provide essential services, but thanks to President Biden, Governor Hochul, and Mayor Adams, they are now forced to shoulder the heavy burden of housing illegal migrants. For anyone who wants to call those supportive of this effort today as lacking compassion, cruel, callous, whatever they want to come up with, I have this to say. My constituents who are struggling to accommodate an influx of people who broke the law to enter this country do not lack compassion. They are simply trying to survive in the face of an administration that refuses to protect this country's sovereignty and to secure our borders. Families, like those in my district who have seen their loved ones die from the fentanyl flooding into our communities, they're not callous. They are desperate to see something done to stop the flow of lethal substances and save as many lives as possible. Communities across America who see that New York City is attempting to do by co-opting their public schools at the expense of their children are not cruel for wanting to stop this. They're worried about the safety and the well-being of their children. I strongly support the rule before us today and appreciate the leadership of my good friend and fellow New Yorker, Congressman Mark Molinaro, in bringing forward H.R. 3941, the Schools Not Shelter Act. The Biden administration has already demonstrated its callousness, cruelty, and lack of compassion by refusing to secure our borders and uphold our immigration laws. I urge my colleagues to join me in saying enough and support this rule before us today.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you. I mean, as I suggested, this is just about right-wing messaging, pushing a false narrative that anybody is advocating for an open border. They aren't. While still refusing to come to grips with what do we do with the people who come here? What do we do with the people who are here? If there are solutions, we would love to work together on them, and one of them appears to be providing enough resources for our communities to feed and house folks. Mr. Speaker, if we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule to provide for consideration of a resolution which unequivocally states that it's the House's duty to keep our sacred promise to American workers and seniors to protect and preserve Social Security and Medicare, and reject any cuts to those essential programs. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record, along with any extraneous material, immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, to discuss this proposal, I yield 4 minutes to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Escobar.
Gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week, the House is poised to pass a bill threatening funding for public schools and institutions of higher learning if they provide shelter to vulnerable migrants. First, it's important to state the obvious. Migrant encounters are down by 70%, and the number of people arriving at the southern border has dropped significantly since the Biden administration ended the use of the Trump-era Title 42 policy months ago. So while my Republican colleagues want to continue their rabidly anti-immigrant agenda instead of focusing on the needs of the American people should know that President Biden's efforts to better manage the border are working. Second, it's important for the American people to understand what my Republican colleagues are really trying to do. Last December, and early again this spring, members of the media descended on my community of El Paso, Texas, to film and interview hundreds and at some point thousands of migrants sleeping on the streets of El Paso. During that coverage, my community told the country that our shelters were full. My community, like others across the country, sprang into action, and with the help of federal funding, El Paso's Office of Emergency Management provided emergency shelter for vulnerable migrants, and because other shelters were full, had to use empty schools on a temporary basis. My Republican colleagues aren't trying to help us find solutions, which, by the way, could be done if we could get bipartisan comprehensive immigration reform done. Instead, they are using legislative action to harm migrants and harm communities like mine. Earlier this year, Republicans worked to eliminate funding to NGOs and receiving communities, and now they are deliberately trying to create a humanitarian catastrophe by further limiting options for receiving communities. This is what they want, a humanitarian catastrophe. By prohibiting the use of schools for emergency shelter, my Republican colleagues are creating a situation where migrants may not have anywhere else to go except the streets of communities like mine, if we were to see numbers climb again. Unfortunately, the Republican Party of today is gripped by troubling extremism, and instead of seeking real solutions, again, like passing comprehensive immigration reform on a bipartisan basis, they are instead seeking to appease the extremists among them in their ranks. If they want to deal with challenges inside our schools, how about they work with us on gun violence or teacher shortages? Democrats, on the other hand, remain focused on solutions and will continue to fight for the needs of Americans. And one of those areas of concerns in districts across the country has more to do with ensuring we protect key programs that help everyday Americans. Which is why, if we defeat the previous question, Democrats will bring up a resolution affirming our commitment to protecting Social Security and Medicare. These are vital programs that have a profound impact on the lives of millions of Americans. Both programs serve as a cornerstone of retirement security and affordable health care coverage for our seniors, people with disabilities, disabled workers, and survivors of deceased workers. In my district, many El Pasoans rely on Social Security and Medicare to help them meet their basic needs, such as housing, preventative care, prescription drugs, doctor's visits, and daily expenses. This inhumane school defunding bill does nothing to truly address any real challenges we face. And I urge my colleagues to defeat the previous question so we can instead bring up important legislation affirming our commitment to the American people. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. McLean.
Gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of the Schools Not Shelter Act. This bill will protect our students' safety and our schools, ensuring that they're used for learnings. I don't know if anyone's recently looked, but the scores of math are down. The scores of reading are down. This bill will make sure that our schools, I'll say it again, are used for learning, not to house illegal aliens crossing our southern border. The decision of local officials in New York City and elsewhere to house illegal aliens at school threatens the safety of our students. We wouldn't need this bill if President Biden did his job and secured the southern border. See, I'm open to talking about immigration reform, but we must secure our southern border. They are not one and the same. They are different. Schools should never let a stranger come into a school without ID. I know when I go into my daughter's school, I have to show ID. What is happening now is we are letting illegals into our school with no idea who these illegals are. They haven't been vetted at the border. Background checks haven't been run. We don't know who's coming into our schools. Could we at least employ the same type of verification that we do for legal American citizens? I mean, it doesn't make sense. Schools are not hotels. They are for education. When declaring New York's statute a sanctuary state, New York officials should have been a little bit better prepared for the mass number of migrants in a different manner and not throw the problems on our children's schools. I find it's funny how they have an opinion on the southern border, but yet when the sanctuary city receives illegal migrants, oh my goodness, they're all up in arms. And they receive those migrants at a much lower rate than their border cities. Democrats are playing politics with people's lives instead of providing a quality education. And they're more focused on spending your taxpayer money on illegals and telling your kids what pronouns they should be. We have a math and reading problem. Perhaps we should focus our attention educationally there. Pass this bill today, protect our children, and keep criminals out of our schools. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you. I find myself in complete agreement that we should be addressing the actual issues like student achievement that are impacting our students, but obviously this bill does none of that. Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from New Mexico, a distinguished member of the Rules Committee, Ms. Ledger-Fernandez.
Gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I completely agree as well that we do have an issue that we must address in terms of improving our education system, investing in our students, investing in our schools. But does this bill do this? Absolutely not. Last night in Rules, we actually had the debate about the fact that in the Education Committee, what has come out so far is nothing that addresses reading, math, STEM. What has come out so far is the kitchen sink of culture wars. And our families do not want culture wars in our schools. They want us to focus on learning, on making sure that our students can not just survive but thrive. And so here we are, standing on this floor once again to debate a bill that would defund our schools and dehumanize asylum seekers and immigrants. That would dehumanize asylum seekers. I remind my colleagues that one of the first asylum seekers that we know about was when a mother put her young baby into a raft, into a basket, and sent that baby down the river, and he was saved, and his name was Moses. Asylum seekers today are doing the same. They are trying to flee incredible violence and get refuge here in the United States. And what we are debating on the floor today is the fact that instead of As Republicans stated last night, the academic success and safety of our students must always be placed first, no exceptions, and that's a quote. If it's no exceptions, then why are we not addressing gun violence, which is the biggest cause of death and injury for children in school and sadly also in their neighborhoods? This bill does nothing to address gun violence, even though more than 344,000 children directly experience gun violence, even though in just the 6 months this year, we've already had 188 school shooting incidents with 143 victims in our schools. When will you take up saving our children in our schools by addressing gun violence? So rather than making sure our students can thrive and stay alive in schools, this bill would defund our schools if an empty gym, and that's all we're talking about, is an occasionally empty gym is used in the coldest winter night or hottest summer day to shelter asylum seekers who have already been processed through the system. So at this point in time, they're actually around, they have a legal pathway that they are seeking. Republicans have decided to politicize the border and immigration. They ignore the fact that apprehensions at the southern border are down by 70%. They are down by 70% because of Biden policy.
Fired.
30 seconds.
Gentlewoman
yes,
is recognized for an additional 30 seconds.
Thank you. Yes, we have a broken immigration system, but whose fault is that? Last Congress, we passed several bipartisan immigration bills, the Dream and Promise Act, the Farm Worker Modernization Act. Did any of the Republicans pushing this bill vote for those, vote for the problem solvers? No. So I will end with this. Matthew 25:35 reminds us, for I was hungry and you gave me food. I was thirsty and you gave me drink. I was a stranger and you welcomed me. I ask my Republican colleagues to show the same humanity in this bill and vote against it. I yield back.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to note that new laws will not keep criminals guns from criminals any more than the current ones that we have. And this legislation does not defund schools. I think there's a disconnect from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, because we have before us legislation that would simply say that schools need to be focused on education and not on housing illegal migrants. Migrants that my colleague from Michigan, Ms. McClain, pointed out have no background check, have the inability to verify and determine if they would be safe. Meanwhile, parents of students in my school corporation have to have background checks to go in for classroom parties. So we're not defunding schools, we're simply saying that schools cannot house these migrants as a matter of safety for our children. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Van Orden.
The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank the gentlelady from Indiana. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the 43rd Amendment of the rules package. The United States has long been recognized as a global leader in aviation safety, and each day thousands of men and women work tirelessly to ensure smooth operations at our nation's airports. However, in recent months, we've witnessed a concerning increase in fatalities of our ground crews, especially in rural airports like those in my district. First and foremost, it's crucial to understand and acknowledge that historically, the United States has been a leader in aviation safety. For decades, we've set the standards for the rest of the world with safety protocols that have undoubtedly saved countless lives. Nonetheless, we cannot ignore the disturbing trend that has emerged in recent months. Close calls in our airspace and tragedies at our airports have become alarmingly frequent. These incidents remind us that we cannot be complacent on issues that threaten the safety of my constituents who work in rural airports and those who spend their days helping Americans get from point A to point B. I'm proud to be the first co-sponsor to this amendment that was introduced by my Democrat colleague from the great state of Oregon, Ms. Hoyle, because it just makes sense. It requires the FAA to develop and publish safety training materials for airport ground crew workers, including supervisory employees. This amendment will help incidents involving aircraft ingestion and jet blast hazards decrease. And it is critical to keeping the airport workers in Wisconsin's 3rd Congressional District safe. The 2023 FAA reauthorization is bold and necessary, and it takes steps towards protecting the men and women that make it possible for most of us to travel to this chamber so that we can serve our constituents. With that, I yield back.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you. As I was listening to some of the prior speakers, I started to understand why we have this defund the schools bill before us today. It's based upon a whole bunch of misunderstandings. The idea that migrants who are in the position where they're potentially being housed in our communities, these folks have in fact been vetted by our immigration agencies. Second of all, no federal school funding can be used for that purpose. That funding is already restricted, and if it were to be used for the purpose of housing migrants, it could be immediately clawed back. So again, this is a bill that accomplishes nothing based on a series of alternative facts, and I would strongly urge that we reject it and the rule. With that, I would reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Molinaro.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Indiana. Let me first clarify. I live in the state of New York where Mayor Eric Adams decided, and the city of New York, to declare itself a sanctuary city. It opened its arms to individuals from across the globe. The city of New York decided to transport individuals, treating them not as human souls, but simply as property to be displaced to upstate counties. There is no screening. There is no criminal background check. And in many cases, there's no monitoring or any coordination between the city of New York and those other communities that made no such decision, no such choice. Earlier, my colleague across the aisle suggested that the governors that engage in similar activities should simply coordinate and communicate with those other cities. Well, how about the city of New York communicating and coordinating with the rest of the communities? My colleague suggested that governors merely should turn their attention to the president and simply ask for assistance. Ironically, Mayor Eric Adams made exactly that request and was met with deafening silence. My colleague across the aisle suggested that this is a manufactured crisis. It is a humanitarian crisis at our border that too many of my colleagues in power, by the way, for several years, chose not to pay attention to. President ignoring. And now communities across the country are faced with a humanitarian crisis. I'm sponsoring the bill not because I don't care about the souls. I spent 12 years locating and identifying real shelters for individuals, unaccompanied minors. I sponsored the bill because families and communities in New York State and in New York City know their schools are not empty. These are centers of education and academics and athletics. And during the summer months, these are the places, by the way, that single moms send their children to get the services and support they need. Lunches are provided. And for kids like my own, therapies for those with disabilities are provided. For 2.5 years, we turned our back on those very children. So these families are frightened, they're upset, and they're agitated by a government that doesn't pay attention to the concerns they have and instead displaces their children, when the city of New York has the capacity, and the president and the White House has the capacity to address this problem where it exists. Mr. Speaker, I was intending to speak on a number of provisions within the FAA reauthorization, and I'd like to try to get to just 2. Within this FAA reauthorization bill, the Access and Dignity for All People Who Travel Act, which I lead, ensures those with disabilities who need special seating accommodations receive them. Too often, those with disabilities ignored. This bill rectifies that. Another within the FAA reauthorization is the Future of Aviation Act. This allows public airports that receive funding to use money.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield an additional 30 seconds to Mr. Molinaro.
Gentleman is recognized for 30 seconds.
This allows additional funding to airports to advanced air mobility, including eVTOLs and electrical aircraft charging and additional building out of their infrastructure. And lastly, the bill includes AAM that will help reconnect rural communities, reinvigorating tourism, improving ease of movement, and connecting rural communities to regional airports. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you. We've heard the gentleman describing parents of school children being frightened and upset and agitated because their school needs, their education needs are not being met, their needs for food or remedial education. I would remind my colleagues that they hold the majority and they are able to bring forward those bills and have the committee work to address those needs. But again, the bill before us today does none of that. Again, we would love to work together in a bipartisan manner, as the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee has done, to present a really good, forward-looking bill to address our nation's aviation needs, and we would just like to extend that ability to work on solutions as opposed to culture wars throughout the work before us for the good of the people. With that, I would reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Malliotakis.
Gentlewoman from New York is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 3941. I'm proud to co-sponsor this legislation with Congressman Mark Molinaro, also from the state of New York. There are two people who are truly responsible for the crisis that we see of 7 million illegal immigrants who have come to the United States. And that is our president, who decided to open the borders without any type of process, any type of order, and quite frankly, in violation of our own federal laws. And then you have Mayor Adams in New York City, the city in which I reside and represent, who decided to misinterpret New York City's shelter law, right to shelter law, which was intended for American citizens, not citizens of other countries who just came over the border last week. The problem is, if you look at New York City right now, you'll see that there are more illegal immigrants being housed in our shelters than American citizens. Walk down the streets of the city and you see homeless New Yorkers, people who have substance abuse issues, people who have mental health issues, lying on the streets of our city while the mayor has gone head over heels and has done everything possible to house citizens of other countries who chose not to follow our rules, who chose not to follow the proper process, and have come into our country, and we don't vet them properly. We don't know what their intentions are. And I'm the daughter of immigrants, and I think that many people are coming here for the right reasons. They do want to have a better life, but there are many others who are not, and we need to differentiate the difference. And people who come legally need to follow our process. 2/3 of the people who are heard in court are not legitimate asylum seekers. That means they're in this country illegally. And for the mayor to insist that New York taxpayers have to continue to foot the bill of billions and billions of dollars while they're trying to keep roofs over their own heads. They're trying to pay their mortgages. They're trying to pay their property taxes, which he keeps raising, that levy. They keep trying to pay their mortgage. They're having own difficulty, thanks to Biden inflation, of keeping their own roof over their head. And now the mayor wants them to house these individuals as well. And then on top of it, to add schools, which is where children should be learning. They've lost 2 years of socialization, of physical fitness, of interaction, thanks to COVID. And now he wants to take away the school gym. So if anyone says it's a manufactured crisis, look at New York City, because it is happening there. And the people of New York know it, the people of this country know it, and they know that it has to stop. House Republicans put forward, by the way, a proposal to stop this, to secure our borders. And every single one of the Democrats voted against it.
This time has expired. Gentlewoman.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to inquire, does the gentlelady from Pennsylvania have any additional speakers, or are they prepared to close?
Yes, I'm prepared to close, and I would make the same inquiry.
I'm prepared to close as well.
Okay.
The lady from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, what we're seeing this week is a tale of two Congresses. One that is capable of working across the aisle to solve real problems, but one that is increasingly held hostage by forces more interested in culture wars and punching down on vulnerable people to score political points. I would ask my House colleagues again to follow the example set by the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, as well as the House Armed Services Committee. I think this building and our country works a lot better when members put their heads down and work on solutions to the problems facing the country, and I'd like to think there are many members in both parties who would agree with that view. However, we learned a lot last week from Kevin McCarthy and the most extreme members of the Republican Party. Since the first day of the 118th Congress, particularly on the Rules Committee, we've heard countless lofty speeches from our Republican colleagues about the need for more transparency in our processes, for more amendments to be considered on the floor, for more debate, and for more rank-and-file members to have their priorities considered by the whole House. Last week, House Republicans had the chance to stand behind those words and instead blocked over 1,000 amendments submitted to the NDAA. Today's rule and the amendments allowed on it were negotiated behind closed doors, but not between Democrats and Republicans, but between Republicans and the most extreme members of that party. And next week, Kevin McCarthy has already signaled that he's abandoning his commitment to consider appropriations legislation under an open rule. So it's become increasingly clear what the real deal is. It's an open rule for the right-wing Freedom Caucus and a closed rule for everyone else, including many Republicans who do not endorse the chaos and anti-democratic impulses pushed by the far-right members of their party. So despite all the griping about regular order or empowering individual members, this Congress remains in thrall to a power grab, plain and simple, by the most extreme members of the Republican majority. We can now expect Speaker McCarthy to fold at the first sight of trouble, meaning that the House is now run by its loudest and most extreme members. Beyond being an embarrassing way to run a democratic institution, this arrangement only serves to weaken the House and all but guarantees that the Senate will jam us on big legislation like appropriations, the NDAA, and the FAA reauthorization. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to oppose the previous question and the rule, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I would like to yield myself the balance of my time.
Without objection.
We face another week of big legislation under consideration for a vote on the House floor to better the lives of everyday Americans. Both the Securing Growth and Robust Leadership in American Aviation Act and the Schools Not Shelters Act are important steps in delivering on our promise for a nation that's safe. Republicans are keeping our commitment to America. With the passage of these two bills, we can continue to lead in aviation safety and innovation and keep the promise to our students that schools are a place dedicated to learning and safety. I look forward to moving these promises out of the House this week, and I ask my colleagues to join me in voting yes on the previous question and yes on the rule. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
Gentlewoman yields back. The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
I would request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, the chair will reduce to 5 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote on the question of adoption of the resolution. This is a 15-minute vote.
minutes. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Does any member wish to change their vote?
Vote. The yeas are 213. The nays are 207. The previous question is ordered. The previous question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Pennsylvania rise? Order. Order.
We request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote?
On this vote, the yeas are 213, the nays are 206. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The House will come to order. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to the order of the House of July 13, 2023, I call up House Joint Resolution 68 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The House will come to order. The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
House Joint Resolution 68, joint resolution relating to a national emergency declared by the President on October 27, 2006.
Pursuant to the order of the House of July 13, 2023, the joint resolution is considered read. The joint resolution shall be debatable for 30 minutes, equally divided among and controlled by Republican Representative McCall of Texas, Representative Meeks of New York, and Representative Boebert of Colorado, or their respective designees. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Lawler, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, and the gentlewoman from Colorado, Mrs. Boebert, will each control 10 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to House Joint Resolution 68 and all of this afternoon's privileged resolutions on this matter. The International Emergency Economic Powers Act created a process by which the President could declare a national emergency, create sanction authorities for that emergency, and impose those sanctions on the malign actors that are causing the emergency in the first place. While I agree with my colleagues about the need for congressional oversight and modernization of presidential emergency powers, I strongly disagree with the process by which they are trying to force change. The national emergencies we are discussing today provide the legal basis for critical sanctions programs targeting some of the most evil people on earth. Although some of these authorities were enacted years ago, many sanctioned individuals continue to pose a clear and present danger to U.S. national security interests today. These ill-thought-out joint resolutions, by terminating these national emergencies, would immediately eliminate these sanctions programs without allowing adequate time for Congress or the executive branch to establish an alternative sanctioning authority. It would also unfreeze sanctioned individuals' assets, immediately putting millions of dollars into the hands of some of the world's most dangerous criminals. Even if a new authority were created, these monsters would not be automatically re-sanctioned. Each of the hundreds of sanctions designations at issue today was built on strong evidence compiled over months or even years. It is not a switch that can be flipped on or off. More time and a lot more taxpayer money would need to go into redoing the work that has already taken place to renew these sanctions. Another reason why this is a horrendous idea is that fines collected from violating terrorist-related sanctions largely goes towards the Victims of State-Sponsored Terrorism Fund, which provides critical compensation for American victims of state-sponsored terrorist attacks. Since the fund was established, it has paid out over $3 billion to eligible claimants, and by law, 50% of these distributions must be paid to 9/11-related claimants. 9/11 was the deadliest terror attack worldwide, and the attack has had a huge impact on the New York community in particular. Today, we still have cops, firefighters, first responders suffering from 9/11-related illnesses. The worst thing that we can do is take money away from 9/11 families and give it right back to terrorists. Again, while I understand my colleagues' desire to reform the national emergency process, empowering terrorists, corrupt officials, and war criminals is not the answer. And draining the fund that assists victims of terrorist attacks should be a crime in and of itself. We should address these issues directly through regular order rather than arbitrarily removing sanctions authorities that are essential to our national security. And I urge President Biden to engage with Congress on this instead of blatantly avoiding the topic. But now, for the specific matter at hand, I strictly oppose House Joint Resolution 68, which would terminate the national emergency with respect to the Democratic Republic of the Congo. The forced termination of that emergency would lead to the rescission of sanctions and immediate release of millions of dollars to more than 60 currently sanctioned malicious foreign actors, including notorious arms dealer Viktor Bout, Russia's merchant of death, whose freedom Vladimir Putin demanded in exchange for American hostage Brittany Griner. This is the man you'd be helping by passing this joint resolution. Someone who was convicted of conspiracy to kill American citizens and officials, delivery of anti-aircraft missiles, and providing aid to a terrorist organization. it would empower this horrific individual and embolden the Kremlin even further. Revoking this emergency would also impact our ability to fight the Islamic State affiliate in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Africa already represents the largest growth area of terrorism in the world, and Islamic State and al-Qaeda affiliates fuel these groups' global networks. This resolution would make it easier for ISIS to use proxies in Africa to finance its terror operations. Further revoking the national emergency would release currently frozen money to individuals and groups who have perpetrated and profited from the ongoing deadly strife in Eastern Democratic Republic of the Congo. Groups like the M23 group, the armed militia primarily responsible for that bloody conflict. In recent months, international pressure on all parties has resulted in less offensive military action and violence in the Eastern Democratic Republic of the Congo. This resolution could free up funds like groups like M23 would immediately use to purchase advanced weaponry, worsening the humanitarian situation and destabilizing the region. I urge all of my colleagues to oppose this reckless resolution, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong opposition to H.J. Res. 68. For the next several hours on the House floor, we will not be discussing how to raise wages for the middle class, debating how to create a regulatory framework for next-generation artificial intelligence technology, or strategizing about competing with China in the 21st century. Instead, we will be debating a handful of resolutions that will provide immediate sanctions relief for human rights violators, illicit arm dealers, and terrorists with American blood on their hands. Now, I'm not being hyperbolic, and I'm not exaggerating. The resolutions before us terminate emergencies that were declared for the express purpose of sanctioning war criminals. Given that we have several similar resolutions on the floor, it is worth providing some background on how the sanctions process worked. In 1976, Congress passed the National Emergencies Act. This act formalized how the president can declare a normal emergency, enumerated certain powers the president can use during such an emergency, and gave Congress the ability to terminate an emergency via a resolution like the one we have before us today. A year later, Congress built on this framework with the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, often referred to as IEPA, which further elucidated what actions the president may take to regulate international commerce in such an emergency. IEPA is the foundation of the modern American sanctions regime. The benefits of IEPA are very clear. They allow the president to move quickly to impose sanctions. Though, of course, some time is needed to jump through appropriate and necessary due process hurdles, the president is able to impose sanctions without a particular congressional mandate. It is my view, likely shared by the sponsor and hopefully many members of this body, that the power over sanctions has moved too much to the executive branch and too far from Congress. Too often, congressionally mandated sanctions are slow-rolled or minimized while the executive presses on with its preferred targets. But I do not want to diminish the seriousness and the impressive work professionals at the State Department, the Treasury Department, and the National Security Council do on sanctions. They take the work very seriously and apply thoughtful policies with an intentional detail, executing their actions in a careful manner. Members of Congress should not bitterly substitute their judgment about existing national emergencies without conducting a thorough review of the evidence, obtaining extensive briefings from the executive branch, and gaining a firm understanding of the consequences of a termination. Moreover, each national emergency is reviewed at least annually. The Bush administration, the Obama administration, the Trump administration, and now the Biden administration all renewed the national emergency this resolution seeks to terminate. Many national emergencies have been terminated. For instance, President George H.W. Bush terminated the South Africa program after apartheid ended. President Biden terminated the Burundi program not less than 2 years ago. Let's just take a quick look at some of the individuals currently sanctioned under the DRC Congo program. One is Victor Bout, who for decades, Bout flooded the DRC with illegal weapons. He has bragged about his many contacts in financial institutions who helped him evade sanctions, and Bout likely has significant assets that can easily be unfrozen. If this body votes to terminate the executive order that imposes sanctions on Bout, he stands to gain a windfall of cash within mere minutes. The DRC program currently places sanctions on ISIS Congo. That's right, the foreign terrorist organization ISIS. And if the Congress votes to pass this resolution, ISIS could set up a brokerage account, trade stocks, transfer funds, or keep money in a checking account in the United States of America. So, Mr. Speaker, in my humble opinion, ISIS Congo should not be permitted to do any of the above. Neither should the numerous war criminals currently covered under the Congo emergency. I strongly oppose H.J. Res. 68, and I implore all of my colleagues to do the same, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of my bill receiving consideration on the House floor that would terminate the national emergency related to the Congo. National emergencies are supposed to be temporary by definition and limited to 6 months by law unless it is a justifiable reason for an extension. They aren't supposed to linger on for decades with no oversight from Congress or the executive branch. Clearly, this process is broken for national emergency declarations and needs reform. And having been in Washington, D.C. for over 2 years now, I clearly realize nothing gets accomplished here without force. So today we are raising the issue of this broken system. That should be something that members on both sides of the aisle can all agree with. Congress needs to do its job. By law, Congress shall meet to consider a vote on a joint resolution to determine whether a national emergency shall be determined after 6 months. Hear that? Congress shall do its job. And then meet again for that same consideration of each extension of any national emergency every 6 months. Congress has been required by law to consider a joint resolution for the Congo since April 27, 2007, 16 years ago, and 31 more times since. Shockingly, Congress has never once reviewed the national emergency related to the Congo over that 16-year period time frame, despite the clear language in Section 202 of the NDAA requiring review every 6 months. Administration after administration just keeps unilaterally rubber stamping these extensions without even providing a report or update to Congress on how much taxpayer money is actually being spent. What are they spending it on? What is the need to extend this temporary national emergency authority?
These national emergency declarations have become the deep state's favorite foreign affairs slush fund. There is literally no spending transparency whatsoever out there on the 41 national emergencies currently in place. Congress is allowing the swamp to continue to shift and funnel an unknown amount of taxpayer dollars to an overseas dark hole. I know that some of my colleagues will argue that some of the national emergencies we are terminating today won't save that much money. Well, if that's the case, and we are only sending maybe a couple of $100,000 in aid and munitions to a particular country, then that country no longer meets the definition of a national emergency. And if it's tens of millions of dollars or even hundreds of millions of dollars that we are sending to certain countries as a result of these 41 national emergencies authorizations, then taxpayers have the right to know these costs, and Congress has a responsibility to provide oversight on these dollars. The current sanctions in the Congo have also not addressed the real issue that is there, which is the Congo mineral conflict. Nearly 40,000 children are estimated to be mining cobalt with their bare hands in the Democratic Republic of Congo right now, working in unsafe conditions. This is the real humanitarian crisis taking place in the Congo. If we want to talk about sanctioning anyone for what's going on in the Congo, it should be China, who is exploiting these children and sucking up the Congo's cobalt. I have heard scare tactics that voting for this bill will end, to end Congo's national emergency would unfreeze the assets of Victor Bout, an arms dealer who was accused of supplying arms to Al-Qaeda. I encourage everyone on both sides of the aisle to not be tricked into voting against my bill based on this false assertion. Victor Bout was never a citizen of the Congo or of the United States, and the current sanctions only apply to United States assets. Victor Bout is currently living and running for political office in Russia. If the U.S. wants to impose further sanctions against him, and I think we probably should, it can do so under the same mechanisms it has imposed for more than 2,200 sanctions against Russia in the last year and a half. This is not the only way to sanction a terrorist. We have many other avenues that we can go down, as is seen in these 2,200 sanctions from just the past year and a half. I agree that Victor Bout is a threat, so much that I condemn the president's action in this administration for having traded him for a professional women's basketball player that was locked up for bringing marijuana into Russia. So today, I have not heard yet a compelling argument to vote against my bill. I urge adoption of my bill. I urge Congress to actually roll up their sleeves and do the hard work of authorizing stuff like this or putting an end to it, exposing to the American taxpayer exactly where their tax dollars are going, what it is being spent on. So we know if we are sending our tax dollars overseas to terrorists with no oversight. I would like to now yield 2 minutes of my time to my colleague and the gentleman from Arizona, Dr. Paul Gosar.
I thank the gentlelady.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding. Is it what I hear? Is it really what I heard? Is we're too lazy to do our job? Because that's what I heard. Every 6 months, we're supposed to come here to this floor and ante up in regards to the national emergencies. National emergencies, by its whole critique, by its whole name, is temporary and short-lived. Temporary and short-lived. I guess that's why I'd have to quote Milton Friedman Nothing is so permanent as a temporary government program. Boy, that says it all. That says it all. Now, there's a whole different way of getting to these perpetrators, these bad actors. We should do that. But we're rushing through this thing, and all I hear is, wait a minute, if we take these down, all these people are going to get off. Wait a minute, that's not what happens. Remember, we're bicameral. So the House would pass something, then it would go to the Senate, where most of the time it would die. But at least they might get something right in this case, as foreign affairs. They'd probably get something right in regards to who the people are and what is the vehicle to do this in. This is exactly why Senator Church did this in 1976, was to try to orchestrate how do we put this together, how do we have checks and balances, and how do we make this work for everybody. This isn't the way. We just saw a COVID national emergency. Today, there is not one inventory in that disbursement record. Not one of $4.8 trillion. That ain't chump change, folks. That's a bunch of money. That's a bunch of money. So I look at this and I will tell you, it's time to get rid of these national emergencies. We can do this. We can do it right. We can make everybody look all right.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve the right to close.
The gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York.
I reserve also.
The gentlewoman from Colorado.
To reserve the right to close or just talk?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've heard a lot about the forced termination of these emergencies as being reckless and dangerous because it would remove sanction designations from hostile foreign actors. I agree that the people who are on this list should be sanctioned. But also I see what is reckless and dangerous is continuing to funnel hundreds of millions of dollars to foreign countries, many with bad actors, over a 20-year period with no congressional oversight of how much taxpayer money the deep state is sending out the door. It is also irresponsible that Congress is ignoring the law and not reviewing these 41 national emergency declarations every 6 months as required by law. It is also reckless and dangerous that Congress is allowing Joe Biden to have unilateral authority from these national emergency declarations to draft Americans without consent into active duty, authorized chemical and biological weapons testing on humans, including Americans, and seize private property of the United States citizens. Joe Biden decided to release and trade Victor Bout when he still had nearly 15 years on his sentence. We can find another way to sanction him rather than just giving him a free pass like the other terrorists that are on this list without going outside of the bounds of Congress's official duties. I urge adoption of my bill. Mr. Speaker, I yield.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume for the purposes of closing.
So recognized.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to be long, but I'm sitting here scratching my head trying to figure out what the gentle lady from Colorado is talking about. This is not money that's taxpayer money, that's appropriated by the people. I don't understand what you're talking. This is money that these criminals, these people who commit acts of terror, they have money that happens to be in some of our financial institutions that we know about. So we freeze it. They're sanctioned so that they can't get the money to continue the harm and damage to people. Many of them, she talks about children. These individuals were having child soldiers. They were putting children's lives at risk in war. I don't understand the rationality. We should sanction ISIS. We should sanction Victor Bout. Mr. Speaker, I can't believe that any member of this august body will vote for this resolution. Every member should vote against this. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York yields. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Lawler, is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time. Mr. Speaker, I want to reiterate again that I appreciate the engagement from my colleagues on these matters, and I would be happy to work with them on ways to modernize IEPA or increase oversight of the President's authorities. But this is not the way to do it. Passing this joint resolution would seriously hinder our ability to fight terrorism in Africa and allow criminals like Mr. Bout to operate more efficiently. That absolutely should not be the message that Congress sends. I hear often from my colleagues about the need for regular order. We had a whole discussion on it as a conference in our rules. Regular order. This should be going through the Foreign Affairs Committee to have regular order. By introducing a privileged resolution, this is bypassing regular order. It is bypassing the work that all of us collectively, as 435 members of Congress, have to do. Now, I would remind my colleagues that these declarations are renewed every year by the President, including President Trump, who did it 4 times. Annual reports come to Congress every year. They come to the Foreign Affairs Committee, of which I'm a member. There is no additional spending authorities tied to these national emergency declarations. It costs about $300,000 a year to administer. And I would remind my colleagues, we cannot sanction American citizens. It's unconstitutional. We are sanctioning foreigners, and we can only freeze assets within our jurisdiction. That is the intent of this. So while I do agree that we need to modernize IEPA and we need to evaluate any of these declarations, Congress already has the tools to do it through regular order. So let's actually follow the rules that many of my colleagues who are introducing these resolutions demanded and do it the proper way. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the time.
All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to the order of the House of July 13, 2023, the previous question is ordered. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the joint resolution. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it.
Oh.
The ayes have it. Third reading.
Resolution relating to a national emergency declared by the President on October 27, 2006.
The question now is on passage of the joint resolution. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. For what purpose does the gentlewoman look to be recognized?
I would like to request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to the order of the House of July 13, 2023, I call up House Joint Resolution 70 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
House Joint Resolution 70, Joint Resolution relating to a national emergency declared by the President on February 25, 2011.
Pursuant to the order of the House of July 13, 2023, the joint resolution is considered read. The joint resolution shall be debated for 30 minutes, equally divided among and controlled by Representative Lawler and Representative Meeks of New York and Representative Gosar of Arizona of the respective designees. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Lawler, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, and the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Gosar, each will control 10 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this resolution. H.J. Res. 70 would terminate Executive Order 13566, which established a state of emergency in Libya due to Gaddafi's attacks on his own people, a deterioration of security in Libya, and prolonged violence that caused serious destabilization. This executive order was enacted during the first Libyan civil war, was kept in place throughout the second Libyan civil war, and remains critical now as Libya has yet to make a transition to stable governing. On each annual renewal of the emergency, President Obama, President Trump, and now President Biden have carefully reviewed the circumstances in Libya, and each time determined that we need to maintain associated sanctions. It's simple to see the issues in Libya are ongoing, and it's not partisan to know sanctions are a key element. One of the most critical sanctions that would be removed if Congress passed this joint resolution is against Saif Gaddafi, one of Gaddafi's sons, who has well-known links to the Wagner Group and is wanted for murdering Libyan civilians. Sanctions related to Libya are still, to this day, critical to our national security. In the last 2 years alone, our Libya sanctions have blocked approximately $18 million from reaching hostile foreign actors. The forced termination of the national emergency regarding Libya would lead to the immediate release of millions of dollars for wanted war criminals backed by the Kremlin, like Saif al-Islam Gaddafi. Again, this money would empower Putin's regime and secure Russia's interests in Libya, a strategically important country along NATO's southern flank. I also again want to mention the importance of the U.S. state-sponsored terrorism fund. There is no question that this money is better served by helping 9/11 families than quite literally financing terrorists. Like most Americans, I remember exactly where I was when I heard the news. It was my first week of classes as a freshman at Suffern High School. September 11th had a profound impact on our nation, but particularly impacted the residents of New York. Thousands of families have faced the repercussions of that day, especially the families of those who worked tirelessly on the pile, trying to find survivors and helping others find closure. Every September 11th, I attend numerous 9/11 ceremonies with the families and our first responders who sacrificed so much. And still today, we are adding names to the various monuments of 9/11 first responders who are losing their lives to 9/11 related illnesses. These sanctioned monies are used to help them and their families. We will never forget that tragedy. And it's abhorrent that any of these resolutions are coming before us today in this manner. And I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to H.J. Res. 70. For decades, Muammar Gaddafi ruled Libya with an iron fist, with a corrupt, self-serving economic policy that stunted Libya's development, and through a security state that engaged in international terrorism, including the Lockerbie airplane bombing that remains the deadliest event in aviation history. And for the past 12 years, Libya has seen its share of continuous turmoil and chaos. To the extent that this resolution is a symptom of frustration about ongoing problems in Libya, that would be understandable. But any notion that this resolution will be at all useful for Libya policy is deeply misguided. The United States actively supports the UN's efforts to unify the country and its institutions under a democratically elected government. These talks are ongoing, and violence has decreased over the last several years. The economy is doing better in part because U.S. sanctions have helped decrease oil banditry. Lifting sanctions on the worst actors in Libya, the individuals who have perpetuated violence and instability, would send the exact wrong message to those pursuing economic reform. Whereas economic pressure and tough diplomacy have brought parties to the table, a free pass on sanctions would have the exact opposite impact. In general, there have been 2 large batches of sanctions under the Libya executive order. The Obama administration issued the first tranche against the Gaddafi family and its fiefdom of business and fake charities. The Trump administration issued the second set that sanctioned individuals who committed grave human rights abuses and prevented the theft of Libyan oil by pirates and illegal merchants. It is unclear to me how letting any of these people access American finance would be beneficial to the United States, or to Libya, or to the MENA region. One of the most notable people currently sanctioned under the program is Gaddafi's son, Saif al-Islam Gaddafi. When the protests began, Saif al-Islam went on television and threatened, and I quote, rivers of blood if the protest did not cease. He's never condemned his father. He's never condemned his father's despotic rule and is actively seeking to regain power in Libya as we speak. The Gaddafi family controlled billions of dollars in assets. If sanctions are lifted on the remaining members of the Gaddafi family, the Gaddafis would have access to a windfall of wealth which they plundered from the Libyan people. Instead of the frozen funds going to the Libyan people, they would go to the family that imprisoned and impoverished them. So I cannot support anything like that outcome, Mr. Speaker. I must strongly oppose, and hope all of the members of this House opposes, H.J. Res. 70, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's review the facts. There are currently 41 national emergencies that are subject to periodic congressional review, including the emergency declaration related to Libya, which is more than a decade old. The National Emergencies Act mandates Congress consider joint resolutions terminating national emergencies at least every 6 months. Let's think about that. Every 6 months. That's our job, not the president's, our job. Yet Congress has never, not even once, reviewed the legitimacy of the national emergency related to Libya since its declaration by President Obama in 2011. Nor has Congress reviewed any of the national emergencies debated today as required by law. Almost comically, the extended national emergency related to Libya still cites Muammar Gaddafi as a reason for declaration. Mr. Speaker, Muammar Gaddafi's been dead for almost 12 years. You can't make this stuff up. The situation in Libya poses no extraordinary threat to the national security or foreign policy of the United States. Once again, temporary measures, short-term, punch, terminate. Furthermore, no group or person in Libya currently poses a threat to our national security. Furthermore, even if there was some hostility, none rises to the level of unusual and extraordinary threat to national security. To that extent, and to there is a desire for certain sanctions, they can be applied without these national emergency declarations in compliance with the Constitution, federal laws, and national security needs. Now that's an important point here. We can adjust these, we can put these in different places that adhere to our Constitution, our legal aspects, because once again, this is us. Despite the unconfounded concern, sanctioned with individuals and entities can be redesignated pursuant to other authorities available to the President, including, not limited to, existing national emergencies related to terrorism, Russia, and Iran. National emergencies are supposed to be rare and brief. In passing the National Emergencies Act in 1976, Congress did not intend for the executive to utilize declarations for decades in order to apply sanctions. That is something Congress can do separately from a national emergency declaration. In fact, let's look at the history of the National Emergency Act. It was written to respond to FDR and to Truman in keeping the country orderly, explicitly detailing them why state of emergency as part of their daily governance. That's what they used the national emergencies for. Congress allowed these tyrannical authorities to remain in place is recklessly endangering our republic, checks and balances, and the civil liberties of our constituents. Under all these extended national emergencies declarations, the U.S. Code provides the President with an additional 135 statutory powers, including test chemical and biological weapons on human beings, including American citizens. Can you say COVID? Take down or take over or shut down radio stations and U.S.-based internet traffic. Wow, censorship. Detail members of our armed forces, waive sanctions on confidentiality provisions related to public health services, impose crippling and unconstitutional sanctions on American citizens that could freeze their financial assets or restrict anyone from selling them groceries, renting them an apartment, representing them as an attorney, providing dental and medical treatment, and much more, all without any due process supposedly afforded by the Constitution. Clearly, the President thinks he has authority to invoke these special statutory powers absent an executive order, explicitly detailing them, which is why he announced his intention to forgive student loans via press release instead of an executive order. Oh, but voila, the U.S. Supreme Court said you can't do that. What does this president do again? He turns around and does it again, shoving it in the court's face. Under the extended national emergency declarations, Congress advocates control over policy and spending and instead transferred unfettered power to the executive branch. For example, despite repeated bicameral requests, Biden had never provided a single expenditure report related to the COVID-19 national emergency declaration as required periodically by law. Not one. Now, how can we, Congress, with the explicit power of the purse, allow any president to spend money without requiring reporting? Article 1, Section 9, Clause 7 of the United States Constitution says no money shall be drawn from the Treasury, but in consequence of appropriations made by law, and regular statement and account of the receipts and expenditures of all public money shall be published from time to time. Further, 50 U.S.C. 1641C clearly states, quote, the President shall submit to Congress within 90 days after each of the 6-month period, after such declaration, a report on the total expenditures incurred by the United States government during that 6-month period. Despite repeated, and I said repeated requests, there have been no expenditure reports to this date allocated in COVID-19 national emergency. Nor was there a final report that was due on July 9th. In fact, what we heard is this president realized that he was behind the gun, and he actually rushed it through on the 7th, had the Secretary of Health and Human Services actually try to do it for him. What a shame. The Constitution clearly provides Congress with the power of the purse, not the president, regardless of supposed emergencies. These emergencies are supposed to be limited, not forever bearing. We got to come up with a different solution, folks. This is not working. This doesn't work at all. And for us particularly, we as Congress haven't done our job. Every 6 months, if you hear what I'm saying here, every 6 months, we should be bringing these up, whether their application is great or feathered or very, very faint. And we should discuss this. What about Libya? What about Yemen? What about these other ones, Iraq and others? By the way, this is regular order. Anything we're detailing here is regular order. You know, this is almost comical to me. I hate to say it in that light, but when Senator Church put this together, put this detail together, he spent a lot of time trying to address this publicly, trying to get as many people involved as he could. And yet we turn around and do this to him. We got to come up with something better, something different, something short-lived, something that actually can keep our eye on the prize. I don't know whether it's something that we put together in a clearinghouse for known terrorists, and whether we utilize that in some way, shape, or form, so that we can make sure that we're keeping up to date on all that. But something has to happen, and it's not in the national emergencies. With that, I ask all those in favor to vote for my amendment. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
On the reserves, the gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous materials on the measure under consideration.
Without objection.
I reserve the right to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York.
I reserve to close.
The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
I yield it back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks.
Thank you. I yield myself as much time as I may consume for the purposes of closing.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I'll be brief because, unfortunately, I mean, when we're on this august body, the world is looking at us. And I think as I was scratching my head on the first resolution, I continue to do that. Judgments I use in making determinations is this good for America? This resolution, the question is, does this resolution promote America's national security? Answer to that is no. Does this resolution support America's economic interests? The answer to that is no. And would this resolution undermine America's standing in Libya? The answer to that is absolutely yes. And would this resolution undermine our standing in the region? The answer to that would be absolutely yes. So, Mr. Speaker, there's no need in me continue to stand to debate this. I strongly oppose, and I believe overwhelmingly the members of this Congress oppose this resolution, and we should vote it down. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York yields. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Lawler, is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
Recognized.
Unfortunately, the alarm bells being raised by some proponents of these measures are demonstrably wrong and misleading. The national emergencies at issue today rely on IEPA, the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, which does not provide the president with any domestic statutory powers, like testing chemical weapons or seizing radio stations, unless the president issues another executive order specifically invoking those emergency powers. If the president were to do so, which no president has ever done, the National Emergencies Act gives Congress the expedited privileged right to disapprove that power, which we undoubtedly would do. Furthermore, there is no power to draft Americans into active duty. That was terminated in 1978. And in contrast, let me remind this body, the legal certainty we are facing is that terminating these emergencies would immediately hand many millions of dollars to terrorists and war criminals and would eliminate an important source of compensation to American victims of terrorism. Now, I would remind my colleagues, with respect to Muammar Gaddafi's continued inclusion, if Muammar Gaddafi was delisted, all of his assets would be bequeathed to his children. So while he is dead for over a decade, as everyone knows, you can't take your money with you when you go. And so we are preventing that money from going towards funding terrorism. And while I appreciate this dialogue, it is abundantly clear that the consequences of passing this resolution, as well as the others, are extensive. Amidst Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the Wagner Group's continued war crimes across the globe, and the ongoing instability in Libya, we must keep this state of emergency and associated sanctions in place. And I, again, reiterate the point that with regular order, this should be going through the Foreign Affairs Committee. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to order of the House of July 13, 2023, the previous question is ordered. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the joint resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
Joint resolution relating to a national emergency declared by the President on February 25, 2011.
The question is on passage of the joint resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for a recorded vote.
Is the gentleman asked for the yeas and the nays?
I ask for the yeas and nays.
So ordered. The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and the nays will rise. A significant number have risen. The yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings of this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.J. Res. 68.
Without reservation. Without objection. Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to order of the House of July 13, 2023, I call up House Joint Resolution 74 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
House Joint Resolution 74, joint resolution relating to a national emergency declared by the President on May 16, 2012.
Pursuant to the order of House of July 13, 2023, the joint resolution is considered read. The joint resolution shall be debated for 30 minutes, equally divided among and controlled by Representative McCall of Texas and Representative Phillips of Minnesota and Representative Gosar of Arizona, or their respective designees. The gentleman will suspend. The gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson, the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Phillips, and the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Gosar, each will control 10 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection.
And Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to the resolution. This Yemen national emergency is the basis for sanctions against Iran-backed Houthi leaders who have spent the past decade waging a deadly and murderous and destructive civil war in Yemen. The extremists sanctioned under this emergency have destabilized the Middle East and threatened the security of tens of thousands of Americans who reside or work in or near Yemen throughout the Persian Gulf and our great ally, Saudi Arabia. If we overturn this national emergency, those sanctions will automatically and immediately disappear. The Iranian-backed Houthis sanctioned under this emergency proudly chant the slogan, "Death to America, death to Israel." They recruit and indoctrinate thousands of Yemeni youths into their extremist ideology through schools and summer camps, all while committing murderous human rights abuses every day. The Houthis are a key part of Iran's strategy to undermine the stability of the United States and its partners. Thanks to years of support from Iran, the Houthis now have advanced indigenous lethal weapons capabilities while continuing to receive shipments of weapons from the Iranian regime, which threaten Americans in the Middle East and global commerce in the Red Sea. Sanctions issued pursuant to this authority have blocked critical financial support from reaching these dangerous Iranian proxies. If we remove these sanctions, the Houthis will have more funds to develop weapons and threaten American citizens and international shipping interests. Terminating this national emergency would lift sanctions on the Houthi leader, Abdul Malik Houthi, and who oversees their campaign of terror. Al-Houthi is also responsible for the ongoing detention of former U.S. Embassy staff and the active occupation of the U.S. Embassy compound in Yemen. What message are we sending to our militaries around the world by arbitrarily terminating sanctions on this dangerous extremist? This radical group should not gain access to more cash to help fund its war machine. Being weak and lifting sanctions on Iran and its proxies is not an option. President Donald Trump was so correct. His administration stood strong against Iran and renewed this Yemen national emergency on 4 separate occasions. I urge my colleagues to stand against Iran and oppose this reckless resolution. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from South Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to H.J. Res. 74, which terminates the national emergency pertaining to actions and policies that threaten the very tenuous diplomatic progress that we have achieved in Yemen. Active American diplomacy has supported a very fragile UN-mediated truce, but lifting the national emergency prematurely would undermine the nascent progress that has been made over the past several years. Sanctions are leverage. And if the United States government unilaterally and without receiving anything in return grants amnesty to Yemeni figures seeking to undermine the country's fragile ceasefire, we would potentially be enabling even more conflict. Now, the list of individuals sanctioned under the Yemen executive order is quite short, but let's take a look at some. Mansour al-Saidi is a Houthi commander of Yemen's naval and coastal defense forces. He led attacks against international shipping in the Red Sea and smuggled Iranian weapons to Yemen. Ahmed Ali Saleh is the son of former dictator Ali Abdullah Saleh. President Obama sanctioned Saleh as he played a critical role in destabilizing the country in 2014 and 2015, and is still seeking to reignite his family's legacy of ruling the country. Now, I could go on, but the individuals currently sanctioned under the Yemen Emergency Executive Order are on the sanctions list for a reason. They have violated human rights and acted against American national interests, including abducting locally employed staff at the United States Embassy in Yemen. Now, I'm a strong supporter of using diplomacy over military force to bring about a stable, long-term peace in Yemen. But let's be clear. We must use every diplomatic tool at our disposal to bring about that result. Throwing out one of the most powerful weapons in that diplomatic arsenal, economic sanctions, will not result in peace. Rather, it is much more likely to cascade Yemen into more chaos and more violence. That's why I oppose this resolution and urge all of my colleagues to do the same. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Minnesota reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
I thank the Speaker. Golda Meir once said that there'll be no peace in Israel until Palestinian women love their children more than they hate Israelis. Can't that be the same way? And why I say that is let's talk about Yemen. Heartlessly, this has been extended in this emergency. Yemen stifles the donation of food, clothing, and medicine intended for the human suffering in Yemen. It is estimated that 130 children die each day because of the famine in Yemen. And that's more than 85,000 over the year. I thought love meant a lot to children. Is it our way or the highway? Is it something thinking outside the box? A child needs very little. A child needs very little. And this is one of those things that we ought to be looking at, those children. Right now, because of our sanctions, no international groups will even give them food or medicines. Not one. That's sad. That is the result of the United States. I'd hate to be that individual. Nearly 80% of the people in Yemen need treatment for malnutrition. 20 million lack access to adequate health care. I just got to tell you, I think we need to start thinking outside the box. If we're building these futures that hate America, that hate all, where's the joy in that? There is no joy. This is one of those that we can actually seemingly give some help to, and those children are not going to balk. Now, once again, let's go back. National emergencies, every 6 months, have to be brought up and reviewed by Congress. To this date, none of these five have had any review whatsoever. Now, I've heard a lot about the president here and there, President Obama, President Trump, President this or that, all saying that they've looked at it and anteed up, but I have yet to hear where Congress has reviewed these designations. Not one. So when I saw these, when I looked at these, when my staff looked at these, we said, oh my God, we're not doing our job. And we're not doing our job. We're not doing our job at all if we're not reviewing each one of these to find out whether they pertain, whether they don't. And if they're not a national emergency, where do they belong? I hate to give a lot of additional thoughts to the foreign affairs, but this isn't the place for these national emergencies. These are not, even with the involvement of IEPA. We have got to do something a little bit different. These have to be mainstay where we're actually looking at these and saying, okay, here's all the different actors, bad actors in the world. Here's all these bad institutions going on across this world. How do we involve all our assets, whether they be humanitarian, whether they be military, whether they just be a little bit of everything? That's what we should be doing. But once again, Congress hasn't done its job. Let me say it again. Congress hasn't done its job. We just went through the COVID national emergency where $4.8 trillion had been allocated to fighting COVID. Not one inventory on that disbursement record is actually there. Not one. For $4.8 trillion. That is a sad state of affairs. That is a real sad state of affairs. So when I look at these, and then I turn and look at, the United Nations actually looks at this as the worst humanitarian crisis in the world. Let me also ask you this. Did the United States do this on its own? Or was there somebody else that they're speaking up above for? I'll let you ask that question. I'll let you answer that question. But I'll actually tell you, I hope that you'll vote for this, if nothing else, for children, for the malnutrition, the medicines. And let's see if we can get a new tomorrow where people love the United States instead of hating us. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve the right to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Minnesota.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves.
May I inquire how much time I have left?
The gentleman has 4.5 minutes remaining.
Well, with that 4 minutes, what I'm going to also do at this point in time is speak up on behalf of my good friend Eli Crane, who is looking at the Iraq national emergency, and then my good friend Matt Gates, who's looking at the Syria. These are all from the same area, same detail. It's been, none of them have had renewals by the National Emergency Act. That's and we're flawed by that. We allow presidents to re-up them, but we don't do anything on Congress' side. And as Congress, we need to step up. We need to step up our game. If these aren't part of the national emergency, and I find it very atrocious that they are, then we need to find a home for these. We need to find a home that they manage it properly, that everybody gets a chance to see them and look and inventory them. Other than that, we've got to make some different changes. But it's sad that we're here on these 5. There'll be 36 more coming your way because, once again, when Congress doesn't do its job, somebody's got to squawk. And I'll be one of those that squawks from here to sunset. But I got to tell you, we got to do something different. I wish you'd vote for my amendment, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume for the purpose of closing.
Gentleman is recognized.
Let me just say, I share the sentiment of the gentleman from Arizona about engaging Congress more regularly in these issues. I'd like to see Congress reassert itself on issues of foreign affairs. I think we can actually all agree on that. However, the notion of terminating these executive orders only to return assets to terrorists and some of the worst malign actors in the world strikes me as a real threat to the United States of America, counter the principles of Democrats and Republicans, and that's why, for the reasons that I stated in my opening remarks, I believe a termination of this national emergency will actively undermine our diplomatic efforts and further destabilize Yemen. We cannot and we must not allow people who seek to undermine Yemen and the Gulf to obtain funds that would allow them to accomplish those very ends. That's why I oppose H.J. Res. 74 and encourage all of my colleagues to do the same. And with that, I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I want to thank the ranking member, Dean Phillips, for his bipartisan cooperation as we work together to strengthen our country and actually work together with all members of Congress. The Yemen national emergency is the basis for sanctioning some of the Iranian regime's worst henchmen in Yemen. These terrorists are responsible for staging direct attacks on Americans, direct attacks on Saudi Arabia, in Saudi Arabia, and on our Middle Eastern allies, diverting critical aid away from the Yemenis who desperately need it. I've actually had the opportunity firsthand to see destroyed Iranian drones that had been used to kill Americans and Saudi Arabians, and clearly they were marked very helpfully in English, made in Iran. There's no question what was going on. These same drones war criminal Putin is using to murder civilians across Ukraine. As war criminal Putin and the regime in Tehran, as dictators with rule of gun, attack democracies with rule of law worldwide. Again, this national emergency gives no authority to the President to pursue anything outside of economic sanctions. I urge opposition to this resolution and yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to the order of the House of July 13, 2023, the previous question is ordered. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the joint resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
Joint resolution relating to a national emergency declared by the President on May 16, 2012.
The question is on passage of the joint resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it.
Mr. Speaker,
For what purpose is the gentleman?
I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number have risen. The yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Yeah, where's Crane from? That's okay. Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to the order of the House on July 13, 2023, I call up House Resolution 71 and ask for immediate consideration in the House.
Does the gentleman wish to call up House Resolution 71? Joint Resolution 71?
I do.
The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
House Joint Resolution 71, joint resolution relating to a national emergency declared by the President on May 22, 2003.
Pursuant to the order of the House of July 13, 2023, the joint resolution is considered read. The joint resolution shall be debated for 30 minutes, equally divided among and controlled by Representative Wilson of South Carolina, Representative Phillips of Minnesota, and Representative Crane of Arizona, or their respective designees. The gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson, the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Phillips, and the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Crane, each will control 10 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to the resolution. The Iraq national emergency we are discussing today is the basis for sanctions against Iranian and Iran-backed terrorists who killed Americans and partner forces in Iraq, as well as supporters of al-Qaeda. If we overturn this national emergency, these sanctions will automatically and immediately disappear. It's especially and personally important to me, and then I'm really grateful that my 2 oldest sons, Alan served as field artillery in the Army in Iraq, and my second son, Addison, was a Navy doctor serving in Iraq. And we worked, and they worked, for the liberation of the people of Iraq. Between 2003 and 2011, Iranian-backed militias killed over 600 soldiers serving in Iraq. Since 2018, sanctions have been issued pursuant to this authority have blocked over $80 million from reaching more than 200 dangerous entities and individuals, including Iran-backed militias, their affiliates, and their supporters. If we remove these sanctions, that money will help arm the very same people responsible for murdering our troops. Our wounded and fallen soldiers deserve better. Our Gold Star families deserve better. They deserve thoughtful policies that carefully respond to dangerous threats and yield accountability. They do not deserve arbitrary decisions to recklessly overturn sanctioned authorities. As we stand here today, Americans in the region are still on the front line of Iran's dangerous and murderous aggression. Iran-backed militias are responsible for dozens of attacks against U.S. forces in the region in the past few years. Examples of individuals who would have sanctions removed on them if this resolution passed are Abu Mustafa al-Shaybani and Abu Dura. IRGC, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, backed militia leaders who have launched attacks on the United States and British forces in Iraq. It would also remove sanctions on al-Jabari, a Syrian who, according to the Department of Treasury, quote, worked with al-Qaeda and Iraq's jihadist umbrella organization, the Mujahideen Shura Council, to fund Sunni extremist operations, end quote, to kill Americans. Terrorist supporters should not have access to U.S. financial system, and Americans should not be able to do business with these people who plan to kill Americans. There is a dangerous message being sent to our enemies if we terminate sanctions programs while these sanctions openly provide and stop the attack on Americans. President Donald Trump agreed. His administration stood the Iranian-backed terrorism threatening Americans and renewed the Iraq national emergency on 4 separate occasions. I urge the Biden administration to engage with Congress in a more open and forthcoming dialogue about its use of these emergency economic powers, and urge my colleagues to stand up with our troops, with military families, with Gold Star families, and oppose this reckless resolution. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
And I yield myself as much time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to H.J. Res. 71. As a Gold Star son who lost his father in the Vietnam War, I understand very firsthand the human cost of war. And I also know my colleague from Arizona, Mr. Crane, knows that cost as well as a veteran of our armed services, and I honor that. And that's why, since I came to Congress, I've worked in a bipartisan fashion to repeal and replace the 2001 AUMF, and have consistently supported the repeal of the 2002 Iraq War AUMF as well. I wish we had been able to get that legislation through the Senate last Congress, but I remain hopeful that we can do so this year. All of this is to say that I do not have a hawkish position on Iraq, but sanctions and military force are not the same thing. Again, sanctions and military force are not the same thing. Terminating the national emergency with respect to Iraq would trigger the immediate release of currently sanctioned assets of persons who the U.S. government has determined were a threat to Iraq's stability and reform efforts, including terrorists and others who have committed acts of terrible violence. And this is not an exaggeration. Numerous Shia militia fighters and ISIS terrorists are sanctioned under the Iraq program. The Iraq executive order is reviewed every year. Perhaps it is not a surprise that the Bush administration renewed it annually, and also the Obama administration, even though President Obama formally ended the Iraq war in 2011 and ran for president in part based on his opposition to it. The Trump administration also renewed the EO every year, and despite President Biden's professing his full support of repealing the 2002 AUMF, the Biden administration also has sought to continue the Iraq sanctions program. As members can see from successive renewals and the ongoing situation in Iraq, these sanctions target groups and individuals that continue to operate against U.S. interests in Iraq and the region and are closely monitored on an ongoing basis. We do not want terrorists to access funds to kill civilians and destabilize Iraq or the region, let alone target Americans overseas. It is important for our national security for these sanctions to remain in place, and I strongly urge members of this body on both sides of the aisle to forcefully and in a bipartisan manner oppose this resolution. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Minnesota reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of my bill today, which would terminate the 2003 national emergency for Iraq. This legislation serves as a much-needed check on the Biden administration and forces Congress to do its job. The National Emergencies Act, passed in 1976, was originally enacted in response to President FDR and Truman keeping the country in a perpetual state of emergency as part of their daily governance. Specifically, Sections 202 requires Congress to vote on any resolution terminating each national emergency every 6 months. No later than 6 months after a national emergency is declared, and not later than the end of each 6-month period thereafter that such emergency continues, each House of Congress shall meet to consider a vote on a joint resolution to determine whether that emergency shall be terminated. In other words, the bill requires Congress to rein in emergency declarations. However, despite this requirement, Congress has never reviewed the national emergency related to Iraq. This is recklessly endangering our republic, our system of checks and balances, due process, and undermines we the people. The extended national emergency declaration related to Iraq provides the president with broad statutory powers only meant for times of actual emergency, including the power to draft Americans without consent into active duty. Mr. Speaker, my colleagues on the House Foreign Affairs Committee are tasked with reviewing dozens of extended national emergency declarations as required by law every 6 months. It is long past time for Congress to do its job and terminate outdated declarations. I've personally been deployed to Iraq 3 times as a Navy SEAL. I'm not naive. The U.S. military overthrew Saddam Hussein's regime within 3 weeks of being there, and we killed Saddam Hussein in 2006. We formally declared the end of the Iraq War on December 15th, 2011. We should not leave this national emergency declaration for Iraq in place as a green light for the Biden administration to fuel forever wars. Mr. Speaker, since President Biden has been in office, he's now participating in a new proxy war with Russia in Ukraine and allowed an invasion at our southern border, spending constitutional concerns, and concerns regarding the lives of our soldiers are easily and often overlooked by this administration. 2/3 of veterans and majorities of military families and the public support full withdrawal of U.S. troops from Iraq, and a vast majority of the general public, 80%, believe our military engagement around the world should be reduced or stay about the same size. Only 6% believe we should be more engaged. The U.S. has many vital national interests: securing our borders, addressing the crisis of readiness within our military, and achieving energy security and independence. Becoming further entangled in forever war is not one of them. Just like the Ukraine-Russia war, Americans see no end in sight and no clear strategy to resolve forever wars. This is a clear dereliction of duty, and Congress must act. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this resolution, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
I reserve the right to close.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arizona.
I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Minnesota.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume for the purpose
Gentleman
of
is
closing.
recognized.
Mr. Speaker, my argument is very simple. We cannot and we must not allow terrorists to obtain assets that could help them perpetuate attacks against their government, against civilians, or against Americans. I strongly oppose H.J. Res. 71 and urge all my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to do the same. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I'm grateful for the bipartisan effort with the ranking member, Dean Phillips of Minnesota. The immediate lifting of sanctions on terrorists who actively threaten America is unconscionable. These national emergency economic authorities are scoped solely to economic sanctions authorities and are effective in preventing terrorists from accessing the financial networks they need to carry out atrocities against Americans and our allies. American veterans of service in Iraq should be appreciated for their success in liberating the people of Iraq from a murderous dictator who was appropriately executed. This is a message to war criminal Putin that his invasion of Ukraine, totally unprovoked, will result in justice for his conduct of mass murder. I urge my colleagues to oppose this resolution, and I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to order of the House of July 13, 2023, the previous question is ordered. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the joint resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
Joint resolution relating to a national emergency declared by the President on May 22, 2003.
The question is on passage of the joint resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it.
Mr. Speaker,
For what purpose does the gentleman wish to be recognized?
I request a recorded vote.
Does the gentleman request the yeas and nays?
Yes, sir.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number have risen. The yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to the order of the House of July 17, 2023, I call up House Joint Resolution 79 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
House Joint Resolution 79, joint resolution relating to a national emergency declared by the President on May 11, 2004.
Pursuant to the order of the House of July 17, 2023, the joint resolution is considered read. The joint resolution shall be debated for 30 minutes, equally divided among and controlled by Representative McCall of Texas, Representative Meeks of New York, and Representative Gates of Florida, or their respective designees. The gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson, the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Phillips, and the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Gozar, will each control 10 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this resolution. The Syria national emergency is the basis for sanctions against the regime of the murderous dictator Assad and his comrades. For over a decade, the Assad regime, war criminal Putin, and the terrorist regime in Tehran have committed brutal atrocities against the people of Syria. The civilian mass murder in Aleppo should never be forgotten, which was facilitated by war criminal Putin. In the last 5 years, sanctions issued pursuant to this authority have prevented over $100 million from reaching more than 100 dangerous entities and individuals affiliated with the Assad regime and its backers, including ISIS middlemen. This murderous regime has supported international terrorism, committed innumerable atrocities against civilians, assisted with the manufacture of ballistic missiles, and developed weapons of mass destruction. Let me be clear. Some of the people sanctioned under this national emergency quite literally developed chemical weapons. And we know that when President Donald Trump determined the chemical weapons were used, he immediately responded with a direct attack on the Assad regime. If we overturn this national emergency, those sanctions will automatically and immediately disappear. The criminals behind Assad's weapons of mass destruction program should not be able to access credit cards to do business with Americans. These sanctions are more than just an essential tool in countering the war criminal Bashar al-Assad. As previously mentioned, most of the proceeds from violations of the sanctions, including these sanctions on Syria, go directly to the U.S. Victims of State-Sponsored Terrorism Fund, which benefits American victims of terrorism, including our nation's 9/11 families. In addition, this resolution would terminate sanctions on people like George Haswani, who the U.S. Treasury has named, and I quote, a Syrian businessman who served as a middleman for oil purchases by the Syrian regime from ISIL, end of quote. It would also lift sanctions on a number of Assad officials who support Hezbollah terrorists who threaten daily the people of Israel from Lebanon. Today, Assad is not only a war criminal, but also the head of a narco state. His regime spreads both the malign influence of his Iranian and Russian puppet masters and the scourge of drugs throughout the region. The Assad regime is a critical player in the growth of regional and global trade of the narcotic captagon. Removing these sanctions would be a gift to Assad, Putin, and the Iranian regime as the civilized world confronts the unprovoked attacks on democracies which have rule of law being attacked by the dictators with rule of gun. Terminating this national emergency would immediately terminate sanctions on hundreds of Assad cronies and financiers, developers of serious chemical weapons, terrorists supporting middlemen who threaten America and Israel, and drug traffickers involved in the captagon trade. I urge my colleagues to oppose the Assad regime, its dictatorship, and support the people of Syria to oppose this resolution. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Phillips, is recognized.
And I yield myself as much time as I may consume, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to H.J. Res. 79, which terminates the national emergency pertaining to actions and policies that have existed for years, enjoyed bipartisan consensus, and underpinned a significant portion of the U.S.-Syria sanctions architecture. More specifically, this measure targets an executive order that was issued based on legislation that Congress passed with broad bipartisan consensus, the Syria Accountability and Lebanese Sovereignty Restoration Act, which over 400 members of the House, including 200 Republicans, voted in support of. For over 12 years, Syria's Assad regime has perpetrated a heinous campaign of genocide and unrelenting violence against the Syrian people, who rose up for their basic rights and freedoms after years and years of oppression. This unceasing campaign of brutality has been aided and abetted by Assad supporters in Tehran and Moscow and amounted to countless war crimes and the most egregious violations of international humanitarian law of which I'm aware. Relevant to this legislation, the Assad regime has served as a fertile and pliant jurisdiction for Hezbollah and other Iranian proxies to shuttle arms throughout the region, as well as grow in numbers and capabilities in support of the Assad regime's actions against the Syrian people. At the same time, actors ranging from the remnants of ISIS to other violent extremist organizations like Al-Qaeda affiliate Haras al-Din and others continue to terrorize civilians and threaten to reconstitute and again use Syria as a launch pad for attacks into Europe and the rest of the world. Active U.S. efforts to counter and degrade these very groups and support networks, those targeted by these sanctions, would be undermined by abruptly repealing and stripping away such important authorities. Preemptively abandoning these policy tools and sanctions authorities through a rushed, poorly conceived legislative effort undermines our national security interests and those of our closest partners. So with that, I encourage my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to join me in opposition to this measure, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Minnesota reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I brought a war powers resolution to the floor of this Congress to get U.S. troops out of Syria, arguing that the United States, being excessively entangled in great power competition in Syria, wasn't making life better for Syrians, it wasn't playing out to our benefit in the sphere of great power competition, and that it left U.S. service members and contractors as sitting ducks. And following that vote, which I lost overwhelmingly on a bipartisan fashion, sadly, there were casualties. There was the death of an American, because we have now become the neighborhood crime watch of certain areas in Syria where there are oil rigs. And that's what it's all about. So I now come to the floor with this resolution to repeal a 2004 emergency vis-a-vis Syria. 2004. Now, it's supposed to be voted on by Congress every 6 months thereafter, but we have been derelict in our duty in doing so. And so I'm glad that today we're bringing forward a number of these emergency resolutions that have just been dormant slush funds, spending untold sums of money with no transparency as to how much is going into the Syrian emergency. But how about this rule for how about the House thinks about emergencies? Nothing's allowed to be an emergency for 20 years. Because if it were really an emergency, there probably would have been some cataclysmic event of biblical proportion before the 20 years. And if it's still an emergency 20 years later, it's a chronic condition, and the United States cannot be the world's policeman, and we cannot be the world's piggy bank. Now, if the principal argument against my resolution is that my resolution is soft on Assad, well, the logic that undergirds that is that somehow the 2004 resolution was this great anti-Assad tool that we must have, that we must maintain to beat Assad. Well, look around. Mr. Speaker, Assad's never been stronger. So if this 2004 resolution was Assad kryptonite, it's been the worst Assad kryptonite you could ever imagine. It's malfunctioned. So I think we ought to repeal this emergency. We have sought transparency to see how much money has been going pursuant to it. We don't know the answer to that question. And to the extent that there are sanctions that we still want to maintain, whether there are the other national emergencies that exist targeted at terrorism generally, at Russia, at Iran, the Magnitsky Act. There are all kinds of other authorities for the President, the Secretary of the Treasury, Secretary of the Department of Commerce, even the DOD weighs in, state, regarding sanctions regimes. So this is not a vote to lift sanctions and then just hope for the best with some pretty gnarly Syrians. In fact, it's us standing up to do our job, and that's what we should do in repealing this 2004 resolution. I reserve.
The gentleman from Florida reserves. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
I reserve the right to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2.5 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman.
This is indeed a resolution to roll back sanctions and then hope that maybe we'll reimpose them on some other basis not detailed by the gentleman from Florida. This is not some meaningless resolution to feel good about or to message about. It has practical consequences. How many more people would Assad have been able to kill if he had had the chance to cooperate economically with businesses here in the United States? And how many other dictators would feel free to develop chemical weapons, would feel free to murder their own people, and feel that they would face no economic consequences from the United States? Our policy has not turned Syria into a garden spot. But what would the world be like if America turned its back on the crimes of Assad? Assad has killed more than 500,000 of his own people, forced 12 million people to flee. But these particular sanctions are imposed on the Assad regime specifically because of his support for Hamas and Hezbollah. Think of that. We are having the President of Israel come here tomorrow, and what would we greet him with? But nothing but a rollback of sanctions against two terrorist organizations who are trying to kill as many Israeli civilians as possible every day of the week. I think for us to be considering a pro-Israel resolution on this very floor in a few hours, for us to be welcoming the President of Israel tomorrow, and to have a resolution on this floor that would say, it's okay, support Hamas, support Hezbollah, watch them try to kill as many Israelis as possible. They're not always successful, but they're trying. And I can't think of a more effective way to insult the President of Israel when he stands on that podium and addresses us tomorrow. So let us continue to do what we can and remember that these sanctions do not expose a single American serviceman to risk of death, risk of injury. We should at least be willing to use the economic power of the United States to do what we can to rein in Syria and to make it clear to other dictators chemical weapons, mass murder, support for terrorists
Gentleman's time's expired.
Is not something that we'll ignore.
And Mr. Speaker, I reserve, and without any additional speakers, am prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. Speaker now recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Of such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Well, I would observe, Mr. Speaker, to the gentleman that if he is looking for a more effective way to insult the President of Israel, he need look no further than the remarks of some of his own colleagues in the recent days, which I would deem far more insulting than this policy debate about how to have an effective sanctions regime. No one here is arguing for sanctions relief vis-a-vis these individuals. What we're saying is that the National Emergencies Act is a very ineffective, inefficient way to administer a sanctions regime. We do have specific authorities with the Magnitsky Act, with the national emergencies vis-a-vis counterterrorism. Treasury has these authorities, state has these authorities, and most importantly, Congress has the authority to impose sanctions. If you believe that there are people who should be the subject of sanctions by the United States government, we are the board of directors of the most powerful country on the planet Earth. We can introduce those bills, we can vote for them, and we can fulfill our constitutional authority. What I'm asking the Congress to do is to repeal a 2004 emergency vis-a-vis Syria when Syria doesn't look anything like it even did in 2004. And to my Republican colleagues, if you vote to allow this national emergency to continue, what you're doing is you're gaslighting unaccountable spending by the Biden administration because they never have to make requisite report regarding the outlays on these matters. And the money just moves around. We never quite see the efficacy of it. And we are all strong supporters of Israel on this side of the aisle, certainly, and I would observe that U.S. policy in Syria has not particularly helped Israel. Matter of fact, when you had terrorist groups setting up camps in Syria directed at Israel, you know what the Israelis did? They took them out. They blew them up. That sent a message to Iran. The balance of power was restored, and it did not involve the United States of America becoming the bloc captain of Syria or anywhere else in the Middle East. And if we want to do that, it should be through a war powers resolution with Congress affirmatively voting to do it, not just having rolling national emergencies when the law contemplates a requisite obligation for us to vote to reauthorize these things. We never do it. We don't do our job. Then the money goes out the door, and we don't see a safer Israel, a safer Middle East, or a safer Syria. All we see is an empowered Assad. So if this is the great tool we had against Assad, we better be thinking of some different ones, because it hasn't exactly worked out as the proponents of this national emergency would seemingly indicate. I yield back.
Does the gentleman reserve?
Does the gentleman reserve?
All reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from South Carolina is now recognized.
I reserve the right to close.
Okay. Gentleman from Minnesota.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume for the purpose of closing. Oh, or is it, I'm sorry, reserve? Oh, I'm sorry, my apologies. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized as closed.
I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Minnesota is now recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume for the purpose of closing.
Recognized.
I want to agree with my colleague from Florida on a couple points. I abhor war like you do, and I wish Congress would reassert itself. But I must say we should legislate it, not terminate it. And abruptly terminating this national emergency will simply undermine U.S. national security interests and those of our allies. The resolution would further destabilize Syria and the entire region, be a gift to the violent and oppressive Assad regime, and create space for terrorist organizations like ISIS to grow in numbers and capabilities. I strongly oppose H.J. Res. 79 and urge my colleagues to do the same. I hope my colleagues on both sides of the aisle join me in supporting it, and with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from South Carolina is now recognized. Excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman is recognized.
It is significant for the bipartisan opposition to this resolution. Lifting the national emergency of economic authorities with regard to Syria would immediately line the pockets of chemical weapons manufacturers, terrorists, and drug traffickers who have committed horrific crimes against humanity. We must work together to oppose the Hezbollah murderers who attack Israel from Lebanon. These economic sanctions keep terrorists from using the financial networks of the free world to enrich themselves and plan attacks against America and our allies. Democracies must stand together to respond to the dictator's rule of gun, opposing democracy's rule of law. The world is in a competition we did not choose. Democracies are under attack by dictators such as war criminal Putin, the Chinese Communist Party, and the regime in Tehran. Ronald Reagan is absolutely correct, and that is we must have peace through strength. I urge opposition to this resolution. I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to the order of the House of July 17, 2023, the previous question is ordered. The question is on the engrossment and third reading of the joint resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
Joint resolution relating to a national emergency declared by the President on May 11, 2004.
The question is on passage of the joint resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolution is passed. Correct?
For what purpose?
For what? No. The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on the question are postponed.
Hang on 1 second.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote where the yeas and nays are ordered or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass concurrent resolution 57.
The clerk will report the title of the concurrent resolution.
House Concurrent Resolution 57, concurrent resolution expressing the sense of Congress supporting the State of Israel.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. McCall, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, each will control 20 minutes. The Chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
Thank you. I'd yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, tomorrow the President of Israel will address this body in a joint session. It'll be a great day in American history as representatives of one of the greatest democracies are addressed by the head of state of another. Democracy and its shared values are at the very core of the U.S.-Israel relationship. And the beauty of our friendship is that we stand together, shoulder to shoulder, as we defend our freedom and our way of life from threats like Iran, Hezbollah, Hamas, and other forms of terrorism. Let me be clear. Israel's not a racist country. And it is deeply disturbing and concerning to me that some in this body have such a profound misunderstanding of Israel and Israeli society. The previous government in Israel had Arab parties and Arab ministers serving in the coalition government. What a fantastic achievement for democracy. It's no secret that Israel is a country in a tough neighborhood that is clear-eyed and seeing many threats in its own backyard. And the United States will always support Israel's right to self-defense. We see Israeli citizens being murdered in senseless terrorist attacks, and at times the fallen have been American citizens. Israel is responsible for protecting the well-being of its citizens. Protecting one's citizens from terrorist attacks is not racism. It is national security. And to think otherwise is small-minded. Quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, it's just plain and simply wrong. The key component of friendship is looking out for one another, standing up for each other. Racism has no place in this body or in public discord, period. So I support this resolution, rejecting false accusations and repulsive anti-Israel statements. I stand, and I know almost everyone in this chamber stands with our friends in Israel. And I want to thank my friend from Texas, Mr. Pfluger, for bringing this resolution forward. I urge my colleagues to support this, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is now recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this resolution and yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, tomorrow we will welcome Israel's president, President Herzog, to the United States of America. And for my entire career, 25 years in the House, and in recent weeks, I've stood on this floor and spoken on the importance of the state of Israel. The need for Israel to remain both Jewish and democratic is without question. Mr. Speaker, Israel cannot remain both Jewish and democratic unless we have peace. And if it does not live side by side in peace with the Palestinian people, both sides have to want peace. And that's why I stand strongly behind a two-state solution for Israelis and Palestinians. But as the resolution before us states, Israel is not, I repeat, is not a racist state. I concur. As the resolution before us states, Congress rejects all forms of anti-Semitism and xenophobia. I concur. And finally, as the resolution before us states, the United States will always, always be a staunch partner and supporter of Israel. I concur. And I will be looking forward to hearing the address of Israel's President Herzog tomorrow. The president is a rare symbol of unity in a polarized society and a true asset to Israel. He has been working diligently to bring all parties in Israel together to find consensus on judicial reform, something that is necessary to preserve Israel's democratic character, in my view, and I encourage him to keep up this important work and wish him much success. Without question, the Democratic Party, my Democratic Party, supports the long-term viability of the Jewish states and know its true character and importance. I, in fact, along with Leader Jeffries and others, were in Israel recently to celebrate the 75th anniversary of the Jewish state and was moved by the events we witnessed. And so, Mr. Speaker, I support wholeheartedly and encourage all of my friends on both sides of the aisle to support this resolution, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas now recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as you may consume to the gentleman from Texas, the author of this resolution, Mr. Pfluger.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise in support of the state of Israel and the Jewish community here in the United States of America, and quite frankly, throughout the world. I'd like to thank the chairman and the ranking member, two men who have worked tirelessly on this very topic, on this very subject. I have a resolution. It's simple. It's one page. One page, but I think it's powerful. It says that the state of Israel is not a racist or apartheid state. It says that Congress rejects all forms of anti-Semitism and xenophobia. And lastly, it says that the United States will always be a staunch partner and supporter of Israel. It's simple. It's a one-page resolution that I think every member of Congress should be able to agree on. And unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, we've heard disgusting statements from members on the other side of the aisle against Israel. And I look at this debate here, this is the time where anyone who has said those types of things can come to the House floor and can debate, can have a conversation. If there's disagreement with this, well, let's let the American people hear that disagreement. But from my standpoint, we look at Israel as the most important partner in the Middle East. And tomorrow, in fact, as we welcome President Herzog to this very body, to the United States, to a joint address of Congress, it's critical for the U.S. Congress to send a unified message that we stand with Israel and that we unequivocally support our Jewish communities. There is no place for hate, for hateful words. You know, I hope that this is an easy vote today. What I hope is, and it should be easy, that all 435 members of this body should be able to vote in affirmation of this. That when President Herzog enters this body tomorrow, he knows unequivocally that the United States is with Israel. That the entire world knows that. In fact, 75 years ago, within minutes of being recognized as a nation, the United States was the very first nation to recognize Israel as a nation. You see, it's because we both believe in freedom. We both believe in a trusted partnership. We both believe in pushing back against enemies around the world like Iran, the largest state sponsor of terrorism, that would seek to undermine at every turn the state of Israel. And so where are those colleagues if they disagree? I think what this debate tells me today, seeing very little disagreement on this House floor, is that we, as the United States of America, we, as the U.S. Congress, the House of Representatives, believes in the tenets. And I'll say it one more time, that the state of Israel is not a racist or apartheid state, that Congress rejects all forms of anti-Semitism or xenophobia, and that the United States will always be a staunch partner and supporter of Israel. And so, Mr. Speaker, not only do I urge my colleagues to support this, but I urge my colleagues to stand up against bullying, against those who would say things that are not true, those that would denounce or use words that are hateful in their rhetoric, that undermine the very essence of the nation of Israel, that undermine the freedoms that this country stands for. And so it's with great honor that I'm able to author this and to stand before the American public and to reaffirm on the 75th anniversary of Israel as a nation, our support in the United States of America for a nation that I believe is divinely inspired. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is now recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the gentle lady from North Carolina, Representative Manning.
Lady from North Carolina is now recognized.
Thank you, Ranking Member Meeks. I rise in support of H-Con Res 57, expressing the sense of Congress supporting the State of Israel. Israel, the historic homeland of the Jewish people, is a robust, thriving, multiracial, multi-ethnic, and multi-religious democracy, which shares our democratic values. Like the United States, Israel is not perfect. It has challenges, and it has policies that are openly criticized, often by the Israeli people themselves. But let me be clear. Israel is not now and never has been a racist state. That characterization is contrary to the facts. It is an untrue and unfair characterization that slanders our strongest ally in the region. Significantly, Israel is the world's only Jewish state. Prior to its founding, Jews suffered centuries of persecution with no country, not one, that would guarantee their safe haven. Since its founding, Israel has valued equal rights for all its citizens. It has provided a home to Jewish refugees from all across the globe, from Ethiopia to the Soviet Union to Argentina to Ukraine, all while living under threat from neighbors and terrorist groups dedicated to Israel's destruction. And yet, too often divisive voices are quick to demonize Israel. Today, we reaffirm our commitment to the U.S.-Israel relationship. Tomorrow, I will be proud to welcome President Herzog to a historic joint meeting of Congress, where the bipartisan majority of this body will stand together to commemorate and cherish the U.S.-Israel relationship. I urge all my colleagues to join me in voting to support this straightforward resolution and stand with our democratic ally, Israel. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Texas is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Bacon.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand here in support of this resolution today, and I look forward to welcoming the President of Israel tomorrow and hearing his message. I also stand here in support of this resolution, condemning the comments that Israel is a racist country. It is not. And we all stand here today united against anti-Semitism and the evil that it represents. It's repugnant. And I would just like to make clear today, from my perspective, why it's so important to stand with our ally, Israel. I think we have practical reasons. We have moral reasons, and we have spiritual reasons. Practical, in that Israel is the only nation in the region that shares our democratic values, the values of rule of law and human dignity. And it's a win-win relationship. We gain from it, and they gain from it, and our countries are stronger together. I believe it's moral because for thousands of years, the Jews were repressed, discriminated against, abused, and murdered. And the nation of Israel was put together to be a safe haven from all over the world where they could go, and that remains true today. And I would say spiritual, for I believe in the words of the Torah and in our Old Testament when it says, those who bless Israel will be blessed. And indeed, America has been blessed. I stand in support of this resolution. I appreciate my friend from Texas, a fellow Air Force veteran who put this together. And with that, I reserve back to you. Thank you.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is now recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is now recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Dunn.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of the resolution and the state of Israel. I compliment both the chair for leading this, Mr. McCall, as well as my colleague, Representative Pfluger, for being brave enough to stand forward and call out Israel not only as an ally, but as standing in that steely breach as a force for democracy, as a force for freedom, and as a voice for free people in a world too often tried time and time again by tyrants and terrorists. Our support for Israel is critical during times of global uncertainty and continuing aggression by adversaries around both the region and the world. When I worked with the Israeli Defense Force, I saw the threats firsthand, from the Golan Heights in the north to the kibbutzes in the south. Across the world, we must reject anti-Semitism in all its forms and stand with Israel and the people of Israel against these threats. We cannot let our strongest ally in the Middle East be let alone. I will continue in my unwavering support of Israel and encourage my colleagues to join me. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Speaker, I yield back my time.
Okay, the gentleman from Texas reserves. I recognize the gentleman from New York.
Continue to reserve.
Gentleman reserves. I recognize the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Miller.
Thank you, Chairman.
The gentleman's recognized. Thank you.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to once again reaffirm my steadfast commitment to a free and prosperous state of Israel. Mr. Speaker, today every single member of this honorable body will have the opportunity to stand against anti-Semitism, to stand against bigotry, to stand against hatred, and to stand for the forever home of the Jewish people, our great friend and democratic ally in the Middle East, the key pillar to freedom and democracy for the entire region, and the home of so much of our shared history, the state of Israel. Today, we bring forward yet another opportunity for individuals in this body to set their words and their records straight and to walk back their words, which they so often choose to do. I urge all of my colleagues to support this resolution, and I reserve.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Recognize the gentleman from New York.
Continue to reserve.
Gentleman reserves. I recognize the gentleman from Texas.
Speaker, I reserve the right to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume for the purposes of closing. Mr. Speaker, in the 117th Congress, when I became the chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee, my first stop was in Israel, celebrating the 4th of July. And I said then what I will say now, that Israel and the United States stand together because we have and share the same values. We believe in democracy. We know that Israel is a nation that at its foundation is not only Jewish, but democratic. Its existence is crucial for the future of the Jewish people. We know that this Congress will continue to expressly reject all forms of anti-Semitism and xenophobia, as this resolution before us states. We stand together, and I would hope that all members of this august body welcomes President Herzog tomorrow, as we listen and continue to work with our strongest ally in the Middle East. And I yield back. Okay. Well, let me reserve. I understand, if you might mind, that a member has arrived. Where is he? And I'd just like to yield 2 minutes to Mr. Sherman, the gentleman from California.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman's recognized.
This is an excellent resolution. Israel is not a racist or apartheid state. Congress should and does reject all forms of anti-Semitism and xenophobia. And the United States will always be a staunch partner and supporter of Israel. But why are we taking this up today? We're taking this up today because one of our colleagues from the state of Washington made a statement and then withdrew it. The question is, why didn't we take up this resolution when Nick Fuentes, a Holocaust denier, was honored by the former president and given a chance to have dinner with the former president at his home in Mar-a-Lago? That's when we should have dealt with this resolution. We should have taken up this resolution when Kanye West had did the honor of dinner with Donald Trump, the former president of the United States. We should have taken up this resolution when our colleague, Mr. Gozar, and Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, both at different times, joined Fuentes on stage. And in each case, after they were denounced for the anti-Semitic act of lending their authority to Mr. Fuentes, these individuals did not withdraw, did not apologize, did not condemn Mr. Fuentes. So we should take up this, we should believe in this resolution every day. And if we're going to allocate floor time, it should be when Holocaust deniers are honored by our colleagues and by the former President of the United States. So I will vote for this resolution today, but I will believe in this resolution 365 days each year, including those days in which certain others do something outrageous. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. I want to verify that the gentleman for Texas yields.
How much time do I have remaining?
You have 10 and a half minutes.
Okay. All right. I'll yield 2 minutes to the gentle lady from the great state of Minnesota.
Michigan.
Michigan, excuse me.
Yep, that's okay.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you so much. I am the only Palestinian American serving in Congress, and I have family members all throughout the West Bank and what many people call the illegally occupied territories. But we're here again, reaffirming Congress' support for apartheid, policing the words of women of color who dare to speak up about truths, about oppression, is just not what we should be doing here in Congress. And let's just get this record straight here. This is not something that's made up. The United Nations, Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, Israel's own largest human rights organization, B'Tselem, all agree that Israel is an apartheid state. To assert otherwise, Mr. Speaker, in the face of this just body of evidence is an attempt to deny the reality and to normalize violence of apartheid. This week, we're going to hear consistently that people touting about this is bipartisan support here. Well, don't forget, this body, this Congress, supported the South African apartheid regime, and it was bipartisan as well. But you don't have to take it from me to understand the racism of an apartheid government. Let's take a moment just to hear Israeli government's own politician in their own words. Direct quotes, not mine. Current Prime Minister Netanyahu, on his policies towards Palestinians, quote, beat them up, not once, but repeatedly, beat them up until it's unbearable, and said that Israel must, quote, crush Palestinian hopes for a fully sovereign state. One of the former defense ministers said Palestinians are, quote, beasts, and they are not human. He's talking about people like my grandmother, Mr. Speaker. How about former Justice Minister who said they should go, as should the physical homes in which they raise the snakes. Otherwise, more little snakes will be raised there. How about another former defense minister said, quote, those who are against us, there's nothing to be done. We need to pick and axe them and cut off their heads. Another quote, there is no such thing as Palestinian people.
The gentlelady's time has expired.
At its core. Mr. Speaker, Israel's own president who's
The gentlelady's time has expired. Does the gentleman for New York reserve or yield?
I give the gentlelady 30 seconds.
Israel's own president, Herzog, who's going to come before Congress tomorrow, has long advocated against interracial marriages. Did you all know that? Do you care? He said on a news segment, look it up, when he came to America, he said, quote, encountered something that I call an actual plague. I saw my friends' children married and coupled with non-Jewish partners. Israel is an apartheid state. The government is deeply problematic in the way that they are proceeding in the structure of oppression. This year, Mr. Speaker, just like I speak up against injustices here in America, this is about speaking up
The gentlelady's
against
time has expired.
violence.
Does the gentleman for New York
Congress must
yield
stop
or reserve?
funding apartheid.
Yield back the balance of my time.
Okay, the gentleman yields back. I recognize the gentleman for Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman's recognized.
We say there's nothing progressive about racism. Racism is ugly. And I know my colleague, my dear friend, Mr. Meeks, a member of the Congressional Black Caucus, knows what racism is. He's also the strongest supporter of Israel. I know our colleague John Lewis knows what racism really is. And racism is ugly. Israel is not a racist state. My father was a bombardier in a B-17. He bombed the Nazis. Why were we at war with Adolf Hitler and the Nazis? For many reasons, but fundamentally because of their values. They were anti-Semitic. The Holocaust. Racism in its ugliest form took place in the concentration camps in Europe, and indeed in Auschwitz, where I've attended, to see the horrors of what mankind can do against mankind. Why was the state of Israel formed? Israel was formed out of a racist society to say to the world, no longer, never forget, we will not tolerate racism. And 75 years later, we stand here in this body celebrating this democratic state in the Middle East that was formed because of persecution and because of racism. We do not stand for racism. Anyone in this chamber should stand for racism. And we cannot call Israel, which was formed as a result of racism and anti-Semitism and hatred, to call that very country a racist state is repugnant to all of our values. I think everyone in this chamber should vote yes. Because, as my dear friend across the aisle knows, racism and anti-Semitism have no place. No place. Not only in this chamber, but not in America, and not anywhere in the world. And where we see it, we denounce it in its most ugliest form. So this is a call to action to defend her, to defend the nation was created by primarily the United States and our allies as a result of the hatred that we saw come out of Nazi Germany. And so with that, Mr. Speaker, I urge all my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to the House Concurrent Resolution 57? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The concurrent resolution is agreed to. Gentleman from Texas recognized.
Speaker, on that, I request the yeas and the nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing. Until counted, a sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Okay. Thank you. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
To H.R. 3941, a bill to prohibit the use of the facilities of a public elementary school, a public secondary school, or an institution of higher education to provide shelter for aliens who have not been admitted into the United States and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 597, the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Education and the Workforce, printed in the bill, is adopted, and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member on the Committee on Education and the Workforce or their respective designees. After 1 hour of debate, it shall be in order to consider the further amendment printed in Part B of House Report 118-147, if offered by the member designated by the report, which shall be considered read, shall be separately debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. The gentleman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, and the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 3941.
Without objection.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered, Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 3941, the Schools Not Shelters Act. In simplest terms, this bill ensures that any public K-12 or post-secondary education institution that houses illegal aliens will not receive a penny of funding from hardworking taxpayers. Tens of thousands of illegal aliens are pouring into cities across the country as this administration does nothing to secure the southern border. At its height in May, the average number of illegal border crossings averaged 10,000 per day. It's unsustainable and a slap in the face of Americans and those who come legally. What's worse, Biden's allies at the state and local level have proposed using public school facilities to accommodate the influx. Schools are for educating students, not housing illegal aliens. That statement shouldn't be controversial, yet somewhere along the way, the left diverged from reality and lost sight of what's best for students. Take New York, for example. New York City Mayor Eric Adams recently announced plans to allocate up to 30 public school gymnasiums as overflow to house illegal aliens. Governor Hochul doubled down by expressing interest in housing 1,500 illegal aliens in dorms at a few SUNY campuses. Adult illegal aliens, not children, were already being housed in Brooklyn at Public School 188 facilities by mid-May. Because of the thousands of migrants coming into New York City every week, New York City officials have stated they are, quote, in no position to take anything off the table, end quote, when it comes to housing migrants. Unfortunately, these actions set precedent for other localities to follow. For example, in Chicago, 800 illegal aliens are being housed in 2 colleges. H.R. 3941 puts a stop to this, and for good reason. First, housing illegal aliens in public schools diverts educational resources away from students already reeling from the effects of prolonged school closures during the pandemic. An entire generation of students has fallen behind academically. If you want proof, look no further than the latest NAEP student test scores for math, reading, civics, and history. They're abysmal. Every educational resource available must be aimed at getting students back on track. Unfortunately, that's not a reality for many school districts. In El Paso, surges in illegal aliens required the city to spend $300,000 a day in 1 month alone. That's nearly $10 million in 1 month, every dollar of which should have gone to students and our citizens. Second, these policies drain institution budgets. It was reported that campuses within the University of Maine system that considered housing illegal aliens found that doing so would require millions to renovate unused facilities. Beyond giving an old building a facelift, consider the recurring cost: electricity, water, and transportation. And those are just the basics. Make no mistake, institutions that bear increased costs to house illegal aliens will ultimately transfer that burden to students through tuition hikes or the American taxpayer. And third, these actions perpetuate this administration's illegal border policies. Like many of the left's policies, they are short-sighted and do not address the root challenges that they're intended to solve. Housing illegal aliens in educational facilities is no different. President Biden caused this mess at the southern border. He, along with his allies at the local and state level, should be the ones paying for their disastrous policies, not school children or post-secondary students. Above all, consider this: no state, no city, no school district, and no institution is immune to the effects of an open border. Because of President Biden, every state has become a border state. What we're voting on in the Schools Not Shelters Act is a change of priorities, putting students and taxpayers above the failed policies of President Biden. The Schools Not Shelters Act sends a message that Republicans will not stand for the left's sanctuary cities that continue to run cover for this administration. Nothing outweighs the success and safety of students. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady from North Carolina reserves. I recognize the gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as they may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I speak in opposition of H.R. 3941, the Scapegoating Not Solutions Act. It is frustrating that we're taking up another proposal that, among other things, purports to improve school safety, yet does nothing to address school safety, does nothing to address learning loss, does nothing to address gun violence in the schools, or improve students' mental health. Regrettably, so far this Congress, House Republicans' priorities for K-12 education focused entirely on culture wars. First, they passed legislation that would facilitate the banning of books. Then the House advanced a bill to seek to bar trans students from participating in sports activities. House Republicans are currently working on a budget that makes devastating cuts to federal support of education. And now the House is considering yet another proposal to threaten to strip away funding from schools and institutions of higher learning if they use any of their facilities to temporarily house asylum seekers or undocumented immigrants in an emergency other than those caused by a disaster. The message is clear. If you do not support this extreme agenda, congressional Republicans will pull your support for education. Republicans have also falsely implied that temporarily using school facilities to provide shelter diverts educational resources from students already impacted by learning loss, and yet they present no evidence to support this claim. And we can't meaningfully address learning loss or meet students' mental health needs if we're talking about taking away federal funds from schools and institutions of higher learning that are not aligned with the Republicans' extreme agenda. Republicans also claim that this bill is about school safety. But let's remember that this bill prohibits emergency sheltering of undocumented immigrants except due to disasters. If it's not a disaster and it's an emergency, you can't house the immigrants. But if it is not an emergency, there's no prohibition. You could house the undocumented immigrants all year, just so long as it's not an emergency. Or if it's a disaster, there's no prohibition. And you can also house other people. If it's school safety, how about housing defendants awaiting trial and pretrial detention, or those on work release? How about housing them? No prohibition against that. So this isn't about school safety. We can't talk about protecting school safety without addressing gun violence. The reality is that Republicans have done nothing about gun violence in schools, which we know poses the greatest threat to our children's safety. And we've repeatedly said that any conversation about school safety that doesn't meaningfully address gun violence is not a serious conversation. H.R. 3941 does not address the real issues confronting our students today, and that is ending gun violence and helping students address learning loss. It threatens to take funds away from schools and institutions of higher learning, and I therefore urge my colleagues to oppose the bill and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. I recognize the gentlelady from North Carolina.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to reserve.
The gentlelady from North Carolina reserves. I recognize the gentleman from Virginia.
Mr. Speaker, I yield such time as she may consume to the gentlelady from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici.
The gentlelady from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Ranking Member, for yielding. I rise in strong opposition to the so-called Schools Not Shelters Act, which should be called the Shutting Out Students Act to reflect what this cruel legislation actually does. It would punish public schools and colleges and their students for showing humanity. This is the second time in less than a month that the majority is bringing legislation to the floor that discriminates against and scapegoats vulnerable people based on their identity. And it's the continuation of a trend that unfortunately we have seen this Congress. Republicans claim that there's a crisis in American education, but their legislation on the floor today would deepen disparities rather than improve public education. I'm disheartened by the continued attempts by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to delegitimize public schools, the only schools that are required to serve everyone and turn no one away. Mr. Speaker, public schools are often used as shelters. I hope this bill does not become law, but if it did, what would public schools have to do? Check everyone for citizenship before offering shelter to those in need? I want to point out, if this bill were to become law and schools lost federal funding because of it, that hurts all students. Students, not the people making the decision, the students. Title I funding, for example, is designed to help schools with high populations of low-income students. And Title II supports professional development for educators. IDEA helps students with disabilities. Losing any of that funding would be detrimental to students and educators. For showing humanity toward those in need, I urge my colleagues to check their values before they vote on this. Now, Mr. Speaker, I came to Congress to improve public education and to help all students succeed in college, in school and in college and in life. And I've said repeatedly in committee hearings and in this chamber, I'm ready to come to the table with my colleagues and work on serious solutions to the challenges faced by students and their families. And Mr. Speaker, I know Ranking Member talked about gun violence in schools. When I was home in June, a student said to me, I only have one more week of school, and then it means I got through the whole year without getting shot. Mr. Speaker, that's what's on students' minds. That's what they're concerned about. So, Mr. Speaker, the so-called Schools Not Shelters Act is not a serious solution. I urge my colleagues to reject this harmful legislation. And also, Mr. Speaker, I want to note that words matter. Presence in the United States of America without proper documents is a civil offense, not a criminal one, and I object to calling people illegal. Mr. Speaker, again, this is not a serious solution to the challenges facing our schools today. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to reject this harmful legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields as the gentleman from Virginia Reserve. Recognize the gentlelady from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from New York who introduced this legislation, Mr. Molinaro.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague. I was here earlier today, and my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, and I heard it again repeated just moments ago, talking a lot about what this bill isn't. I'm very familiar what this bill is not. It isn't a fix to IDEA, although children like my own living with disabilities would love for us to effectively engage in that. This isn't a bill about ensuring vocational training, yet we want vocational training. This isn't a bill about other aspects of education. It's about one basic thing. Our schools are not to be used for shelters. And we wouldn't be here today, nor would I be compelled to present this legislation were it not for a failure of this federal government. By the way, I would acknowledge for generations, but this administration not taking seriously the crisis at our border, a true humanitarian crisis. Earlier today, I heard my colleagues on the other side of the aisle argue that governors across this country shouldn't be in the business of moving undocumented immigrants from one state to another state. And while I might share, and I do from a very compassionate perspective, I spent 12 years as a local elected leader responsible for finding housing and shelter for unaccompanied minors. It was my job to take those individuals seeking asylum and find them locations all in accordance with federal law. Shelters established under federal law for the purposes of caring for people. We would not be here today, nor would this bill be even necessary, were it not for the reality that the city of New York made a choice. The city of New York made a decision to be a welcoming sanctuary city, and by definition, welcomed individuals from around the world, irrespective of their status. And then when that happened, when they were confronted with this very real crisis that the White House and the federal government has ignored, the city of New York chose to declare that schools within New York City could be used as shelters. In one elementary school in Brooklyn, the gymnasium was being prepared to house migrants during the school year while children were in class. And now this led to after-school activities, including sports, to be canceled. Additionally, in New York, Governor Kathy Hochul announced the plans to house as many as 1,500 migrants at 3 different state universities in Albany, Buffalo, and Stony Brook. We wouldn't be in this position if the city of New York worked effectively to address the crisis within the city. Now, additionally, I heard earlier today that governors from other states should have simply asked the president for financial help. Well, the same is true in the case of Mayor Eric Adams. He, in fact, did ask the president and the federal government for emergency action and additional financial assistance to contain the crisis within the city of New York and not export it to other parts of the state. And he was met with deafening silence. This is a crisis of significance, and I truly respect this desire to be a compassionate people. But it is not compassionate. It is not compassionate to displace school children. It is not compassionate to close down schools and convert them into shelters. Earlier today, I was told that never would happen while students were there. Well, schools during the summer months and entering into fall all across this country are used as centers of community in some of the most vulnerable neighborhoods in America. Gymnasium used for after school and summer activities, athletics. Cafeterias used for nutrition and school lunches and breakfast, all there to meet the needs of needy families. And for children like my own, schools across this country in the summer months are used to provide therapies and services to those with intellectual, physical, and developmental disabilities. I understand what this bill is not. And it is not, based on my 30 years of experience in public office, it is not meant to be cruel to anyone. There are families and neighborhoods and parents and single moms and dads in urban centers all across this country who just want the school used for their children. And they want their government to take responsibility for their actions, whether it's a city that welcomes people from around the world or the federal government responsible for containing and addressing this humanitarian crisis where it begins at our borders. And so, like all the other families across this country, I simply ask that Congress state very clearly, this isn't about defunding anyone. This is about making clear that schools are for a single purpose. Centers of community, education and opportunity for our neighbors. They are not shelters. That's what this bill affirms. A very basic sentiment. And it is one that I confront, no matter how many words others try to put in our mouths. I confront from a very compassionate perspective. Our kids have already lost too much, and schools should be used for the purposes of educating and empowering kids in our neighborhoods. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. I recognize the gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Prior to yielding to the gentleman from New York, I yield myself 1 minute just to remind the gentleman about what his bill actually does. It does not prohibit the sheltering of anyone other than undocumented immigrants in an emergency short term. I mean, if you long-term, not an emergency, that's okay. Other people, that's okay. I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Goldman.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
I thank the distinguished ranking member. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in opposition to H.R. 3941, which is an inhumane, xenophobic messaging bill that seeks to punish the local governments who are welcoming and supporting migrants arriving from collapsing authoritarian governments to pursue their American dream. I come from New York City, which has embraced, housed, fed, vaccinated, and supported more than 80,000 migrants in the past year in the finest traditions of the home of the Statue of Liberty and Ellis Island, where my grandmother arrived in this country. We in New York City are incredibly proud of being what my distinguished colleague from New York refers to a sanctuary city. I wish all of America could be a sanctuary country that in the finest traditions of welcoming immigrants to our shores. In the past year, there has not been a single violent incident at any of the nearly 200 shelters housing newly arrived migrants in New York City. Not one. You tell me another community of 80,000 people where there's not a single violent incident. I challenge everyone. It is a remarkable feat, and it demonstrates these individuals' desire, basic desire, to come and settle in this country and escape regimes that are cratering in Central and Latin America. Despite the excessive burdens on the city's infrastructure and budget, many of the counties represented by the Republican sponsors of this bill have refused to accept migrants. And now they're trying to make it even harder to temporarily house migrants around the state in places that are empty for the summer. This is simply another attempt by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to demonize immigrants seeking a better life in this country, a continuation of the effort to sow fear, division, and hate around the country. My colleague from New York is right. We are in desperate need of immigration reform so that we can streamline and modernize our immigration system, boost our economy, and secure our borders. But instead of using their majority to address our broken immigration system, Republicans are putting a meaningless and useless bill designed to scapegoat immigrants instead of solving our problems.
And if my colleagues on the other side of the aisle truly wanted to address the influx of migrants into our communities, they would work with us to alleviate the financial strain on cities all around the country. And they would come together with us to allow these migrants to work legally, which would not only allow them to support their families, but would help businesses in desperate need of labor from a workforce shortage, would boost our economy, and of course would have the benefit of helping our local governments.
Gentleman's recognized for another minute.
Thank you. This bill is not about protecting schools or children. It's the summertime, and the schools are mostly empty. If Republicans truly wanted to protect our schools and our children, they would instead focus on cracking down on rampant gun violence in our schools. Just this year, there have been 20 school shootings, and gun violence is now the leading cause of death of children in America. Parents are not worried about migrants in schools during the summer. Parents are worried that their children won't come home from school. But Republicans instead do nothing to keep our children safe at school. My friends, you can put lipstick on a pig, but dressing up your anti-immigrant xenophobia by invoking our schools does not change the fact that this bill is, in fact, covered by mud. I urge my colleagues to vote against this harmful bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Virginia reserves. I recognize the gentlelady from Virginia. North Carolina, my fault.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, Chair of the Health, Employment, Labor, and Pension Subcommittee of the Education and Workforce Committee, Mr. Good.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Madam Chair. I support the legislation today that will allow the Department of Education to withhold federal funding from schools that house illegal aliens at public school facilities. This bill focuses on schools, but the issue here is only a symptom of a much larger problem, a blatant disrespect for the federal immigration laws by this president and the Democrat Party at large. It's no coincidence that cities like New York and Chicago have announced plans to shelter hundreds of immigrants in school gyms and college dorms. These sanctuary cities are breaking the law by refusing to enforce federal immigration policy. These cities blatantly defy the law of the land, and then they beg the federal government for money when they can't handle the consequences that come with their participation in unchecked illegal immigration. Americans have been suffering under this pattern of lawlessness for years, and it's time for it to stop. President Biden has violated his Article 4, Section 4 constitutional duty to protect the states from invasion, and now it's our American school children who are paying the price. I think the mother of a kindergartner or second grader at a New York school said it best: "Why would I bring my child to a school where there are grown adult men in their gym? You won't let a stranger come into the school without an ID, but you'll let them live in your school gym?" Our schools should not be left vulnerable to the lawless immigration policies pushed by Democrats. This legislation provides the incentive for mayors and governors to protect our children instead of encouraging Biden's border invasion policies that are harming Americans. The Biden border crisis impacts every part of our nation: our national security, our health security, our education system, our welfare system, and now even more so, our children in our public schools. When is enough enough? What is the end game of these Democrat policies? I urge all of my colleagues to stand against the Biden administration's disastrous policies that harm our school children and support passage of this bill, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentlelady reserves. I recognize the gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, my good colleague from Virginia, the ranking member of the Oversight Committee, Mr. Connolly.
The gentleman's recognized.
I thank the Speaker, and I thank my good friend, the former and I hope future chairman of the Education and Labor Committee. Why are my friends on the other side of the aisle trying to punish those who show basic decency? So-called Schools Not Shelters Act targets one thing: compassion. In September, let me tell you a story. In September of 2011, my community faced a sudden weather emergency with flooding. The combination of blocked culverts and relentless rainfall created a flood
that swept through a very vulnerable mobile home community called Holly Acres in Woodbridge, Virginia. The damage to Holly Acres was swift and severe. 60% of the homes in that community were left wholly condemned, uninhabitable, and people were put out of their homes immediately. Thankfully, our local emergency personnel sprung into action. They conducted swift water rescues to save the lives of women and children who lived in this predominantly Hispanic community, largely undocumented, and evacuated them to our local high school for shelter. Immediately, my team and I descended on the scene. The instincts from my experience in local government kicked in. We coordinated provision of toys, of which there were none. Clothes, all they had was the wet clothes on their bodies. They couldn't access warm clothes on their own. Hot meals from the Red Cross, none of which had been planned. For this dislocated community, many of whom were still in wet clothes from their evacuation. If the Republicans have their way, this kind of tragedy would have been compounded by robbing the school system of desperately needed funding because they were undocumented. Well, from my point of view, they were human beings in need, emergent need. And my values said we had to reach out. We had to help. Their status was immaterial. Their need, their compelling need in front of our faces is what drove our action. And thank God the school was able to shelter them. Subsequently, they were able to get housing. These kinds of things happen all over the place. And my community wants to express its values in offering a helping hand, irrespective of one's legal status in this country. Human beings are human beings. This legislation punishes those who show kindness in the face of such an emergency. And it does nothing to benefit our students or children. All it does is take away from our schools the crime of caring for others. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman for Virginia reserves. I recognize the gentlelady from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, who is chair of the Early Childhood, Elementary, and Secondary Education Subcommittee of the Education and Workforce Committee, Mr. Bean.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Dr. Fox. Mr. Speaker, what do parents worry about? According to a national PTA survey, American parents worry most about their child being bullied, and they worry about their child struggling socially and emotionally. What's not on the list? Their school being taken over by illegal immigrants. You would think Americans, parents wouldn't have to worry about that. But yet, here we are. Because this is crazy town. And here in crazy town, the Biden administration is fixated on transforming America's public schools, our institutions for learning, into shelters for illegal immigrants. It's happening now, and we're already seeing elementary and secondary school facilities in cities like New York being converted into housing for immigrants who have illegally crossed our border. Let me be clear, this type of activity emphasizes the notion that an open border is the new normal. It's an attack on law and order and on American families who pay taxes into these schools so their children can get a good educational foundation. Housing illegal immigrants in school facilities creates a host of issues, including safety hazards, security threats, health risks for our children, and let's not forget, America's students are facing severe learning loss because our schools' closures during the COVID-19 pandemic. I believe our schools are for educating students, not for supporting unhinged policies. I believe teachers should be our educators, not ICE agents. I believe school gyms and rec spaces should be for physical education and not for motel rooms. House Republicans are calling President Biden into the principal's office. We refuse to let this happen, and that's why we are tackling this issue head on with H.R. 3941, the Schools Not Shelter Act. It says no to this dangerous initiative that threatens our children and distracts our schools from their core mission, educating America's kids. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Dr. Fox, I yield back.
The gentlelady reserves. Recognize the gentleman for Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New Mexico, Mr. Vasquez.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to recommit this bill back to committee. If the House rules permitted, I would have offered the motion with an important amendment to this bill. My amendment would insert the text of the bipartisan American Dream and Promise Act, which provides a pathway to citizenship for dreamers. This is an issue that Congress has failed to address, although my colleagues on the other side have continuously committed to supporting this bill. Now, I find the response from some of our colleagues comical when they are so deathly afraid of immigrant children in our schools, but yet when they are serviced by undocumented immigrants in the hotels that they stay at, when there are undocumented kitchen workers in the restaurants that they go to, when their houses and their homes are built by undocumented workers, we never see the same type of outrage. So I see a lot of ignorance in the response that we're seeing as to what undocumented folks provide in value to our country, and we cannot ignore that. Now, there's nearly 2.3 million dreamers in this country who are integrated into our communities already, contribute to our economy, they participate in our workforce, they spend wages, and they pay taxes. We need to let dreamers live and work in the only country they've ever known as home. We have a bipartisan bill right here to make that a reality. I ask my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to take one of the first steps to fix our broken immigration system. So I ask for unanimous consent to insert into the record the text of my amendment in the future. I hope my colleagues will join
Without
me.
objection.
I hope my colleagues will join me in voting for the motion to recommit, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman for Virginia reserves. Recognize the gentlelady from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. D'Esposito.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Speaker, a little confused by my colleague's comments when he said that members of this side of the aisle were, quote, deathly afraid. No one is deathly afraid. What we are, though, we are in support of my good friend from New York, Mr. Molinaro's Schools Not Shelters Act to safeguard American children and prevent American schools from being forced to bear the burden of the Biden administration's ongoing migrant crisis. I am proud to co-sponsor this important bill that will prohibit schools that receive federal funding from being used as shelters for migrants, which is a misguided policy being advanced by Governor Kathy Hochul, Albany Democrats, and many other progressives across this great nation. Due to the dereliction of duty of Secretary Mayorkas and the overall mismanagement of the Department of Homeland Security by the Biden administration, the United States has seen a record number of migrants cross into this great nation. This deluge has placed a significant, particularly strong strain on sanctuary states, such as New York, where Governor Hochul continues to place the interests of migrants ahead of students who we want to keep safe. The Hochul administration has made housing migrants at schools a priority, a fact that troubles many parents, educators, and students alike. Housing migrants whose histories are murky and intentions unknown at schools from the elementary level to the collegiate level endangers youth learners and puts students in a potentially dangerous situation of interacting with adult migrants in spaces that should be reserved for students. The fact that migrants are currently being housed in school gyms, particularly in New York City, is absolutely ridiculous. And instead of recognizing that this is a problem, Governor Hochul is seeking to expand this policy to SUNY campuses. You see, parents send their kids to school to be a safe zone, and it is incumbent on the federal government to do everything possible to stop it. For this purpose, I support the Schools Not Shelters bill and encourage my colleagues to support this legislation I have co-sponsored. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentlelady reserves. Recognize the gentleman for Virginia.
Great.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a statement from Third Way urging members to stand up for students across the country and vote no on this bill.
Without objection.
and another bill asking unanimous consent from a letter from Council of the Great City Schools pointing out that the bill does nothing to help urban school districts and communities provide the needed educational and transitional services for newly arriving students and families.
Without objection.
I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
We're prepared to close, Mr. Speaker. If
The gentleman reserves.
Virginia's
Recognize the
prepared.
gentleman for Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of the time.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate that my Republican colleagues are forcing through another proposal that contradicts our responsibility to help students succeed. This bill threatens to take funding away from schools if they are used for emergency shelter to shelter undocumented immigrants, except specifically exempting cases of disaster. It allows anyone else to be sheltered, just not undocumented immigrants in an emergency. We should be focusing on helping students make up for learning loss. They were out of school for a long time. Last Congress, congressional Democrats took critical steps to actually address learning loss by passing the American Rescue Plan Act, investing in students' abilities to offer after-school, summer, mentorship, and tutorial programs. Yet not a single congressional Republican voted to pass the American Rescue Plan Act. And now they're seeking to pass a bill that takes funding away from public schools, while also considering a budget that makes dangerous cuts to federal educational funding. My colleagues want to address learning loss. We should be talking about evidence-based strategies that actually meet the needs of students. My colleagues want to keep students safe. We should be confronting what is actually killing them. Parents, teachers, and students are demanding that we take meaningful action on gun violence, yet my Republican colleagues refuse to budge on that issue. Instead of coming up with meaningful solutions, Republicans are continuing to push their extreme agenda that does nothing to address learning loss or improve school safety. We should all agree that our students, parents, and schools deserve better. So I strongly urge my colleagues to oppose the bill and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. I recognize the gentlelady from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of my time.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, housing illegal aliens in public educational facilities is downright dangerous, drains educational resources, and distracts school districts and universities from their primary mission of educating students. This chamber sees many rigorous debates about all types of issues facing the American people. I never imagined there'd be a debate over the primary function of schools. Since when did schools be used for learning? Since when did schools being used for learning become a novel idea? The Schools Not Shelters Act delivers a dose of reality to the Biden administration and the left, who are putting students second to their open border policies. Enough is enough. I urge my colleagues to vote for this important bill and stand up for students' well-being and academic success, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. All time for debate on the bill has expired. It's now in order to consider amendment number 1, printed in Part B of the House Report 118-147. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-147, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 597, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The general recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I rise today in support of my amendment to define the phrase short term. For the purposes of the Schools Not Shelters Act as being a period of up to 72 hours. The phrase short term has varying definitions for different purposes in law and in different states. In many cases, the law considers housing for as long as a year as short term. The underlying bill prohibits housing illegal aliens in taxpayer-funded schools with an understandable exception for emergencies. If people are seeking shelter from a storm, we don't want to lock them out to face the elements, regardless of their citizenship or immigration status. My amendment protects the intent of this bill by ensuring that governors can't abuse this emergency exception by opportunistically using an emergency or declaring an emergency that doesn't really exist, so that they can house illegals in schools for months on end. My amendment still allows state and local authorities the flexibility to offer schools as shelter in moments of true crisis, but requires that they limit that to a few days to make sure it's a momentary stopgap rather than a long-term reality. Under the so-called leadership of President Biden, Vice President Harris, and Secretary Mayorkas, our southern border is open. Every state has become a border state as criminal cartels traffic aliens into our country by the thousands. Some sanctuary states have chosen to address this problem by housing these illegal aliens in our schools. Using our schools, our public schools, to house illegal aliens redirects resources the American people set aside for our children to foreign nationals who disrespect our laws. Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to the amendment.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
I yield myself 5 minutes. Mr. Speaker, it's hard to respond to the amendment because the underlying bill makes little sense. The amendment, I'm not sure what it does, because if the amendment is passed, undocumented immigrants who would be properly sheltered in the schools, because under the bill, a disaster, there's an exemption for disasters. After 72 hours, 3 days, if the disaster is still going on, I guess you'd have to kick them out to avoid liability, unless the emergency is over. Because if there's no longer an emergency and they're not being housed under an emergency, they can be housed because only emergency sheltering is allowed. So I don't know if this is good or bad, but I just assume oppose it, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. I recognize the gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Speaker, let's be clear. Schools are meant for purposes of educating our children, housing those in violation of law, illegals, can put our children at risk and turns places of education potentially dormitories for lawless individuals. We have governors who have used and abused their authority to circumvent federal law, immigration law, and this clearly, all we're asking is that if it's going to be done, it's for a defined period of time. And I have to admit, as I've listened to debate, you know, the violins were playing, widows were weeping, and my colleagues were pandering. We have people that are here violating the law. Keep that in mind. Our border is flooded with illegals.
Okay.
There's a pattern of illegals committing crime in our country. There's a pattern of gang members crossing our border. And there's a pattern of this reckless administration for ignoring law. Mr. Speaker, I urge adoption and support for my amendment. I reserve.
Gentleman has the only time remaining.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Pursuant to the rule, the previous question is ordered on the bill and on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles. The question is on the amendment by the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Speaker, ask for a recorded vote. Ayes and nays.
I'm going to request the ayes and nays.
No.
Thank you.
The amendment is adopted. Okay. The question is on engrossment and the third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to prohibit the use of the facilities of a public elementary school, a public secondary school, or an institution of higher education to provide shelter for aliens who have not been admitted into the United States and for other purposes.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Mexico seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Vasquez of New Mexico moves to recommit the bill H.R. 3941 to the Committee on Education and the Workforce.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request a recorded vote.
A woman asked for the yeas and nays.
Request the yeas and the nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the chair. The House will be in order. The chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, messages from the Senate. Mr. Speaker,
Madam Secretary.
I have been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has passed without amendment H.R. 3672, an act to designate the Clinic of Department of Veterans Affairs in Indian River, Michigan, as the PFC Justin T. Payton Department of Veterans Affairs Clinic.
Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Passage of H.J. Res. 68, H.J. Res. 70, H.J. Res. 74, H.J. Res. 71, H.J. Res. 79, and the motion to suspend the rules and agree to H.Con. Res. 57. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20. Remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on passage of the House Joint Resolution 68, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
House Joint Resolution 68, joint resolution relating to a national emergency declared by the President on October 27, 2006.
The question is on passage of the joint resolution. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. The yeas are 27, the nays are 381. The joint resolution is not passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business on the vote on passage of the House Joint Resolution 70, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
House Joint Resolution 70, joint resolution relating to a national emergency declared by the President on February 25th, 2011.
Okay. The question is on passage of the joint resolution. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 30, the nays are 388. The joint resolution is not passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on passage of the House Joint Resolution 74, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
House Joint Resolution 74, joint resolution relating to a national emergency declared by the President on May 16, 2012.
The question is on passage of the joint resolution. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. This vote, the yeas are 27, the nays are 393. The joint resolution is not passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on passage of House Joint Resolution 71, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
House Joint Resolution 71, joint resolution relating to a national emergency declared by the President on May 22nd, 2003.
The question is on passage of the joint resolution. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 26, the nays are 394. The joint resolution is not passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on passage of House Joint Resolution 79, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
House Joint Resolution 79, joint resolution relating to a national emergency declared by the President on May 11, 2004.
The question is on passage of the joint resolution. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 24, the nays are 394. The joint resolution is not passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Texas, Mr. McCall, to suspend the rules and agree to H-Con Res 57, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
House Concurrent Resolution 57, concurrent resolution expressing the sense of Congress supporting the State of Israel.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to the concurrent resolution? Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. The yeas are 412, the nays are 9, 1 recorded as present. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the concurrent resolution is agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn to meet at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Without objection.
The House will be in order. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection. The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Tyrone Hollywood Brown, who was recently inducted into the American Basketball Hall of Fame. Tyrone Brown was born in Savannah, Georgia, where he went to Alfred E. Beach High School. After years of hard work at Savannah State University, Tyrone joined the Harlem Globetrotters in 1985. He was a member of the Harlem Globetrotters for over 10 years. During his time with the Globetrotters, Tyrone put an emphasis on children's education and development. He remained passionate about inspiring children to set goals and work hard, leading him to create the Ambassadors of Responsibility Foundation to enable former teammates to better serve elementary and middle school students across the country. Tyrone also wrote a book, A Piece of Paper, that tells his own story of how he worked to become a Harlem Globetrotter. Tyrone was inducted into the Hall of Fame this past June alongside many other basketball legends. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The House is not in order. Please move your conversations off the floor. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to welcome President Herzog of Israel to the Capitol tomorrow. Israel is a critical partner of ours and essential to our national security. It's one of the most inclusive and progressive democracies in the world, high voter turnout, a diverse legislature, a pride event in Tel Aviv that's one of the biggest pride events in the world. We must continue to grow our special relationship with Israel. We also know that the path to peace and security and a two-state outcome will be a strong governing authority in the West Bank and then Gaza. This will help get the mostly Iranian-backed terror groups out of the West Bank. The key will be for European and Arab nations to help our Palestinian friends establish this legitimate governing authority. With this, we'll be on an historic path towards peace and better lives for both Israelis and Palestinians. Again, I welcome President Herzog. We are so glad he is here. And I hope that this unique and special relationship between our countries continues to grow stronger and stronger, all in our effort to promote peace and prosperity around the world. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the House and ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, since the Bill of Rights was ratified in 1791, the right to free speech has been the cornerstone of American democracy. Sadly, we've seen deliberate and malicious attempts by President Biden and his administration to censor and silence this unalienable right. under the guise of public health, the Biden administration has attempted to use the Oval Office as a bully pulpit to punish those who share beliefs that the president disagrees with and news that he doesn't like. The federal government should never punish Americans for using First Amendment rights. And the decision by a U.S. district judge to limit the Biden administration's contact with social media companies is a positive first step towards correcting these wrongs. My constituents who have been censored deserve accountability, and it's time for the Biden administration to fully admit to the actions that were taken to stifle free speech. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm here today to speak about the epidemic of gun violence that continues to plague our country. In fact, gun violence is now the leading cause of death for children. As a pediatrician, I understand that we have to look at this as a public health crisis and work on multiple levels to keep our children and communities safe from gun violence. I'm focused on pragmatic solutions and proud that both parties came together last Congress to take some common sense steps to keep guns away from people who are likely to pose a danger and to address the mental health crisis in this country that has led to higher rates of firearm suicide. Now, there's more to do, and I invite my Republican colleagues to join us to enhance background checks and close loopholes that allow some people to buy guns without a background check, to increase funding for research so that we can make evidence-based decisions in our legislation, and to incentivize safe storage because children should not have access to their parents' weapons. There are areas where we worked together last Congress, and we can do more. Not a single Republican member of Congress lost their race last year because they voted for common sense, safe gun ownership laws. We can do more to protect children and communities, and we should do it together. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to stand against anti-Semitism. I stand before you as a Republican member of Congress to address the issue that transcends party lines and touches the very core of who we are as Americans. Anti-Semitism is a pernicious form of hatred that has persisted for far too long in our world. It undermines the principles of tolerance, acceptance, and compassion that we hold dear as Americans. It is deeply troubling and entirely unacceptable that a colleague on the other side of the aisle has labeled Israel a racist state. We must be resolute in our efforts to combat this hate and be unequivocal in our condemnation of anti-Semitism in all of its forms from all persons. The Jewish people have shown incredible resilience and strength as they have faced unimaginable suffering throughout history, from the horrors of the Holocaust to the persistent prejudice that seeks to marginalize them even today, as the Jewish people have been unjustly targeted. Let us join hands in solidarity, Mr. Speaker, with our Jewish brothers and sisters and make it our mission to combat and eradicate anti-Semitism once and for all. And I yield back.
From what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Gun violence is the #1 killer of kids and teens in America. For so many problems facing our country, we don't know what to do. We don't know exactly how to fix it. But gun violence is different. We know what to do. But Republicans lack the backbone to do it. And frankly, their justifications why aren't good enough. Bucking your party, alienating the NRA, or potentially risking your seat is worth it to save lives. And we can save lives by reinstating the federal assault weapons ban. The 1994 ban that was implemented when I was only 5 years old decreased gun massacres by 37%. And when that ban expired, gun massacres rose by 183%. Reinstating this ban would prevent parents from having to say their final goodbyes to their children. It would prevent the trauma we knowingly pass on to future generations, and it would prevent the never-ending what-ifs, if-onlys, and what-could-have-beens when thinking about the loved ones we've lost. So I urge my colleagues to do the right thing and reinstate the federal assault weapons ban. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
I'd like to ask unanimous consent to speak for a minute, to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I stand today to talk a little bit about a hearing we're going to have tomorrow on the Oversight Committee regarding members of President Biden's family. It's a hearing I don't want to have. I think the president has done a pretty bad job, and politically he's made a lot of mistakes that can make him unpopular. But what we're dealing with here is significant sums of money, $10 million, that appears to have flowed to his family from other countries around the world, in particular China and Ukraine. It's very difficult as a congressman to know exactly what American policy should be with regard to these countries, but it makes it even more difficult if it's apparent that the President of the United States may have, or his family may have received significant amounts of money here, and maybe even subject to blackmail if the worst had happened. I strongly encourage the American public and the chair to turn in to our hearing tomorrow, because we're going to unveil a new witness whose name has not been publicly revealed tomorrow. And I think it's important for all Americans to pay attention and see exactly what's going on. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the 95th birthday of Lou Pecora, a beloved member of our Orange County community. Lou was born in Pennsylvania, where his family business was making boots for coal miners. Many of his friends went to Wall Street, but Lou's passion was on Main Street, where he found his love for education. Lou began as a professor at Dickinson University, where he taught business to English majors, preparing young professionals with all the skills necessary to succeed in a changing world. But it took getting stuck under a bridge during a snowstorm in Pennsylvania for Lou to decide to finally move to the West Coast. And naturally, he decided to move to our great city of Santa Ana. And he's been there ever since. Lou believes in a good life. He believes on friends, good friends, and giving back. He and his partner Joe were together for 55 years. And they have been and are embraced by our community because of their charisma and charm. Happy 95th birthday, Lou, and many more. Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Today, Appropriations Committee Republicans struck down community project funding requests for 3 projects related to LGBTQ organizations, and one was from my community. The decision to strip this specific request from the bill, a request previously approved by the Transportation Subcommittee, is not based in anything, no legitimacy other than bigotry and discrimination. My office's selection process for community project funding is recognized as one of the most thorough and fair in Congress. We use an independent board of community leaders from our district, and that means today the committee overrode the will of my constituents. My district is a vibrant community in the suburbs of Philadelphia, and I'd venture to say that many on the committee who voted against this funding have never visited it. It's demonstrated in the fact that they couldn't pronounce the name of the city of Reading and pronounced it Reading. They have not visited this center, LGBT Center of Greater Reading itself, like I have many times, and they've never seen the food pantry that helps those who've been rejected by their family, or the warm spaces that welcome people in the winter and allow them a clean space to live and be themselves. These are basic human needs. On behalf of my community and on behalf of the LGBTQ community, I want to express my vehement opposition to stripping life-saving funding from the LGBTQ Center of America of Greater Reading. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Can we maintain an affordable, reliable, and decarbonized grid if we rely only on traditional renewables?
To hear our Republican colleagues talk, absolutely not. They say that nuclear and advanced fossil fuels and hydrogen all have to be in the mix. But as the old saw goes, when you're in a negotiation, don't watch the other guy's lips, watch his feet. Because the Republicans' proposed appropriations package includes $15 billion, that's a 20% cut in the Title 17 program. This is the lone program office that helps those early stage technologies get to commercialization. This program, by the way, is currently massively oversubscribed. Of their existing $73 billion of loan authority, they've already received over $90 billion of applications, of which 37% are for carbon management, advanced nuclear and fossil fuel technologies that my colleagues claim to hold dear. These technologies are critically important to the future of our energy system. They critically need government support to get to commercialization, and they would all be cut by the proposed Republican budget. I want a reliable, decarbonized power grid that uses all those technologies and more. My colleagues across the aisle, on the other hand, seem to be rooting for blackouts or worse, and I know that's true because, in the words of Shakira, feet don't lie. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition?
To revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of my bill, the Civilian Conservation Center Enhancement Act. The worsening climate crisis has wrought destruction across the country, and Oregon is not immune from that devastation. Every year, our wildfire season becomes more severe. In fact, right now, there are 19 active wildfires in Oregon alone, burning thousands of acres, threatening properties, and upending daily life for hundreds of Oregonians. Yet, as the risk of wildfire has grown, our wildland firefighting capacity has fallen far behind. And that's where the Civilian Conservation Center Enhancement Act comes in. This bill will actually cut through the red tape to ensure the Forest Service can hire brave Americans who are ready, willing, and able to battle these blazes. I thank my colleagues, Representatives Hoyle, Guthrie, and Edwards for their support of this bill, and I look forward to seeing its passage. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to honor the work of Reverend Jesse Jackson as he steps down as president of Rainbow Kush Coalition. Reverend Jackson has fearlessly fought for the rights of marginalized communities, serving as a beacon of hope and inspiration for millions. His presidential campaign in 1988 was a defining moment, not only for our brothers and sisters in the African American community, but for all Americans who believed in a more inclusive society. Jesse Jackson has taught us many lessons, among them that political empowerment is vital to improving our communities. He has encouraged countless individuals to exercise their fundamental right to vote and ensure that every voice is heard and every vote is counted. There's no doubt that his relentless pursuit with the Rainbow Coalition played a crucial role in the election of Congressman Harold Washington as Chicago's first progressive and black mayor. Reverend Jackson, thank you for your lifelong commitment to civil rights and your role in helping shape our country's politics to reflect its diversity.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to recognize the life and service of Dr. Orrin Allen. Throughout his life, Dr. Allen was committed to advancing justice and serving his community. He worked for the Contra Costa County Probation Department in California for 35 years and was especially passionate about supporting our youth, serving on several local boards. In 1999, Dr. Allen was named Contra Costa County's Humanitarian of the Year in recognition of his commitment to the county's youth. Dr. Allen also worked tirelessly to ensure quality education and supported students. He served as an elected member on the Pittsburgh, California Unified School District Board for more than 20 years and was recognized for his contributions with an Outstanding Friend of Education Award from the Association of California School Administrators. Outside of his professional pursuits, Dr. Allen enjoyed spending time with his family and friends, of which I am one and consider myself lucky to have been his friend. Sadly, Dr. Allen passed away on April 23rd. He will be remembered for his compassionate nature and his many contributions to our community. Please join me in recognizing the life of Dr. Orrin Allen. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the gentleman from California, Mr. Thompson, is recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to submit extraneous material into the record.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, gun violence is the leading cause of death for American children. Let me repeat that. Gun violence is the leading cause of death for our kids. It is shameful that every member in this body knows that guns are used to kill our kids, and the Republican majority is refusing to take any action to stop this epidemic. Parents are scared to send their kids to school. They're worried that it may be the last time they see them alive. Kids are being impacted by active shooter drills and are scared to death that their school will be the next site of a school shooting. The Gun Violence Prevention Task Force is leading efforts in Congress to compel our Republican colleagues to bring gun violence prevention measures up for a vote. The American people are with us on this. The only place that gun violence prevention is a partisan issue is right here in this Congress. A recent Fox News poll shows that the American people overwhelmingly support gun violence prevention measures. 87% support universal background checks. 81% support raising the legal age to purchase firearms to 21. 80% support red flag laws. And in this same Fox poll, 61% support banning assault weapons. It's time for the House Republicans to join House Democrats in prioritizing saving our kids. Democrats took an important first step in the last Congress when President Biden signed into law the bipartisan Safer Community Act, which was the first major gun violence prevention bill signed in 30 years. There's still more work to do. We're here this evening to shine a spotlight on the failure of the Republicans to join us in support of policies that will save lives. The Republican leadership's callous inaction is contributing to a mass casualty every day in our country. There have been more mass shootings this year than there has been days in the year. As a combat veteran, a hunter, and a gun owner, not one Republican can tell me that background checks interfere with our Second Amendment. When debating background checks, we have definitively refuted every tired Republican excuse time and time again. Republicans have countered with an even more callous response. They respond to every death with deafening silence. The Gun Violence Prevention Task Force will continue our work to hold Republicans accountable for their obstruction. The leading cause of death of our children and teens demands our attention, and we're demanding that the House pass legislation to help save lives. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to my friend and colleague from Colorado, Mr. Crow, an Army Ranger who deployed in both Afghanistan and Iraq.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the victims of the horrific mass shooting that occurred at Century 16 Movie Theater in Aurora, Colorado 11 years ago. My community forever changed the night of July 20th, 2012. 12 people with arms full of popcorn and candy walked into Theater 9 and never walked out. I think those of us in this room whose communities have faced this type of tragedy would agree. There's a before and there's an after. And what comes after is a shattered community trying to make sense of a senseless act of violence. Today we remember Veronica, AJ, Michaela, Jessica, Alexander, Jonathan, John, Matt, Alex, Jesse, Rebecca, and Gordon. They should still be here. Every year, Aurora and the greater Colorado community come together to remember the lives we lost and the collective trauma shared. We also recognize those who, in the face of unspeakable fear, stepped up to help their loved ones and neighbors. Let us not grow numb to the pain of this day. Rather, we honor the lives of those we lost by being relentless in our pursuit for gun reform. As members of Congress and as Americans, it is our duty.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to my friend and great representative from the state of Pennsylvania, Mary Gay Scanlon.
Thank you. There have been more mass shootings this year than there have been days. We do not have to live like this. Children are scared to go to school, parents are scared to put their kids on the bus, and teachers are scared that they'll have to protect their students from a mass shooter in the classroom. And the daily gun violence that often goes unreported by the media, including suicide and domestic violence, impacts neighborhoods in every corner of the country. We do not have to live like this. Last Congress, House Democrats passed into law the most significant gun violence prevention legislation in 30 years, but we know that was only a baby step in the right direction. We have seen that evidence-based violence prevention programs like group violence intervention can dramatically reduce gun violence. When it was implemented in the city of Chester, Pennsylvania 3 years ago, homicides by gun dropped by over 60%. And the expansion of that program to other cities around the country is already yielding results. But we've also seen the fatal impact of guns flooding our streets nationwide and making their way into the hands of criminal or mentally unstable users. We can't give up. Democrats are working to prevent the bloodshed. We're offering common sense legislation that will address the epidemic of gun violence and protect the Second Amendment rights of responsible gun owners. Democrats introduced 3 discharge petitions last month to ban assault weapons, require universal background checks, and close the Charleston loophole. The MAGA Republicans running Congress don't want these bills to come to the floor because they would have to make a choice, and voters would see it, whether to side with the gun lobby that funds their campaigns, or to protect our kids and our communities. I urge my colleagues, especially those who claim to be moderates, to have the courage to sign the discharge petitions and force Speaker McCarthy to bring the legislation to the floor, and to have the courage to choose kids over guns. We do not have to live this way. I yield back.
I just want to remind you, Mr. Speaker, that guns are the leading cause of death for children in the United States of America. And we're here today because we can do something about it. If you look at this other chart, it clearly points out that, again, firearms are the leading cause of death. But if you look at other factors, the second, motor vehicle accidents, look at the steep decline in the loss of lives from motor vehicle accidents. It's because we did something. We passed laws. We made cars safer. We reduced the number of children who were killed in automobile accidents by taking action on this floor. And it is shameful that that the Republican leadership will not allow us to do that today to curb children's death by gun violence. It's my honor to recognize next the distinguished gentleman from Massachusetts, Congressman Jake Auchincloss. 2 minutes.
I thank my colleague for yielding and for convening this critically important special order hour. I rise today to address the plague of gun violence in our country. I was asked recently whether January 6, 2021 was my worst day in Congress, and I answered truthfully that no, it wasn't, actually. My worst day in Congress was the night of the Uvalde shooting, when I tucked my children into bed, knowing that families in Texas would never get to do the same again, when at that very moment they were identifying them by their shoes. I am sad to say that since then, my Republican colleagues have continued to bow to the will of the gun lobby instead of listening to families across the country who are begging for action. This uniquely American suffering is a policy choice. It doesn't have to be this way. We know what we need to do to fix it. We need to pass the assault weapons ban. I slept, ate, trained, and patrolled with an assault weapon for 4 years as a Marine officer. Weapons of war have no place on our streets or near our schools. We need also to adopt common sense gun safety measures like universal background checks, red flag laws, safe storage requirements, and evidence-driven violence intervention policies. All of these are supported by a supermajority of Americans and indeed by a majority of gun owners. My home state of Massachusetts is a good example of how strong, sound policy can save lives. Research suggests that if our state's gun safety legislation were adopted nationwide, tens of thousands of children could be saved every year. Congress would do well to follow that lead. It's time for Republicans in Congress to find a backbone to stand up to the gun lobby and the NRA and to work with Democrats to keep our communities safe. We cannot continue to allow our schools, our places of worship, our grocery stores to become scenes of terror because of a lack of political courage. I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, could you give us any idea when the Republican leadership will bring bills to deal with gun violence prevention to the floor for a vote? I didn't think so. I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Michigan, Congresswoman Hillary Slotkin.
Thank you so much. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of the West Michiganders who are asking, begging Congress to finally act on the uniquely American gun violence epidemic. As a mother and a lawmaker, I simply cannot sit by and let our kids be senselessly killed in their classrooms and our communities any longer. It's just too much. Gun violence has become the #1 cause of death for kids in the United States. Not drug overdoses, not car accidents, gun violence. Earlier this year, the entire state of Michigan watched in horror as Michigan State University campus was on lockdown during a mass shooting. 3 students died and 5 were injured. The reverberating impacts were felt around the entire state and the entire country. The effects of this trauma linger. This is now the reality for our children and young adults, but it doesn't have to be. I stand here on the floor today with my sons watching on, urging my Republican colleagues to take common sense action. We can and must come together to close loopholes in the law, ensure universal background checks, and keep hands out of those who should not have them. I stand ready with my fellow task force members to do the work to protect our kids, schools, families, and communities across the country. It's time our Republican colleagues joined us. I yield back.
I'd like to yield now to the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Congresswoman Valerie Fauci.
Thank you for your leadership. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to urge Congress to confront and act on the deadly epidemic that plagues our communities each day, gun violence. This is a painful topic and one that's near to my heart. In this year alone, there's been an average of 2 mass shootings per day, and gun violence continues to be the leading cause of death for children and teens in this country. Earlier this month, a 5-year-old girl from my district was shot and killed by one of her family members after an argument, and the girl's 15-year-old babysitter was also shot 7 times. And unfortunately, this is not an isolated event. In Durham, which is located in my district, over 20 young people under the age of 17 have been a victim of gun violence since the start of this year. Thoughts and prayers are not enough and will never be enough. Gun violence victims, Gun violence survivors, their families, and their loved ones all deserve more. And Congress must act urgently to save lives and keep our communities safe. The House Gun Violence Prevention Task Force has been pushing for action by signing discharge petitions for the Bipartisan Background Checks Act, the assault weapons ban, and to block the Charleston loophole. This is a bipartisan issue that a majority of Americans support, but we need support from across the aisle. Addressing gun violence requires an all-hands-on-deck approach that includes increasing access to mental health services, investing in youth mentoring programs, decreasing firearms access through safe storage, and much more. And my Republican colleagues claim to be working on this issue, but not one of them has joined our task force to help end gun violence nationwide, and instead they have unilaterally worked against gun violence prevention action on this House floor. No one in America should have to fear for their lives in their schools, our stores, our places of worship, our streets, or anywhere in our communities. House Democrats and the House Gun Violence Prevention Task Force stand united, and we will not waver. I encourage our colleagues on the other side of the aisle to put their words into action and join us in these efforts to save lives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentlelady mentioned that our Republican colleagues aren't doing anything in regard to guns. And it's actually worse than that. They have done something. The Republicans passed a bill, a gun bill, off this floor this year. Their bill would make this gun legal. Short-barreled rifles have been regulated by the National Firearms Act for decades. They're regulated because they are incredibly dangerous, they're easy to conceal, and they are deadly accurate. They are used in crimes, they're responsible for the deaths of many, many people, and they've been tightly regulated. The Republicans in this House passed a bill that makes this gun legal. They call it an arm brace. Arm brace is just another way of saying you're putting a stock on a semi-automatic assault pistol. So you're making it a short-barreled assault rifle. It is lethal, it is immoral, and everyone who voted for that bill and the leadership that brought it to this floor for a vote should be ashamed of themselves. I'd like to recognize the gentlewoman from Michigan, Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib.
Thank you. I really appreciate the leadership and just guidance by Congressman Thompson as he leads our effort with the task force. I've learned so much about some of the work that's been done prior to getting here, and knowing that, again, we're taking steps, but we know that we need to move with urgency. I know 205 of my Democratic colleagues have signed a discharge petition to bring assault weapons ban to the House floor for a vote. But I don't know how many more mass shootings will it take for Republicans to finally join us. These weapons of war have been used in many of the deadliest mass shootings in our history and are weapons of choice for shooters looking to kill as many people as possible and as quickly as possible. From 1994, Mr. Speaker, to 2004, while American families were protected by the assault weapons ban, there were 40% fewer shootings. But since the ban expired in 2004, gun violence has massacred our communities. A bullet fired by an assault weapon can tear a softball-sized wound into victims. Imagine a child. There is no reason that anyone needs a weapon that can fire up to 60 rounds per minute. Weapons of war designed to hunt human beings have no place in our communities, our schools, our places of worship, and on our streets. It is shameful that many Republican colleagues care more about securing funding from the NRA than saving the lives of our children. The inaction has left our communities devastated and families torn apart. The trauma of being survivors of gun violence is real. We cannot afford to wait any longer. We owe it to the victims, to survivors, to our children. We must honor them with action by banning assault weapons. Maddie, who's one of the 10-year-old child that was killed in Uvalde, she deserves us to act today. She deserves us to do more to save lives. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have remaining?
The gentleman has 40 minutes remaining.
How many?
40.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 30 people every day are killed by someone using a gun. If you add accidental deaths and suicides, that number jumps up to 100 people per day. It costs the American taxpayers roughly $600 billion every year. Gun violence costs almost $600 billion every year. Communities across our country are upended. We already heard that there have been more mass shootings this year than there has been days of the year. Police officers across the country are taking ghost guns off the street every single day. Guns that can be purchased as a kit so they don't need to need a background check, and they're unserialized. These are guns that are used a lot in crime. Cops are taking them off the street every day. This is a serious problem. Our communities are hurting. People are being killed. We need to take action. The Republican leadership in this House needs to bring gun violence prevention legislation to the floor so we can vote it out and help keep our communities safer. Now I'll yield to the gentleman from California, Congressman Mark DeSallier.
I want to thank my neighbor and colleague and friend, Congressman Thompson, for the time and for your tireless leadership on this important topic and your incredible understanding from many perspectives on this important subject. I come to this subject as a survivor of gun violence, having lost my father to gun violence 44 years ago. As Mr. Thompson mentioned, suicide is a leading issue with gun violence, and we know the free and easy access to guns in states and communities that don't provide for evidence-based research results in almost 60% of those daily deaths, 60 of the 100 a day, are by people that are self-inflicted, like my father. As we know, in California, in the district I represent, and the districts we represent in the Bay Area, Mr. Thompson, we can be proud that these common sense, evidence-based gun violence and public health initiatives make you safer. According to Gifford, significantly safer. And we have years of research to demonstrate this. While we're proud of the fact that you're safer in California and in our districts because of sound public evidence and constitutionally approved policy, we are frustrated that weak gun laws in other parts of the country make it more dangerous, even in our communities. 40% of the guns used in California come from outside of the state illegally. The ATF reports that nearly 60,000 guns are trafficked across state lines nationally each year with tragic results. As many as 87% of the firearms used in crime in Chicago, New York, and Boston were trafficked from other states in spite of those jurisdictions' thoughtful gun violence prevention laws. 75% of trace guns that cross state lines come from states without background checks. Because of this patchwork of state and local laws, states like California with strong gun laws see increased rates of gun homicide and gun crime when they border states with weak gun laws. To make a real impact action has to happen here at the federal level. We should all commit that we will not back down from this fight, because every American, no matter where they live, regardless of where they call home, deserves to live free of the fear of gun violence. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. I'd like to yield now to the gentleman from Illinois, Congressman Brad Snyder.
Thank you, and Mr. Speaker, thank you for letting me have this moment to speak today. I rise to once again call for urgent action to address the epidemic of gun violence in our nation. What is wrong with us as a people that we are increasingly here in this well mourning needless gun deaths? Yet we can't, in this body, move any common sense, wildly popular policies to keep our children and our communities safe. How many more shootings will we have to endure, and how many more lives will have to be lost before Congress, and let me be specific here, before my Republican colleagues will do anything to help take care of our kids and our communities? We have put to this Congress legislation to require universal background checks, to ban assault weapons, get ghost guns off our streets, and store firearms safely. And yet not one of my Republican colleagues can find the will or the courage to support any of this life-saving legislation. For goodness sake, these bills are law and order legislation. Every day, more than 100 people die from gun violence in this country. In the first 6 months of this year alone, more than 23,000 people have lost their lives needlessly to gun violence in the United States. I represent Highland Park, Illinois, that is still reeling from a mass shooting last July 4th, where 7 people were murdered and more than 40 were grievously wounded. Last year, that was the 308th mass shooting in the country. This year, we've already had more than 390 mass shootings. These deaths impact us all. The trauma resonates through our society. Right now in America, our children enter kindergarten, and one of the first things they will learn is how to react and behave if an active shooter enters their school. As has been noted, gun violence is the leading cause of death for children in the United States. As it says right there on the board, guns are the leading cause of death for children in the United States. Children are suffering post-traumatic stress from Highland Park in my communities and in communities all around this nation. Children facing violence every single day as they walk to school, as they study in their class, as they join their families in houses of worship. Republican inaction is unconscionable. As I spend my time in my district talking to constituents, I constantly hear about how Congress needs to tackle this issue. Earlier this month, I held a roundtable with police chiefs in our community. 17 communities, police chiefs, plus our county sheriff. The very first issue they raised with me, which was brought up earlier by Mr. Thompson, the very first issue they raised was getting guns off our streets, ghost guns off our streets. And for those who are unfamiliar, again, ghost guns are unserialized and untraceable firearms that can be bought online and assembled at home. Bought online by criminals, bought online by young kids who are too young to buy guns in a store. I am proud today to be introducing the Ghost Guns and Untraceable Firearms Act with my colleague and friend, Representative Adriano Espaillat. Our legislation would amend the legal definition of a firearm to include ghost guns, requiring those that buy gun components to comply with federal gun regulation. I urge leadership to bring this and other critical common sense gun violence prevention bills to the floor immediately. This is not a Republican or a Democratic issue. This issue affects every American in every community, in every state of our nation. And we have to do our jobs in this body to keep our communities and our children safe. I yield back.
thank the gentleman for his remarks. Mr. Speaker, tonight members of the Gun Violence Prevention Task Force have made clear the terrible cost of gun violence on our kids, our families, schools, and our communities. We've talked about sad milestones. In 2020, guns became the leading killer of kids in America after overtaking motor vehicle accidents. Another dark milestone has been the 389 mass shootings already this year. We've had more mass shootings by mid-July this year than we had in all of 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017, and 2018. We know it doesn't have to be this way. We know that states with the most gun violence prevention laws have half the death rate for children and teenagers compared to states with the least gun violence prevention laws. But the states can't do it alone. This weak national gun safety laws, it is much too easy for people who are a danger to themselves or a danger to others to access guns regardless of where they live. According to the ATF's gun tracing database, the largest source of out-of-state guns used in crimes in my home state, California, is from Arizona, a state with over twice the gun death rate and whose gun laws are rated an F. Likewise, New York, a state with the fourth lowest gun death rate, has guns pouring in from Georgia, which you might have guessed has an F rating as well for their weak gun violence laws and over 3 times the gun death rate. Similarly, gun deaths in Illinois are fueled by guns from Indiana, Missouri, and Wisconsin, states whose gun laws are rated F, F, and D+, respectively. Members of our task force have been calling on the Republican leadership to bring common sense gun violence prevention bills to the floor to protect our kids and keep our communities safe. Mr. Speaker, tonight we've been on the floor for 30 minutes focused on gun violence prevention. That's 30 more minutes than Republicans have scheduled to debate gun violence prevention bills on the House floor this entire Congress. Tonight, you heard from Army veterans, Marine Corps veterans, combat veterans, from hunters, from gun owners, from moms, and from dads. We say enough. We need to pass laws that will help keep our children and our communities safe. And we'll continue to fight until Republicans join us in stopping the gun violence epidemic or until Democratic leadership in the next Congress can resume our work and pass the gun violence prevention legislation that has proven to save lives. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Sheila Jackson Lee.
I thank the chairman very much, and I want to join the stellar members of so many different backgrounds to add an extra 2 minutes to that 30 minutes and emphasize that it is now 32 more minutes than we have had an opportunity to discuss gun violence against our children. I'm reminded of the late John Lewis, and as I look to the front, Ms. Speaker, where you are, I'm reminded of the overwhelming impact that gun violence had just a couple of years ago when he was alive, so much so that members took to the floor, the actual floor, sat down on the floor because the pain was so deep. I remember the tear that President Obama shed as he had to speak about Sandy Hook. And I remember my going to Uvalde within days of 19 children and teachers being slaughtered. Yes, Mr. Speaker, they were slaughtered with an AR-15 that a young man was able to get online, shipped to him without any background check of sorts, without any supervision, and he was able to recklessly shoot his grandmother in the face and then leave his house to go to an elementary school just a few blocks away. One could not expect law enforcement initially to know what was going to happen. But the one thing we do know, that if that young man had not had an AR-15, those little babies in Uvalde, where parents are still in such abject pain, would still be alive. We also know that as I worship with them, as I hug them, that they have now become, through their own advocacy, absolutely incredulous that we in this country have not been able to pass bans on assault weapons, bills like the Kimberly Vaughn Firearm Safe Storage Act, which impacted Kimberly Vaughn, 14 years old, who died in the Santa Fe because another young man was able to loosely get guns that were left at home. So I think I'm here as a mother and as a member of Congress who have been here since Columbine. And I remember being on the Columbine Task Force to see what we could do about guns, and then been through Sandy Hook, Parkland, Santa Fe, Texas, Virginia Tech, the various churches, synagogues, temples that we've seen gun violence, dance studios. And so I don't know what it takes for this Congress to come together. No one is trying to take away anyone's firearm. The Second Amendment is constitutionally present. It is in place. But none of the language in the Second Amendment prevents us from having reasonable, safe regulatory scheme that help save all of our lives. So I want to thank the chairman very much. As the vice chair of the Gun Task Force and the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Crime, we are waiting and ready to take up bills, as we did with the Protect Our Kids and certainly Safer Communities. But there is still the lapse of real bills that further need to be in place to change laws. And the waiting period, the issue of the universal background check, storage bills are really crucial to saving lives. My last point that I want to make is that we use often mental illness. Let me say that we pray for people who suffer from mental health concerns. But other countries around the world have people who suffer from mental health concerns. I do not label them in generality. These are human beings who fight every day to survive. That is not a good excuse for saying that's what's causing gun violence. It is not. And in tribute to my colleagues who come from cities like Chicago and other cities where there's handgun violence and individual violence and domestic violence, you need to have a response to just plain gun violence. And that means we have to debate on this floor and find a common solution. My word to my colleagues, in the name of the children who have died, the number one killer of our children in America, in the name of places like Uvalde and Sandy Hook that comes to mind, Parkland and other places where children have died, we can minimally do something to help our children. Let's do real anti-gun violence legislation. Let's make our children safe. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank the gentlewoman for her remarks and her good work on gun violence prevention efforts and her dedication to making sure that we pass the laws that will keep our kids and our communities safe. As I mentioned earlier, Mr. Speaker, we've had Army combat veterans, Marine Corps combat veterans, hunters, gun owners, gun collectors, moms and dads on this floor tonight asking, pleading with the Republican leadership to allow gun violence prevention legislation to come to this floor for debate and for a vote. Mr. Speaker, can you give us any idea when your leadership will be bringing gun violence prevention bills to the floor for action? Sadly, that's what I was afraid. Silence. Just like after every mass shooting, silence. There has to be an effort on the part of this leadership to deal with this issue that's disrupting communities and leading to thousands and thousands of deaths. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, is recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of the Majority Leader.
I thank the Speaker, and I've been listening to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle decrying the alleged lack of action by those on my side of the aisle with respect to gun violence and with respect to guns generally. And I think it is important to note the primary driver of the current malaise and the current dangers upon citizens by those with guns comes from criminals and those who have mental health problems. A full 1/3 of Americans are currently putting themselves out as depressed, according to polls. We have mental health issues with our children, drug issues. We have problems with people who feel socially detached. I can assure you that when I was a child, about the time I was born, fully half of American households had weapons, had guns. Fewer than a third do today. The fact is, we have a problem and an epidemic of people with mental health issues, and we have a lack of resolve of leadership in this country to deal with those or to deal with the criminals perpetrating crimes. That's the truth. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle rush to say that they want to get the guns. But the fact is, we need to stop the criminals. I was a federal prosecutor, spent my time in the United States Attorney's Office targeting criminals with guns, putting bad guys behind bars. There has been a movement of late to allow these criminals back out on our streets. That is a mistake. There has been a long-standing movement to not treat those with mental health problems. And it's getting infinitely worse with these devices, iPhones, all of the focus that our young are directing towards electronic devices rather than engaging with their fellow mankind. We know it, we see it, and we do nothing about it. We rage against TikTok because of its relationship to China. Why don't we rage against the extent to which these are addictive devices, putting garbage in the minds of our children, creating environment where children get detached from reality, detached from society, and you see it unfold before our very eyes, and the response among leaders of this country is to form a task force. You don't need a task force to understand that our society is breaking. You don't need a task force to understand that our communities are breaking down. But the American people are feeling on a daily basis, when I talk to my constituents, the people I run into, the people I run into on airplanes, Americans I don't represent, Americans I do represent, they know that something is very, very wrong with our country. That is the truth. That is what the American people know. Not just with politicians, not just with elected leaders, not just with Congress, not just with the economy, but that something is just fundamentally wrong, fundamentally broken with our way of life. And they're not wrong. Just a couple of weeks ago, we celebrated Independence Day. And one line from that document, which was written specifically about and to King George, signing the death warrants for all those who signed it, he said, Jefferson wrote, they said, he, the king, has abdicated government here by declaring us out of his protection and waging war against us, end quote. How different is that from our current situation? The elites in this country, are waging war against us, waging war against our values, waging war against our prosperity, waging war against our natural rights as parents, as citizens, as individuals. The average American right out there today listening just want to play by the rules. They want to go to school. They want to get a job. They want to buy a house. They want to support their family. They want to raise their kids. They want to raise their kids to be happy. They want their kids to be free. They want a society, more importantly, they want a family that is flourishing and happy and can achieve. All of that is what we historically called the American dream. But what is the state of the American dream today? And if I asked that question, half the people in a room would be staring at their daggum iPhones, because we don't engage with people anymore. If I said this in the middle of a meeting of my colleagues, if I said it in some room, I go to a restaurant, how many times do you see everybody just staring at these things? The question here is, what happened to the American dream? My colleagues, if they were in this room, and of course they're not, I would ask, do you believe that the American dream can be achieved by your children, by your grandchildren today? Do you believe it? Do you believe it is attainable? Do you believe that if you play by the rules, that they will achieve the dream? Or do you think that the rich and the powerful, the large corporations, the government, your own leaders, are rigging the system to protect their own status, to protect their own wealth against your freedom and your prosperity? We have a system where too often today, crony policies help big, woke corporations make windfall profits while families struggle with inflation and small businesses struggle to stay afloat amid a mountain of regulatory burdens and costs. That's the truth. Everybody I talk to can't afford labor. They can't afford their supplies. They can't afford a car. They can't buy a new vehicle because it's been regulated to death. They can barely afford their electricity bills. That's the truth of everyday Americans right now, and they're wondering why. What happened to that American dream? The elites, on the other hand, bailed out Wall Street. They forced Main Street to pay for it. Now they're doing it again. Wall Street got a $1 trillion bailout after a heavy hand in tanking the economy. And they're making more money than ever now. This year, the federal government gave a $22 billion bailout to Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank in New York. The administration only cares about their own. Treasury Secretary Yellen said smaller regional banks wouldn't get the same treatment. What exactly does too big to fail mean? Too big to fail means I'm going to protect the fat cats down the street, but you at home are left holding the bag. Since 2008, corporate profits have increased by 250% in the last 15 years. Hourly wages have increased less than 50%. You say, oh, Chip, you sound like a Democrat. What I'm trying to say is we have a situation where, as the founders predicted, the power structure in this town is too tilted to the power structure on Wall Street, too tilted to the power structure in corporate boardrooms across this country, and hardworking Americans are the ones who can't make it. And we should be here fighting for them. But are we? In 1989, the typical American could provide middle-class essentials for a family of 4 by working 40 weeks a year, leaving time for vacation or holidays. It will take that same individual 62 weeks to provide the same life for his or her family in 2022. Think about that. That's just 30 years. What are we doing? The political elites ship jobs overseas while enriching themselves off the Chinese communist officials who are taking those jobs and threatening our supply chain. And what do? We respond with the CHIPS Act. Don't blame me. The CHIPS Act, which basically just increases that flow to China. It's nuts. You can't even make it up. But that's what we do in the People's House. U.S. manufacturing activity contracted in June for the 8th straight month, declining 0.9 percentage points from May. It's the longest period of contraction in U.S. manufacturing since the Great Recession. During COVID, we shut down the greatest economy in the history of the world. People got laid off, they lost jobs, small businesses shut down. I've read stats of 100,000 small businesses getting absolutely whacked during the COVID hysteria driven by Dr. Fauci and the cronies in this town. But the wealthiest Americans got 40% richer during that same time. Now again, I'm a believer in lifting all boats, but that's only true if the free enterprise and the free market system in this country is released, unfettered, to allow Americans to achieve the American dream. But right now, it is stacked, and it is stacked in favor of a small handful of elites against the hardworking average American. In 2023, as I said before, we've seen 3 of the largest bank failures in American history. First Republic, $212 billion. Silicon Valley, $209 billion. Signature Bank, $110 billion. But there we were, racing to bail out. That's not capitalism, folks. That's not free enterprise. Rushing in to bail people out. That is the elites protecting their own against the hardworking American. For decades, we have wasted money that isn't ours on policies and projects no one wants, and then passed the credit card bill down to the next generation. In the month since this body extended the debt ceiling for another 18 months until January of 2025, in the infinite wisdom of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, we have already amassed another $1 trillion of debt since Memorial Day. And yet everyone in this body, except for a handful, gleefully skipped away after saying, sure, let's raise the debt another $4 trillion. It ain't going to be $4 trillion. When are we going to get serious about what we're doing here? What about wars? We are now 21 years, 22 years into the authorization of the use of military force post 9/11, and we've not updated it. The 2002 authorization of force in Iraq, Saddam Hussein's been dead for 15 years. It still exists. We have an authorization of force from 1991, still exists. 1957, still exists. Why? Because there's a cadre of people in this town who make a large sum of money and get a whole lot of power when there's endless wars continuing for this town to fund with borrowed money, driving up inflation, killing jobs, and killing the American dream, all while some people in this chamber run around talking about, we gotta do it for the defense. Through fiscal year 2022, the United States federal government spent $8 trillion on the post 9/11 wars in Afghanistan, Pakistan, Iraq, and elsewhere. $8 trillion. That's not talking about the thousands of lives lost, the tens of thousands of lives permanently impacted through injury and post-traumatic stress. And when the bill comes due, what do? We raise the ceiling on what we can borrow, like I said a minute ago. $32 trillion, we just increased to $36 trillion. CBO reported a $1.4 trillion deficit in the first 9 months of fiscal year 2023. That's $875 billion higher than the year before. We spent more on so-called COVID relief from 20 to 21, around $6 trillion, than we did in the 3.5 years of World War II. Think about that. World War II, in current dollars, $4.1 trillion. We, running around like a bunch of scared ninnies with masks, spent $6 trillion. Why? Because we could. Because we just wrote a blank check. Since the Biden administration took office, prices have increased over 16%. The annual cost of inflation has been estimated to harm American households upwards of $8,900. Household debt has increased by $2.9 trillion since the end of 2019. Household debt has increased $2.9 trillion since the end of 2019. In the first quarter of 2023, aggregate household debt increased by $148 billion. Think about this. How about education? We just want the taxes that we pay to teach our kids what they need to know to succeed in the real world. But teachers' unions and bureaucrats want to teach them that merit and achievement are bad, that skin color defines all of us, that there isn't man and woman, and that America is evil. Meanwhile, those same elites want to undermine the basic parental right to raise their children in their own values and push harmful gender ideology on them. In Cupertino, California, third graders were required to deconstruct their racial identities and then rank themselves according to their power and privilege. In Evanston, Illinois, students listened to Not My Idea, a book about whiteness, which states that whiteness is bad. An advisory board in Virginia's Loudoun County Public Schools demanded that teachers be dismissed if they criticized the district's equity training inspired by critical race theory. The president of the American Federation of Teachers vows the union will, quote, fight culture warriors that want to deprive students of a robust understanding of our common history. In Lexington, Massachusetts, fourth graders were taught to articulate what gender identity is and why it's important to use non-binary language. They give our kids pornographic and sexualized books, such as Gender Queer, a Memoir, an explicit pornographic book. Flamer, good grief, a graphic book about young boys performing sexual acts at a summer camp. This book is gay, a book containing instructions on the, quote, ins and outs of gay sex. I'm on the floor of the House of Representatives and I'm reading this garbage. Our kids are being given this garbage, and you want to know why parents are dismayed, why parents are frustrated, why the American people are left scratching their head saying something is terribly wrong. At Round Rock ISD in Texas, at Walsh Middle School, a training presentation instructed teachers not to tell parents if a student tells them they identify as transgender or non-binary. When the children of the elites go to the right schools, they get the right jobs. Everyone else gets to rack up debt to get a job in a hamstrung economy with a useless degree that is based more on indoctrination than on education. Tuition skyrocketing. We're not even able to afford the garbage education that the elites are foisting on the American people. Now, if you get through that maze, you want to buy a house, you can't. You can't afford it. In 1985, the average single-family home was $82,800. In 2019, they would have spent $313,000. In 2020, $391,900. And in 2022, it reached $540,000. How can you afford that? 30-year mortgage rates have gone from 2 to 3% to 7% in under a year. In 2021, with sub 3% interest rates, a $400,000 home cost $604,000 over 30 years. Today, with 7% interest rates, that same $400,000 home, which you can't even get in most places in this country, costs more than $1 million over the 30-year span. Interest accounting for 157% of the home price. Think about that. Earlier this year, mortgage demand plunged to the lowest level since 1995. Now, what about health care? A system where crony policies help big corporations make windfall profits while families struggle with inflation and small businesses struggle to stay afloat. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, medical and health service managers, which are described as managers that, quote, plan, direct, and coordinate the business activities of healthcare providers, i.e. bureaucrats. They might be private bureaucrats, but they are very publicly funded bureaucrats through private corporations, so-called. They are slated to see a 32% growth in jobs from 2019 to 2029. Not doctors, bureaucrats. This is compared to a 4% growth rate for physicians and surgeons, if we can even get them educated. Health insurance companies rake in roughly $1 trillion per year. Health and medical insurance companies place second in biggest industries by revenue in the United States, only behind retirement and pension plans. I want to pause for a second. I was blessed to go to the National Museum of Military Vehicles in Du Bois, Wyoming, 2 weeks ago when I was there around Independence Day. That museum is incredible, by the way. I recommend it to all listening. And a large part of the museum is dedicated to what we achieved in World War II. And if you ask the average American what we achieved in World War II, at least those who are educated and informed enough to even tell you what World War II was, they would tell you that we beat Nazism, we beat Hitler, we beat Imperial Japan. Again, that's if we're lucky. But the fact is, it was an unbelievable demonstration of American industrial might. Absent our industrial strength, we lose. That's the truth. If we had not been able to develop what we developed, to take our manufacturing capacity and build thousands of planes, thousands of Jeeps, thousands of boats, thousands of guns, there is no way we would have been able to carry out what we were able to carry out in World War II. Now come back. What I just said, what is our number one industry? Retirement and pension plans. What's our second? Medical insurance companies. We have major financial institutions. Where is our industrial base? You want to beat China? Good luck. Mind you, they drove us all the way back in Korea in 1951, the Chinese did, or two, somewhere around there. Here we are talking about beating China, and we don't have the industrial capacity to sneeze at China right now. And that should worry everybody in this chamber. But instead, we get nothing but fits of angst over social engineering, over equity, over LGBTQ, over all manners of apologizing for past sins. We have a world to go engage in. The deals they strike with the government, these healthcare bureaucrats, most recently through Obamacare, guarantees their growth. Anthem had a 344% increase in government revenue from 2010 to 2020. United Healthcare, 198% increase in government revenue during the same period. Cigna, Anthem, United Healthcare, and Humana have seen an average increase of 562% in their stock prices from January 11 to January 2021. In 2016, 60% of the nation's top 5 health insurance revenue came from Medicare, Medicaid, up from $92 billion in 2010. In 2022, big insurance revenues reached $1.25 trillion and profits almost $70 billion, a 300% increase in revenue and a 287% increase in profits. The CBO estimates that federal subsidies for health insurance for Americans under 65 will reach $1 trillion in 2023. Where's the talk about doctors? Where's the talk about getting care? That is a corporate crony enrichment plan that is undermining your ability to get health care. Be worried about your ability to afford care and even have the care if you can't afford it, to have a doctor if you want to get one, to choose the doctor if you want to choose. Because these bureaucrats are going to tell you who you can see. They're going to tell you when you can get care. And they say it's private health care. It's not. We have single-payer health care. It's just inefficient corporate cronyism running amok. And a bunch of people in this town getting rich, and lobbyists getting rich, and people in this body not doing a dang thing about it. While you can't get care, you can't figure out how to afford your bills. Energy, whole nother thing. Wealthy people drive around in expensive electric vehicles, while climate czar John Kerry this week flies to China, spewing a trail of CO2 so he can go preach about the climate in China. You can't even make this up. Orwell would just be down here somewhere between laughing and crying. The average American is struggling just to put gas in their car and keep the lights on. They can't afford a new car because of these anti-energy policies from the radical left, but unfortunately too often embraced by my own colleagues on this side of the aisle. In 2021, American energy prices spiked 29%, according to BLS, and a further 7% in 2022. Gas prices jumped nearly 50% in 2021. But here's the thing. I read somewhere online the other day the average price of a new car is almost $70,000. I don't know if that's accurate. I got to go do some research. But I can tell you from personal experience, it's a lot. Why? Why do you think Ford is shutting down certain lines? Why do you think General Motors are shutting down certain lines? Because my colleagues on the other side of the aisle in this White House want to live in their climate utopia, and they're shutting down American production and capacity to build the internal combustion engine. Also, they can push electronic vehicles that nobody can afford and nobody can drive from Austin to Midland or Austin to Houston. We are literally funding the destruction of reliable energy in this country and thereby diminishing it around the world. The Democrats' Inflation Reduction Act gave $1.2 trillion in crony subsidies to unreliable forms of energy. This summer, for the first time in history, the Texas grid will see more energy demand than it can meet with reliable electricity generation. That's in Texas. The EIA estimates these subsidies can make wind and solar account for 60% of U.S. generation by 2050, at which point the entire mind-numbed, indoctrinated youth of this country stand up and applaud and say, isn't that awesome? But what they don't know is that it isn't awesome because it's unreliable energy that increases the cost, has enormous environmental impacts, and is doing nothing to significantly drop CO2 production because China and India are driving CO2 production. These same climate doomsayers try to sell us unreliable, more expensive energy policies which empower our enemies, the Chinese Communist Party. Chinese companies are eligible for these climate credits that we just passed. Again, you can't make this up. Can you imagine in 1939 saying, hey guys, I got a good idea. Let's create a way for the American taxpayer to subsidize Adolf Hitler. But we're doing that. We're going, oh, let's go subsidize the Chinese Communist Party. 80% of the solar panels installed in the United States come from Chinese firms. China controls 77% of EV battery manufacturing. Meanwhile, China's building 2 new coal power plants per week in 2022, as they did, on top of the 1,100 coal-fired plants they already have. We have about 250. And we're running around whining like a bunch of losers, apologizing for our ability to produce reliable energy and clean-burning natural gas. And we're not building any new nuclear power. We're just running around saying, subsidize, subsidize, subsidize wind and solar so we can weaken our grid, empower the Chinese, all so that people can feel good about themselves while they drive their Tesla around. What the average American notices all around them, in every part of their daily lives, is a systematic, political, cultural rot. And I use that term rot intentionally. When something rots, it decays from the inside. Even though it looks fine, it's falling apart. As some have noticed, and they've said America will not lose to a foreign enemy, we will lose to ourselves. And even though they might not see it, every American can tell that something is not right. They can tell that something is amiss. There's something rotten in this country right now because that's what we're seeing happen to our way of life. My friends on the other side of the aisle love to lecture us all about the importance of our democracy, quote unquote. The reality is that we are currently living in a cultural oligarchy, a bureaucratic oligarchy, where the rich and the powerful protect their status and prestige at the cost of the American dream while they preach to us. These elite forces in the government and corporate America and our education system feel different, but they are all on the same team. They are people who profit, even as the rest of us suffer. They are the ones who set the rules. They are the ones that destroy anyone who steps out of line. They are the ones who rig the system from far away so that we don't notice the rigging. The rigging starts here in Washington, but it oozes into the school board meetings. It oozes into the local council meetings. It oozes throughout the corporate boardrooms, the HR offices, through the television shows. There's an expression in Texas, all hat, no cattle. The lesson it imparts is that if you want to talk a big game, you need to back it up with action. The American people are fed up with words. They deserve action. We can't promise a wall and not build a wall. We can't say we're going to protect freedom and then cave to Dr. Fauci and let him retire scot-free. You can't tell Americans you're going to protect their money and then get distracted in hiding behind Hunter Biden's drama and his family's money. We can't say we're against a two-tiered system of justice and not hold this president and this cabinet, Mayorkas, Garland, all of them accountable for targeting Americans and abandoning and endangering their country and making a mockery of the Constitution. America's systemic rot is too deep for empty promises and bumper sticker slogans. America deserves leaders who are not ashamed of the country they lead and do not make us ashamed of them. They deserve leaders who not only see the dangers of preventable decline, but ones who will actually fight to defend it. We cannot back down. We cannot shy away from the fight. Right now, today, on the floor of the House of Representatives, this week, next month, through the appropriations process, through the end of the year, all next year, heading into a presidential election, We are fighting for the soul of this country. That is what is at stake. To borrow from General Washington, on July 2nd, 1776, the fate of unborn millions will now depend, under God, on our courage and our conduct. We have, therefore, to resolve to conquer or die. That's the kind of resolve America needs from us, from this country, from Americans. That's what we owe the American people. As deep as the rot currently is, we cannot let it continue to destroy and undermine the American dream. We are duty-bound to save that American dream for our kids and our grandkids. That's the truth. It's time for Americans to win again. That's our calling in this chamber. I'm proud to have my friend from Pennsylvania here with me. I said it'd be 30 minutes. I went 35. But I know of no greater patriot, a man who wore the uniform of this country, serves honorably in the United States Congress. I'm proud to call him my friend. Now I'd yield to my friend from Pennsylvania.
Well, I'm honored to be with my good friend from Texas, standing up for all Americans and all of America in the face of this place known as the swamp. There was a time when the country revered Washington, D.C., and no one ever would think of it as the swamp. But I was listening to your comments talking about World War II, visiting the museum this summer. I hope to visit it myself. And I think about just recently the use of the Defense Production Act, in the past used to build tanks, airplanes, munitions, the equipment that the American soldier and service member needed to go fight tyranny and fascism and totalitarianism and be successful. And this government said to the factory that was building the car, that was building some other machine implement, said, well, hold on a second here, bigger calling here, we got to save the world from tyranny. And so you're no longer going to build the car, you're going to build a Jeep. You're no longer going to build something for agricultural production, you're going to build a howitzer. Where are we in 2023? Well, we're going to use the Defense Production Act to force companies, there's no declaration of war, but we're going to force companies to build solar panels and batteries and electric vehicles, windmills, all sourced. My good friend from Texas already talked about where the sourcing of these raw materials come from. Even if you're not buying the solar panel from China, 90% of polysilicon comes from China. So we're forcing companies to build these things, by the way, that don't help. If you're talking about carbon, it actually costs more to produce these things than it does just to produce the energy that they in turn produce. But that aside, using the Defense Production Act to force companies in America to do this because of a political whim. And I go and make the argument that this is not needed, and this is not needed at this time. And my colleagues on both sides of the aisle don't agree. I'm astounded. I'm astounded that some Okie from Muskogee, a guy from Dillsburg, Pennsylvania, who's read the Constitution and says, my goodness, it's pretty obvious. The federal government is limited in its powers. Limited. We're not supposed to be telling people what kind of car they can drive, or if you're a business, you want to produce one thing and we're telling you, no, you're going to produce batteries instead because we demand it. Today in a hearing, the Energy Department is proposing rules for new efficiency standards on dryers, washing machines, dishwashers, refrigerators, you name it. If you have a gas stove in your home, they're going to exclude 95% of the market. And they're saying, well, it's not a ban, but they're going to exclude 95% of the market. And I say to myself, man, I'm just a guy from Dillsburg who used to work with his hands underneath a car. I went to Votech school. And if I understand that the federal government shouldn't be telling me this, why doesn't the rest of the country understand it? Am I missing something? I'm not missing anything, ladies and gentlemen, because when I did spend a week home, just like Mr. Roy did, the great representative from the state of Texas, I can imagine what he heard, because I will tell you what I heard. Time after time at the gas station, when I came out of the movie theater with my wife, when I'm at the grocery store, people walk up to me and they say, keep fighting.
Yep.
Keep fighting. They don't even tell me what to keep fighting on. True. They know what Chip Roy knows. They know what Scott Perry knows, that this country is rotting from the inside. They can't necessarily explain how it happened or what it is, but they know that they can't afford their groceries. They know that they can't afford to move to a bigger home. They know that they can't afford a mortgage on a car. And they know that when their parents had a house, the biggest bill they had was their mortgage, and the second biggest bill, if they decided to take out a car loan, was a car loan. But now the second biggest bill people have is health insurance. And I thought we solved that problem in the United States of America. You know who sounds like they're getting rich? It's not doctors. It's somebody in the middle. It's bureaucrats siphoning off all the money. And this town created it. This town solved the problem that it created by making the problem worse. And now my bosses and Chip's bosses, my constituents and yours, can't afford to live their life in America and be healthy, take a vacation, have a decent car, have a decent home, have a decent education for their children, or making choices. Well, I don't know, my house has a gas stove in it. I can't afford to rewire it for an electric stove, but the bureaucrats at the Department of Energy, I talked to her today, I said, do you know what's involved in changing from a gas stove to an electric stove? Do you know what's involved? Well, she had no idea, but thank goodness my colleague on the other side of the aisle said, well, if you have to run electricity, we have a $4,000 grant provided by the federal government to do that. Ladies and gentlemen, the citizens that get up early in the morning, pack a lunchbox, and kiss their kids goodbye, they're paying for that $4,000. And they don't want to. They can't afford to. They want the $4,000 for their kids and their home, not the federal government to tell them how to spend it and what they're working for. It is absurd and it is obscene. I yield to the gentleman from Texas.
Well, I thank the gentleman from Pennsylvania, and I want to pick up on what he has observed when he goes home to Pennsylvania, when he is traveling around this country. He's observed what I observe. Having individuals pull me aside in an airport, on an airplane, driving around at a gas station in Texas, at a gas station in Colorado, at a gas station in Virginia, at a gas station all over this country, pull me aside and say, thank you, keep fighting. And just like you said, they don't get in details. They get it, they see it. They want someone to stand up and fight for this country because they see this country slipping through our fingers. And as has long been said, where else are we going to go? What else are we going to do? As President Reagan said, there's nowhere else place to go. Right? This is it. And we are the beacon of hope for the world. And we're still the greatest country in the history of the world, but we're giving it away. We're losing it through a cultural rot and decay where elites are telling us that we have to apologize for being Americans. In that museum that I walked through in Du Bois, Wyoming, there's some great graphics. I don't have it right in front of me, although I might be able to pull up a picture that talks about the tens of millions of lives in this world that have been liberated by Americans. Liberated by Americans. Yes, we are an imperfect country. Yes, we have committed sins because all of us fall short of the glory of God. Yes, but we are a strong, righteous country that has bled for good around this world. Even in the center of sin, even in 1861 to 1865, we have bled so that people around this world can be free, so they can know what it means to prosper. And here we sit in this chamber, in the luxury of the protections bought by the people before us, giving it away, shamefully dismissing it, undermining the American dream for our kids and grandkids. It defies all logic to do that. but the founders knew that it was likely. Our job is to break that. When people ask me today, why did you vote yes on 5 bills on the floor of the House today to say that we need to essentially end previously declared emergencies, when you know, Chip, that there are bad guys connected to those emergencies, that we are using our resources to freeze their assets, take their money away, clamp down on them, and you just want to walk away from that. No, I want to restore order in this town. I want to restore order in this country, in this government, by saying you don't get to declare an emergency in 2003 and keep operating 21 years later under an emergency. Come back to Congress. Let's figure out what we need to do. Let's figure out our authorizations of force. Let's figure out our use of our ability to freeze financial, assets. But come back to Congress. We have to fight to restore order, or we're going to lose the republic. The republic depends on it. One last point on that, and I'll yield back. The rule of law matters. The republic depends on it. It depends on us getting it right. I heard my colleagues earlier today referring to the border crisis as a fake crisis. I mean, I don't know what planet some of my colleagues live on to refer to what I see happening to human beings in South Texas, dying in the Texas heat, dying in tractor trailers, getting forced into the sex trafficking trade, as we're seeing unfold, as we see depicted in The Sound of Freedom, the movie. We're allowing that to happen on our watch in the supposedly most powerful nation in the history of the world. My colleagues dismiss it as a, quote, fake crisis. The republic cannot sustain if that is how we're going to treat the rule of law and what we do at our southern border. And I got to say this to all my colleagues, my Republican colleagues right now. If you think I'm going to vote for any of our appropriations bills without forcing this president to his knees to secure the border of the United States, you're out of your danged mind. Enough. Use the power of the purse. Quit wilting in the corner. Oh, we got to fund government, shutdowns, whatever. Do your job. That's my call to my Republican colleagues. Don't walk away from the fight. We blinked on Memorial Day. That's the truth. We blinked. $4 trillion, no policy changes. We blinked. We are not going to allow Republicans to blink again in this appropriations season. I yield to my friend from Pennsylvania.
Well, I'm thinking about your comments, and we say the republic can't exist if our colleagues on the other side of the aisle want to dismiss the calamity that's happening on the border, the human tragedy, because it's not a dismissal. It is a collaboration. It is part and parcel to aiding and abetting. It is part and parcel to being involved in and supporting the largest human trafficking operation in recorded history. That's what it is. If my friends on the other side of the aisle think that there's some political favor in knowing that they're doing nothing about 10-year-old boys and girls being trafficked into unimaginable circumstances, then I sure hope that God is with them, because they're going to need something for their soul. But that aside, look, I get the politics of it, but I, like my good friend and colleague from Texas, cannot help myself in thinking about the founding fathers who pledged their lives, their fortunes, and their sacred honor, knowing that mankind, that men and women were flawed, that they fell short of the grace of God, and that they knew that the power was corrupting. And so they set this system up for my good friends on the other side of the aisle, not a democracy, but a republic with competing interests to check the power of government, the power of the avarice of man and mankind, so that the individual was preeminent. The founders knew what the difference was, and that's why they called it a republic. People stand up, and I'm happy that they do, and they pledge allegiance to the flag and to the republic for which it stands. And I would submit to you, many don't know what it means to be a republic. But a republic says that individual citizens are preeminent. And so I talk to my bosses, my constituents, and I ask them, when you can't buy the car that you want, when you're forced to subsidize the car that the other guy wants because he wants to virtue signal to you about how much more he cares about the planet, do you feel preeminent? And they don't. When they can't afford a home, Mr. Roy went through the price of new homes. Unimaginable. My children, I don't know how they will afford to be out on their own. I don't know how you start a business today, and yet somehow we act like we're in a republic. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, our country is in trouble, and there's an urgency. There's an urgency that Mr. Roy gets. There's the urgency that the people at the grocery store and the gas station, at the movie theater, the people that get up early and pack a lunchbox, they get the urgency. You know who doesn't? Folks in this town who somehow told themselves, well, look, if we save $12 billion and we spend $4 trillion, somehow that's a good deal. Look, I'm not a math whiz, self-admitted, but I can do arithmetic. We spent over $1 trillion in a month around this place. And so you're saying saving $12 billion to spend $1 trillion, let alone $4 trillion, is a good deal? Only in Washington. Only in Washington. I mean, literally, Orwell, he thought he was writing fiction. He thought he was writing fiction. But it's coming to fruition, and we're living in it, and we can't seem to convince our colleagues of the urgency of the situation, the peril that the republic is in when people are not preeminent. When we lie to our citizens and tell them, well, you can buy an electric lawnmower and it's just as good as your gas lawnmower. And I watch my neighbors mow half the lawn. You know why they mow half the lawn? Because they ran out of power. And they got to charge the thing back up. So they mow it the next day. Who ever thought that? Look, if that's your choice, God bless you. But we're lying to our citizens about all of this. This town is lying. And I, for one, won't stand for it. I will not help them pass bills that bankrupt our country, don't secure our border, and don't secure the virtues of liberty for our posterity, my children and theirs. If they want to vote for it, they can deal with their constituents, their bosses, and the good Lord. But I'm not going to help bankrupt my country. I yield to the gentleman from Texas.
I thank my friend from Pennsylvania. And in this 2 weeks following Independence Day, you do a lot of thinking if you are like, as I assume my friend did, you were a part of a Independence Day parade, and a lot of patriotic Americans out there, particularly, frankly, in flyover country, who love their country, want to defend their country, and they just want their life back. That's it. They want that American dream back. And by God, I'm going to do everything I can do in this godforsaken town to give them their freedom back, to give them the American dream back. I don't care who gets mad at me. I don't care who is worried about what bill he or she didn't get across some finish line that nobody in America generally cares about. We are going to fight to change this town. Conquer or die, as General Washington said. The fact is, you have to ask yourself the question, are you free? Are we free? Are we free if you pay taxes to a school that teaches your children that your country is evil, or that there isn't a difference between man and woman, and you can't even talk about God, much less pray to God? Are you a free American if that is what you're dealing with in the schools? Are you free if you want to simply have a vehicle to move around to carry out your livelihood, to provide for your family, and you can't afford one because a bunch of elitists in Martha's Vineyard decide you've got to drive an $80,000 battery-powered car? Are you free if you're worried that your streets are unsafe, your borders wide open, and you're endangered, and fentanyl's pouring into your communities because your government refuses to do its one basic task? Are you actually free? Are you free if you just want to go to the doctor of your choice and you're prohibited from doing so because the government, regulatory, state, and corporate cronies have combined to make a whole lot of money while you can't go to the doctor of your choice? Are you free? Are you free if one president is treated differently than another president by the system of justice reporting to the president? Are you free? Are we living in a free country? Are you free if you simply wanted to go about your way of life, but your government said you couldn't unless you stuck a needle in your arm, buy a vaccine created with full liability protection, and then mandated by the very government, saying you've got to take it, and if you don't take it, you're going to lose your job? Are you free? No, you're not free. And it's about damn time that we live free again. That's why we're here. And again, to my colleagues on this side of the aisle, I don't care about your checklist of stuff you want to campaign on. I don't care about what you don't want to vote on. I care about one thing and one thing only, and that is living free. It is our God-given right. It is what people bled and died for. Living free, imperfect, in a sinful world, but free. And that is our calling. That is our duty. Our duty isn't to get reelected. Our duty is to fight for the people who sent us here, to fight for them against a cultural elite who wants to rip away their lives. And that is what my mission is every day when I wake up in this godforsaken town. I yield back to my friend from Pennsylvania.
Well, I couldn't have said it better. I watched a movie, been out for some time, but the question from the wife to the gentleman, well, he said, he asked what he should do in a situation, and she said, it's not what a senator would do, it's not what a leader would do, it's what a free man would do.
Amen.
And that is the decision. That is the decision. That's what drives me. That's what drives my colleague. That's what we think should drive everyone here. And sure, we would love to have the approval of the body, of our compatriots here. But what's more important to us is that we do the right thing on every occasion. Not because it's easy, not because it's tough to message it back home, or not because somebody's going to, not have one of their programs funded at the level they want it funded at. We are way beyond that now, way beyond that. Our country is perilously close. We are borrowing money to pay our bills. We don't even print the money anymore. They just create it digitally. We don't even print it. It's so much. And no one around here seems to care. When we talk about saving $100 billion in the face of them spending $4 trillion, they recoil. How can we do that? 6 months ago, we were spending that amount of money, and you'd think that we were asking them to literally give their firstborn child or their right arm to try and get somewhere closer to living within our means. It is unacceptable. The time is now. The urgency is now. You cannot be free if you can't afford to live free. You are not free if you're not making your own decisions. That's where we are, Mr. Speaker. It has to stop here. It has to stop now.
Well, I thank my friend from Pennsylvania. I think I've got less than a minute left. And I'll just close with this. As I said before, as General George Washington said on July 2nd, 1776, 247 years ago, on the day we actually declared independence, the fate of unborn millions will now depend, under God, on our courage and our conduct. We have, therefore, to resolve to conquer or die. That is why we're here. I yield back, Mr.
Does the gentleman from Texas have a motion?
I move to adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.